Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The King of Lies. The world reeled. Crocodile's grand plan for Alabasta was a house of cards, built on lies and manipulation. He had instigated a civil war, driving a wedge between the people and their king, all to orchestrate a conflict that would destroy the country and allow him to take over. The suffering of the Alabasta people, starvation, thirst, and death, was all part of his vicious game. People across the globe were furious. How could the world government allow a man like this to be a warlord? It was an outrage that a pirate with such a sinister plan had been given an official title, which allowed him to operate with impunity and deceive a nation. The anger directed at Crocodile quickly turned to resentment for the world government and the flawed warlord system. The people of Alabasta, finally seeing the truth, dropped their arms. Their hatred for King Cobra dissolved, replaced by a unified rage against the man who had deceived them. The king's army, the rebels, and the civilians now stood as one, united as the people of Alabasta, ready to protect their home from the true enemy. Crocodile's underlings in Baroque works scattered like mice, their organizations cover-blown. Crocodile knew his time was up. His plan had failed, his reputation was in ruins, and his warlord title would soon be revoked. But he wasn't defeated yet. Alabasta was just a stepping stone. What mattered was Nico Robin and the ancient historical text hidden within the country. As long as he had the power of Pluton, he could build his ideal nation anywhere. Crocodile's eyes narrowed. He just had to wait for this live broadcast to end, capture Nico Robin, and find the historical text. He didn't care about a fair fight anymore. He would simply take what he wanted. He just needed to know where Robin was. He had no idea she was currently on the moon. Correct, Luo Ke said with a slight nod. Now for the next question. What does Crocodile want to use Nico Robin for? The new question left everyone in a state of confusion. Nico Robin was Crocodile's accomplice, his second in command. Why would he need to use her? Was there another layer to this conspiracy? The pirates, the Marines, and the common people were all baffled by the new twist. A weapon of mass destruction. The five elders and Sengoku suddenly looked grim. They knew Robin's true value lay in her ability to read ancient poneglyphs. If Crocodile wanted to use her, it could only mean he was after a historical text. But which one? And what was so important about it? The thought sent a shiver down their spines. Send CP to Alabasta, a five-elder commanded. Crocodile and Nico Robin are not to be spared. In the New World, the great pirates watched with growing interest. What was Crocodile so busy with for 3 years? Doflamingo, in particular, was intrigued. He remembered that the Nefertari royal family was the only one of the original 20 to refuse to become celestial dragons. Was there a hidden secret in Alabasta that only they knew? Robin herself hesitated. She knew the answer. It would reveal the secret of an ancient weapon, a discovery that could plunge the world into a catastrophic war. It would bring more suffering to the people of Alabasta, reminding her of the tragic fate of her own home, O'Hara. But she knew Luo Ke would reveal the truth anyway. With a heavy heart, she answered. Answer. Crocodile wants me to find the ancient weapon Pluton for him. The revelation was like a bomb. The world went silent, then exploded with renewed tension. Sengoku, the five elders, Big Mom, Kaido, and Whitebeard all focused intently on Robin. A legendary weapon, a ship with the power to destroy entire islands with a single shot. This was what Crocodile was truly after. The world government couldn't allow such a weapon to fall into a pirate's hands. The powerful pirates, their eyes burning with greed, were now fixed on Robin. They want to know where to find this legendary weapon. Robin continued. Not long after I joined the Grand Line, Crocodile's Baroque works found me. He knew I could read ancient poneglyphs, and he was searching for the 3 ancient weapons. we discovered that the Nefertari royal family, who chose not to become celestial dragons, holds a historical text. This text is said to contain the location of Pluton, a weapon so powerful it could destroy an island with one shot. The news spread like wildfire. Countless ambitious warlords and pirates were now salivating, their eyes set on Alabasta. They understood Crocodile's obsession. An ancient weapon, the power to destroy the world, a weapon that could level Marine headquarters in Marineford. It was the ultimate power. With it, a pirate could rule the world. A worldwide race for power. Across the world, the revelation of Pluton's location sent shockwaves. The four emperors, their crews, and the warlords immediately began making plans to head for Alabasta. Even smaller pirate crews, seeing an opportunity for legendary power, set sail with newfound ambition. At Marine headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's face was grim. He immediately dispatched Admiral Kazuru and two vice admirals to Alabasta. He also had to reject the offers of Akainu and Akiji to go, knowing that both of them had a history with a matter that could complicate things. Akainu's past at O'Hara could incite a panic, and Akiji's leniency towards Nico Robin was well known. Kazuru, being a more neutral figure, was the safer choice, but Sengoku still gave him a stern warning. The fate of the world is at stake. No funny business this time. The five elders also took action, contacting Spandam and Water 7 and ordering him to dispatch CP9 to Alabasta to retrieve the historical text and capture Robin. This was no longer just a pirate marine affair. The Revolutionary Army, led by Dragon, saw an opportunity. They had been watching Alabasta's civil unrest for some time, and the news of Pluton and Nico Robin's involvement made it clear this was a conflict that would change the world. Dragon himself decided to go, seeing Robin as a key figure in their fight against the world government. Even some of the world's kings and nobles began to consider joining the hunt. They saw Pluton as a chance to build a military power strong enough to challenge the world government and break free from their control. A single question had mobilized the entire world. Crocodile's desperate gamble. In Alabasta, Crocodile's face was twisted with fury. His carefully constructed plan, years in the making, had been completely exposed by this infernal live broadcast. He was left with a stark choice: abandon everything and flee, or take a desperate gamble and fight. His eyes flashed with a manic glint. He had spent his entire life working toward this. To possess a weapon like Pluton was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He couldn't give up now. He would wait for the broadcast to end, then capture Robin and find the historical text before anyone else could arrive. Luo Ke's voice broke through his thoughts. The answer is correct. You have now correctly answered 6 questions. All of these were things you already knew. From now on, the difficulty will increase. Listen carefully to the next question. Question: did Crocodile's plan succeed? Robin's heart pounded. The questions were changing from past events to future ones. This was the real test, and she knew the rewards must be linked to these harder questions. Meanwhile, Luo Ke was pleased. The Q&A wasn't just about answers. It was about the information contained in the questions themselves, which was influencing the world and fueling his own power. He had 2 ways to break his seal: the immediate power-up from a correct answer, and the smaller but constant energy from the ripple effect of the world's chaos. So far, the latter had already given him a 0.6% increase in his unsealing progress. Did Crocodile's plan succeed? The question hung in the air, electrifying the entire world. If his plan had succeeded, he would have Pluton, the power to destroy the world. He could challenge the world government and change the course of history. People were horrified. Another pirate with ambitions to rule the world? First, there was Blackbeard, and now Crocodile. These people had no regard for the lives of ordinary citizens. How could they live in a world ruled by such ruthless men? Their faith in the government and Marines was shattered, and their future seemed bleak. But Sengoku's mind was racing. He remembered something. In a video from the future, the video of the Marineford War, he had seen Crocodile, and he had seen him alongside Luffy. If Crocodile had succeeded in Alabasta, why would he be at the war? And with a pirate who had fought him? Sengoku felt he was onto something. He didn't seem to care about it at the time, thinking that Crocodile, who had been drafted, was just a step too late. But now that I think about it, how could this guy show up with the Straw Hat Pirates and the fugitives from Impelled Down? Sengoku's eyebrows are slightly raised. Could it be Robin, who is on the air at the moment, also thought of this with Sengoku? What most people care about when watching the video is seeing familiar people in it. So she also remembers the scene of Crocodile at that time. Considering Crocodile's plans should start closing in the near future, Summit War should be a while away. That means if Crocodile does manage to find Pluton, it should be before Summit War. And how could he who found Pluton show up with Luffy and Impelled Down's inmates? Unless Crocodile failed, he was locked and impelled down by Marine, and after Luffy made a big noise and Impelled Down, Crocodile escaped from Impelled Down with other prisoners and then appeared in Summit War together. If so, then everything makes sense. Answer: Crocodile failed. Correct answer, Rog said. What Crocodile did in Alabasta caught the attention of the Alabasta royal family, and Cobra's daughter, Nefertari Vivi, decided to investigate who was behind it. However, she found and infiltrated the Baroque works, discovering Crocodile's conspiracy. In the process, she met the Straw Hat Pirates who had just entered the Grand Line. At Vivi's request, Luffy agreed to defeat Crocodile for her. Then the Straw Hat Pirates came to Alabasta and defeated Crocodile for $50, smashing Crocodile's conspiracy. By the way, Luffy also met Ace here, who was chasing Blackbeard, and gave Luffy a life card. Crocodile was put into Impelled Down by Marine. This answer made people breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, this guy didn't succeed, or the world would be in trouble. But to their astonishment, it wasn't the Marine who saved the world this time. Not the world government, but the Straw Hat Pirates. Pirates? This makes them laugh or cry. Shichibukai under the world government is doing bad things, but the real pirates are knocking down the bad guys. What happened to this world? Naval headquarters, Sengoku, and the others were first relieved when they heard the result, and then their faces became a little ugly. They didn't expect that it was Luffy and the others who defeated Crocodile. Sengoku couldn't help looking at Garp, but Garp seemed particularly happy, as if he was proud of his grandson. Sengoku can only breathe helplessly. The pirates killed Shichibukai and rescued Alabasta. Even if the crisis is resolved, they will not be happy. Was saved by the pirates. What is it? At the same time, Crocodile's expression changed suddenly. He actually failed. He actually lost to that kid. How can this be? He's a crocodile. How could he lose to a kid who just won a sea? And this is only Luffy, who has just entered the Grand Line, not Luffy, who has been practicing for 2 years with Rayleigh 2 years later. Crocodile was dumbfounded as he's so weak. But soon, his sluggishness turned into anger and disbelief. He absolutely did not believe that this was his end, and he would definitely get Pluton to realize his ideal. He doesn't believe this kind of thing. Now Rog said the next question. Question: which faction did Nico Robin join after this? There are 4 options here. A. CP9. B. Naval Headquarters. C. Straw Hat Pirates. D. Revolutionary Army. Time limit of 1 minute. Start timing. Hearing these 4 options, Robin was slightly taken aback, completely not expecting these options. CP9? The secret agency of the world government, which specializes in dealing with world government's thorns in the side and intelligence work. Would she join this force? They would kill her. As for Marine, there is no need to think about it. She is on the side of the world government. If she catches her, she will undoubtedly die. It is estimated that even Impelled Down will not let her go. Only the Straw Hat Pirates and the Revolutionary Army are left. The Straw Hat Pirates was the one who defeated Crocodile, that is, the one who defeated her boss, and it is logically hostile to her. As for the Revolutionary Army, she hasn't even contacted this group of people. Why is it in the selection? Robin was a little strange. She fell into contemplation, while Sengoku and 5 elders fell into consternation because they heard the Revolutionary Army's option. If Nico Robin, who can understand the historical text, joined the Revolutionary Army, this is not good news for them. This group of guys was thinking of a way to overthrow the world government. And the text of the history contains not only the history they want to hide, but also the coordinates of Raftel and the whereabouts of ancient weapon. Let the Revolutionary Army know that this group of guys will be more difficult to deal with. No, you can't let Nico Robin fall into their hands. You have to grab someone before them. Robin is thinking about which of the Straw Hat Pirates and the Revolutionary Army is more likely. She doesn't know much about the Revolutionary Army, only knows that they are a group of people, Oct, who want to overthrow the world government, and they seem to have nothing to do with her. She is more familiar with the Straw Hat Pirates, but this familiarity is still learned through live broadcast and video. This group of people does not look like pirates like Crocodile and Blackbeard. They are relatively good people among the pirates. Defeated Crocodile and saved Alabasta. If it were such a group of pirates, she might get along with them. She really wanted to find a group of reliable partners. Will the Straw Hat Pirates be the partners she is looking for? Robin thought to himself. Robin thought for a while that her goal is to understand history, so she needs to find historical texts scattered all over the world. The Revolutionary Army obviously can't help her do this. The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Luffy, wants to be the One Piece, and to be the One Piece, the historical text is indispensable. If it is based on this, then she should choose the Straw Hat Pirates instead of the Revolutionary Army. Thinking of this, Robin looked at Luo Ke and said, "Answer. C. Straw Hat Pirates." Correct answer. Roger said, Nico Robin finally joined the Straw Hat Pirates. Although Nico Robin is the deputy director of the Baroque Work Agency, she was only used by Crocodile, and her life was held by Crocodile. She actually did not intend to tell Crocodile of the whereabouts of Pluton she saw. When Crocodile heard the truth, he immediately raised his head and looked at Nico Robin in the live broadcast room. After Nico Robin interpreted the text of the history, she planned to assassinate Crocodile, but failed and was also infected with Crocodile's Sasori poison. When her life was dying, she thought of her miserable life without the will to survive. Just when she was about to die here, Luffy defeated Crocodile, and then the antidote developed by the ship doctor of the Straw Hat Pirates also cured Robin's Sasori poison. Later, Nico Robin, who was free from Crocodile, had nowhere to go. He chose to stay with the Straw Hat Pirates and travel with them, and gradually integrated into the group. Hearing this ending, people were a little bit different, but I didn't expect Nico Robin to do such a thing. At first, they were a little angry that Robin gave Crocodile as a tiger, helped do these things in Alabasta, and even found Pluton for him. Although they knew she was forced to do this, they were still dissatisfied, thinking that she might as well be killed by a Kainu. Well, being alive adds trouble to the world. But I didn't expect Nico Robin to assassinate Crocodile at the last moment, and would rather die than tell Crocodile about Pluton. Hearing this, many people were silent, and couldn't help feeling guilty and apologetic for their thoughts before. After all, Nico Robin is just a poor man. None of this is her fault. The fault lies with those who want to use her ability to do bad things. She was just the foresight from beginning to end. O'Hara is hunted down and Alabasta is used. After all, she just wants to understand history, but the world does not allow her to have such a dream. If they put themselves in the position of Nico Robin, they would be wiped out of their hometown at the age of 8, and then offered a reward for killing them for 20 years. I am afraid it is difficult for them to maintain values like hers. They may blacken, completely rely on Crocodile, and avenge the world that has been pressing on her every step of the way. It was not her who was wrong, it was the world. People's distaste for Nico Robin disappeared and turned into sympathy. On the Marine side, Sengoku and the others were a little relieved. The same is true for Aokiji. If Robin really retaliates against the world because of his past experience, then it is his fault because it was Robin who let him go. But now it seems that she has not embarked on this path. Thinking of this, Aokiji temporarily let go of the idea of catching Robin and ending this past event. Thinking that Robin had joined the Straw Hat Pirates, if this was her home, then he was relieved, and he also had an explanation to Saul. Saul's last wish is to let Robin live well, and while he obeys Saul's last wish, he doesn't want Robin to be a scourge to the world. After 20 years, this event finally has a result. However, Akiji was relieved, but Sengoku and 5 elders did not. Robin did not tell Crocodile of Pluton's whereabouts, although it made them realize that this woman has no antisocial tendencies. But having such ability, and people all over the world know that she has such ability, this is an unstable factor for the world. In order to avoid her being used by careerists like Crocodile, the best way is to control her in their hands, or simply let her disappear. At the same time, at the entrance of the Grand Line, the Straw Hat Pirates group also saw that Robin would join the Straw Hat Pirates. "Is she our new partner?" Luffy said to the partners excitedly. "But she seems to be in a bad situation. Maybe there will be some big trouble later." Usopp scratched his head and said, "Since we know that it is a partner, we can't leave it alone. Let's go to Alabasta and knock down the guy named Crocodile," Luffy said with a fist. Hearing Luffy's words, the crowd didn't say anything against it. Since the last time they got the Constitution Potion, their strength has taken a huge leap. The result is an increase in self-confidence. If they had heard the name 7 Warlords of the Sea before, they would have been scared enough. But now, their strength has been greatly improved, and they also know that Crocodile will be defeated by them, which is tantamount to a must-win game. A group of people immediately set a goal to defeat Crocodile and drove towards Alabasta. At this moment, Luo Ke's question continues. Now, for the 9th question. Who became the strongest miscatcher in the Alabasta Incident? There are 4 options here. A. Captain Monkey D., Luffy of the Straw Hat Pirate Group. B. Revolutionary Army Monkey D. Dorag. C. CP9 Chief Spandam. C. Marine Colonel Smoker. Time limit of 1 minute. Start timing. The strongest leaking king? What does it mean? People who heard this topic were watching a live broadcast were a little confused. Picking up the leak. Does this mean picking up the cheapest? That is to say, the meaning of this question is, who picked up the biggest cheapest in the Alabasta Incident? Can there be such a good thing? Everyone couldn't help but feel a little bit happy when they heard it, which means that after the Straw Hat Pirates defeated Crocodile, they didn't take advantage of it. Everyone couldn't help thinking about these options. The first option is Luffy, that is, the Straw Hat Pirates themselves. Crocodile defeated by themselves is a bargain. Obviously, the first Luffy to be ruled out. Then there are 3 options left. 1 Revolutionary Army, 1 CP, 1 Marine, 3 parts of the world. In fact, it is divided into 2 points because Marine and CP are actually in the same group, and both belong to the world government. So, in other words, which one of the Revolutionary Army and the world government picked up the bargain? Naval Headquarters. Sengoku's face changed slightly. When it comes to picking up cheaply, all he can think of is the attribution of Pluton recorded in the historical text of Alabasta. Does this question mean who got Pluton? This idea not only emerged in Sengoku's mind, but also in the minds of many people with ambitions for Pluton in the world, such as 5 Elders, Big Mom, Kaido. If this is the case, then this question almost determines the future direction. If Pluton falls into the hands of the Revolutionary Army, then the Revolutionary Army will gain a powerful force. It will no longer be the world government to fight as much as it wants. It dare not know the outcropping Revolutionary Army. The world government even has to beware of the Revolutionary Army. Give them a sneak shot. And if Pluton falls into the hands of the world government, then it will be more difficult for other forces in the world except the world government to fight against the world government. Anyone who knows the insider knows that the Uranus of the 3 ancient weapon is likely to be in the hands of the world government. This is also the cornerstone of the world government. If Pluton falls into the hands of the world government, then the world government can no longer be eliminated. Enemy. At that time, let alone Whitebeard was 50 years younger, even if there was another Whitebeard, the world government was not afraid. The pirates are unwilling to see this happening. Not only the pirates, but many civilians, nobles, and royal families in the participating countries are unwilling to see this scene. They are now powerless under the dominance of the world government. And if the world government obtains such a powerful weapon, they may not even dare to fight back. Pluton, which can sink an island with a single shot, if they dare to resist, don't mention resisting, and the country will be gone with a single shot. In the future, the world government will become more and more rampant, and celestial dragons will not put civilians in their eyes. This is not good news for them. In contrast, they would rather Pluton fall into the hands of the Revolutionary Army. If the Revolutionary Army can overthrow the world government, then maybe the world can develop in a different direction. Maybe it can change the situation of Celestial Dragon Solo. Thinking of this, many people became anxious. Because this thing is different from the previous Summit War. It hasn't happened yet. It's still a future thing, and Blackbeard Teach has fallen into the hands of Whitebeard. His conspiracy has already failed, and it has no effect on them. However, Crocodile is different. Although Crocodile's plan failed, the historical text that recorded Pluton was actually placed in Alabasta. Even if Crocodile can't get it, it doesn't mean that others can't get it. I am afraid that now Marine, CP, Pirates, and Revolutionary Army are all rushing to Alabasta. All of them want to find this piece of history before the others. At the same time, if you can find Nico Robin after the Answering Live broadcast is over, try to figure out the whereabouts of Pluton from her mouth. Then Pluton belongs to them. The world situation will also change as a result. Although they don't know who will be the biggest winner in the question, if in reality who becomes the biggest winner of this event, then all of their lives will inevitably be affected. What is the outcome of this incident? Everyone is nervous. At this moment, as the protagonists of this question, Dorag, Spandam, and Smoker are also watching this live broadcast. Dorag had already sailed to the sea at Alabasta. Fortunately, the live screen is on the ship with their ship, so that they will not miss the live broadcast during the voyage. Who will get Pluton on Earth? Dorag muttered to himself. This matter is of great importance to the Revolutionary Army, which means that in the future, the Revolutionary Army will succeed in overthrowing the world government, and how much it will cost. Dorag thought about the answer to the question and, at the same time, allowed the crew to speed up the voyage. He must preempt the world government to include the historical text and Nico Robin into the protection of the Revolutionary Army. At the same time, on the way to the water capital from Enies lobby, Spandam was also thinking about this problem. His eyes were greedy and eager. If he were the winner of this competition, 0. Ask for flowers. Then he no longer needs to waste time in the capital of water anymore. He has wasted 8 years in the water city for Pluton's design, but he hasn't gained anything yet. Now a complete Pluton is in front of him. As long as he wins, then he will be waiting for him to be rich and prosperous, to successfully rank among the top of the world government, and climb to a higher position than his father. Thinking of this, Spandam was a little impatient, and quickly asked the sailor to go to the capital of water to pick up CP9. He didn't have much combat power himself, and he had to rely on them to grab the historical text and Nico Robin. Compared to the eagerness of Dorag and Spandam, Smoker is a bit confused. He is indeed heading towards the Grand Line, but he did not go for Pluton. His goal is to catch the Straw Hat Pirates. Before Luffy and the others came to Logtown, they still had a lot of trouble in the square where Roger was executed. As a colonel in the Logtown branch, Smoker naturally cannot let go of these guys, and the bounty of the Straw Hat Pirate Group Luffy has been hundreds of millions, and the above also warned that if it is found that Straw Hat crew cannot let them go, Smoker will naturally do his part. Can't chase. 0. Although Luffy and the others have greatly increased their strength, they have no way to face his Logia smoke fruit. With the advantage of fruit ability, the man appeared when he was about to capture these guys. Dorag blew his smoke away and let go of the Straw Hat crew, so Smoker, who was out of breath, decided to pursue and lead the team to the Grand Line. Hearing his name appeared in the title, Smoker didn't care at all. He didn't care if he missed something. His purpose was to arrest Straw Hat crew. Whoever you like to choose, it has nothing to do with him anyway. However, this live broadcast gave him a signal that the Straw Hat Pirates would go to Alabasta. He just didn't know which route the Straw Hat Pirates went to. Now I understand. After Robin heard the question, he thought about the answer to the question seriously. She also thought that the missing content was Pluton. However, among these options, if she really knew Pluton's whereabouts, then she would not tell any of them Pluton's whereabouts. There is no other reason, just why she wants to tell them. Unless it was the Straw Hat Pirates, it was almost the same. After all, this group saved her life. It was possible to tell them Pluton out of gratitude. However, since it is a leak, it must not be the Straw Hat Pirates, and the remaining Revolutionary Army, Marine, and CP9 are even more impossible. At that time, she was not very familiar with the Straw Hat Pirates. How could it be possible to give such a big killer to these people? This thing can destroy the world. Although she hates the world government, she has never thought of destroying the world. It is impossible to give this kind of stuff to someone who doesn't understand it. She didn't understand the Revolutionary Army. She was completely stranger, and it would be too risky to entrust them. CP9 Spandam, listening to the name, is closely related to the fellow Spandam who destroyed her hometown and killed Dr. Kroba back then. Even if she died, she would not be able to tell him Pluton. As for Colonel Marine Smoker, I have never heard of it, and he is on the side of the world government, and he would rather die than tell. Thinking about it this way, these 4 options are all impossible, plus she also joined the Straw Hat Pirates and also integrated into this team. Since Luffy has successfully reached Summit War, she should be fine after this. Since it's okay, why should she take the initiative to tell others about Pluton? Robin couldn't figure it out even after thinking about it. Suddenly an idea popped into her mind. What if this omission didn't refer to Pluton? As soon as this idea appeared, it immediately made Robin's mind flash like a bolt of lightning. If it wasn't for Pluton, then this leak would have been about defeating Crocodile. Defeating Crocodile and saving Alabasta can be said to be a great achievement. However, the world government will definitely not expose the truth. Pirates defeated Shichibukai, and Shichibukai stole allied countries. When such a thing broke out, both Marine and world government were disgraced, and this also meant that the 5 elders who decided to set up Shichibukai would do so. They made the wrong decision, chose the wrong person, and made mistakes. According to the consistent operation of the world government, the truth is bound to be concealed. However, Crocodile's kleptocrat cannot be concealed. So many people in Alabasta know about it. So the only thing that can be done is to balance the merits and demerits. Counting the credit for defeating Crocodile on Marine will not only maintain Marine's face with the world government, but also prevent the absurd story of pirates saving the allied countries from spreading. That being the case, the answer is obvious. Robin looked at Roger and said, "Answer, D, Colonel Marine Smoker." Robin's choice was beyond everyone's expectations. They all thought that Robin would choose the Revolutionary Army Drago. After all, Robin joined the Straw Hat Pirates, and Drago was Luffy's father. It would be a matter of course if she told Drago of Pluton's whereabouts. Yet she chose Smoker? Could it be that there are still things they don't know about 4 or 5 zeros? After hearing this answer, Sengoku hurriedly sent people to investigate Smoker's recent movements. It turned out that Colonel Smoker had led a team of Marines to catch the Straw Hat Pirates not long ago, and it was estimated that they were heading to the Grand Line. Sengoku and the others were particularly shocked to hear the news. Could it be that Smoker really got Pluton's whereabouts for them in Alabasta? Well done, Smoker. At this time, Sengoku and the others remembered the Smoker. Because of his personality flaws, this guy is often submissive and very disrespectful to his superiors. Therefore, a Marine elite from the headquarters and a Logia fruit ability was transferred to East Blue's Logtown as a branch. Colonel, this is equivalent to being assigned to the frontier, and as we all know, the branch colonel is 3 tiers lower than the main colonel. Smoker is directly transformed into the headquarters captain, and Tina, who is at the same time as him, has become the main colonel, which shows how miserable it is. They were about to forget about this Smoker who had a good performance in the headquarters, but they did not expect to see it here. If Smoker really has a way to ask Nico Robin about Pluton's whereabouts, I suggest having Smoker head to Alabasta immediately. I think so too, Marshal Sengoku. With Nico Robin's relationship with the world government, even if she was caught to force her, she might not speak up, but since Colonel Smoker can do it, he is the best candidate. The rest of the Marines said the same. Sengoku nodded. He also had this plan, and he said to Brand New, "Contact Colonel Smoker immediately. Let him go to Alabasta to meet Kizaru immediately, catch Nico Robin, and try to find out the whereabouts of Pluton from her mouth. In any case, Pluton cannot fall into the hands of anyone other than Marine. Yes, Marshal Sengoku, Brandy answered. Sengoku remembered Smoker's stern face all day long. It seems that it is time to transfer this guy back to the headquarters. After so many years, he should have smoothed the edges and corners. This time he has done a great job, so let's transfer him back. After all, he is also a Logia-capable person. He used to be a Marine elite. It is too wasteful to put him in East Blue. Now is the time to hire someone. Sengoku thought so, and the other Marines also thought about it. The Smoker guy seems to be able to go back to the headquarters. Many of them are Smoker seniors and the same classmates taught by a teacher. For Smoker's ability, still understand, staying at East Blue is really a waste. Just when they were thinking so, Luo Ke announced the answer in the live broadcast. Correct answer. Naval Headquarters, Sengoku, and the others couldn't help but smile. It seems that Pluton was finally taken by them. Since this is true, it should be logical for Smoker to take it. I didn't expect Smoker to be able to play at this time. Such a big effect. However, before they were happy for long, Luo Ru's following words came out. Colonel Smoker of the Marine branch of Logtown chased the Straw Hat Pirates all the way into the Grand Line after the Straw Hat Pirates made a riot in Logtown. When the Straw Hat Pirates came to Alabasta, Smoker also followed. However, in the process of chasing the Straw Hat Pirates, Crocodile's trap was caught, trapped in Seastone Prison, and almost drowned by Crocodile's release of seawater. He was rescued by the Straw Hat Pirates at a critical juncture, but in order to repay his favor, he gave up continuing to hunt down the Straw Hat Pirates and entrusted the rest to his subordinates. After the Straw Hat Pirates defeated Crocodile, in order to cover up the performance of the Straw Hat Pirates in Alabasta, the superiors put all the credit for defeating Crocodile on Smoker. Although Smoker strongly opposes this kind of thing and refuses to accept it, but the world government has made a decision. And finally, Smoker is promoted to the headquarters Commodore directly across the 4th level because he defeated the Crocodile who did evil in Alabasta. Hearing this answer, everyone in Naval Headquarters was dumbfounded. It turned out to be the hole he picked up, not Pluton, but the credit for knocking down Crocodile. The generals of Naval Headquarters looked a little ugly, and it was too ugly to be exposed. Marine side not only didn't help in the process of taking down Crocodile, but also save his life by the Straw Hat Pirates in the middle. After that, instead, he took the credit from others and put on his own head. Don't say this kind of thing spread out. Even they themselves blushed when they heard it. It's so shameless. Sengoku's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He originally thought that Smoker had picked up Pluton by mistake, but he didn't expect it to be this. Marine's face was completely lost, just like a clown. Sengoku is so angry. Marine almost threw Roger's panties away now, but he couldn't do anything about it, because what people catch is the truth. Even if Sengoku thought about it with his feet, he knew that the 5 elders made the decision. The reason is, of course, very simple. It is for the face of the world government and Marine, and it cannot allow the pirates to establish a positive image in people's hearts. Although he also knew that there was nothing wrong with doing this, after the incident was uncovered, Marine and the world government lost more face than before. Sengoku could only scolded the 5 elders for all his ideas, while blaming Smoker for his incompetence. He fell into Crocodile's trap and was caught by the other party. If Smoker can take down Crocodile, first with Straw Hat crew, it won't be that much of a problem. However, Sengoku also knows that Smoker is not to blame for this. Crocodile is not so easy to defeat, and Smoker does not want to take this credit. It is imposed. Overall, Smoker didn't do anything wrong other than fail Crocodile, but the dish was the original sin. Sengoku thought about it and decided to keep his previous thoughts and transferred Smoker back to the headquarters. This guy was abandoned in East Blue, and such a rare Logia ability should be kept in the headquarters to grow. It wasn't long before he retired, and he had to leave some talents for the headquarters to support the overall situation. The pickup farce quickly reverberated around the world. People are angry, or laughing, or resentful, or contempt. During this period of time, They have seen enough of world government and Marine's black material. If they hadn't seen the real face of world government and Marine during this period, they would have thought that world government and Marine were as noble and just as they advertised. It doesn't seem that way now. I can't kill the enemy, but grab the first place. The methods of these guys are too despicable. Now people are beginning to wonder if a lot of credit was taken by the world government and Marine. As the saying goes, when you see a cockroach in your house, you may actually have several nests. Marine's handling is so skilled, it must not be the first time he has done it. I really didn't expect it. They thought that Marine was just a certain Marine who had a personality problem and was too cold-blooded. Now it seems that they are not cold-blooded and hypocritical, forcing other people's credit on themselves. It's funny enough. People all over the world turn their noses up at world government and Marine's face-saving behavior. On the way to the Grand Line, Smoker's face was even more terrifying, and he didn't expect that the person who missed it was himself. It's okay to pick up leaks, and it's still this kind of thing. Smoker scolded immediately. Why don't these old men of the world government die? They can figure out this kind of trick too. The surrounding Marines heard Smoker yelling at the 5 elders, and looked at each other in dismay, but didn't dare to say anything and could only pretend not to hear it. Smoker was so D off now that he felt like he had really fallen for blood mold, and even this kind of thing happened to him. This made him have no face to face in the future. Pick up King Pickle King after others see him. The word Pickle King will pop up in their hearts at first sight. In the future, even if he becomes a general of the headquarters, others will have to wonder if he missed the inspection. He can now imagine that scene. Hey, look at that. Isn't that the Smoker that was said to be missing in Alabasta? Oh, it's really him. This kind of falsely claiming credit from others is ugly enough. And now it is being broadcast live to people all over the world, and his old face is completely disgraced. The damned 5 elders. Smoker gritted his teeth. Smoker was furious at the misfortune. And in New World, Big Mom and 2.3 Kaido they laughed. They are not at all surprised by the trick of world government. Why? Because during the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, the Rocks Pirate and the Roger Pirates and Marine fought at the same time. After the war, Marine promoted Garp all over the world for his outstanding performance in battle, and portrayed him as a Marine hero. Garp's name of Marine hero is also well known today. However, no one knew that the Roger Pirates fought alongside Garp and the others in the Rocks Pirate battle. The method of picking up the leaks this time is exactly the same as that of the Valley of the Gods incident. No, it's even more shameless. At least Marine really did a lot in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. But this time, Marine really just went to clean the battlefield and picked up a hole. These guys are getting more and more outrageous, Big Mom and Kaido thought with disdain. But being a pirate is more shameless than Marine and the world government, which is a funny thing in itself. Their laughter came from Cake Island and Oni Island. When Robin heard that her answer was correct, she breathed a sigh of relief and got another question right. Now there is one question left. As long as she answers this question correctly, she will be rewarded. Now, please listen to the 10th and last question. After the Alabasta incident, Admiral Akiji found the Straw Hat Pirates, but instead of destroying the Straw Hat Pirates, he came to say hello to them. But after that, he told CP9's Chief Spandam that Nico Robin was going to the 7 capitals of water and gave Spandam the golden phone worm that started Buster Call. Now ask, where did Spandam start Buster Call? The time limit is 2 minutes, and the timer starts. Upon hearing the 3 words Buster Call, Robin's pupils suddenly shrank, and shock and fear surfaced on her face. Everyone who saw this scene can realize the fear in Robin's heart at this moment. After all, he was a dream monster at the age of 8, and he may not be able to dissipate for a lifetime. However, this question left many people a little puzzled. The first is the prerequisite. Admiral Akiji saw the Straw Hat Pirates, but did not destroy the Straw Hat Pirates, which in itself is a very interesting thing. If it was before, they would be very puzzled, but now they are not surprised at all. Because Akiji let go of Nico Robin 20 years ago, it seems to be okay to let it go again 20 years later. And it's not just Robin, even Luffy they have also let go. After thinking about it, Marine madly released water on Luffy during the Summit War, and only Akainu, The iron-headed baby had a face-writing output. The 07 water of feelings has been released from here, and it has been released all the way before Summit War. Naval Headquarters, Sengoku, and many other Marines all looked at Aokiji. Didn't expect you, kid, to start releasing water so early. Sengoku was a little grateful that he didn't let Xingxiong go just now, but instead let Keizuru go. Otherwise, he waited for loneliness again this time. Akainu glared at Aokiji. Does this guy still have a bottom line as a Marine? When he meets a pirate, he doesn't catch it, and he makes so many tricks, telling the news and playing Buster Call with those bells and whistles, and directly arrests people. Kill. Not everything is over. Akainu couldn't help remembering that Summit War, the guys who released the water and released them into the sea, this Marine still has to be rectified. And when he becomes the Marshal, he will expel all these gangsters and go to the actor of TM. It is understandable that Aokiji and Nico Robin did not have straw hats to catch the pirates. But why did they inform Spandam and give Spandam Buster the permission to call? This makes everyone a little bit unable to understand. Why these guys like to play riddles? Can't they play something normal? What do you want to do? The question is where Spandam started the Buster Call. Where did you start the Buster Call? This Straw Hat Pirate group is go to the 7 capitals of water. Spandam, who received this news, will naturally go to the 7 capitals of water to catch him. If he wants to start the Buster Call, it must be the 7 capitals of water? Many people think of it subconsciously. However, this thought frightened the people of the 7 capitals of water to their souls. What is Buster Call? It is an extermination bombing. No matter what is on it, the bombing will be over. If the Buster Call is really activated in the 7th of water, then the 7th of water will be over. This is their hometown. Is it going to become the next O'Hara? At this time, the people in the 7 capitals of water panicked, and they shouted that the Straw Hat Pirates would not come here and scold you what the hell Aokiji is doing. If you see people, you don't catch them, and you just want to let them go. Just let go. You have to tell others the news and give others the permission of Buster Call. You don't take their lives in the 7 capitals of water seriously. Unexpectedly, you, Aokiji, and Akainu are the same type of person. They are mistaken for you. The people of the 7 capitals of water were so angry that they jumped their feet, but they didn't expect this group of Marine Admiral to kill their lives so much. One Akainu, one Aokiji, neither of them treated civilians as human beings. 3 Admiral still has 1 actor left, which makes them helpless. Should they rely on such a guy to protect it? People who are not the 7 capitals of sure sway, and even people in other places have a sense of helplessness and sorrow that their lives are in the hands of others. The people at Naval Headquarters were still very concerned about releasing Nico Robin and Straw Hat Pirates for Aokiji at first, but soon they discovered something was wrong. That's when Buster Call was launched. If this thing is activated, it is not a joke. As long as it is activated, it will not stop as long as the cannon is not finished and the ground is not broken. In other words, if the 7th of waters actually activates the Buster Call, then the 7th of waters is over. The Marines who realized this suddenly realized the seriousness of the consequences. This is not simply a matter of Admiral letting go of the pirates, but a move that directly puts the lives and property of the people in the 7 capitals of water into their eyes. Aokiji's actions will inevitably cause panic and anger from the 7th of water and even people all over the world. Aokiji also realized this. Sorry, Marshal Sengoku, I never thought that this would happen. I guess the idea at that time was to give Nico Robin and the Straw Hat Pirates a test. If they pass, Nico Robin will find a group of trusted partners. If they don't pass, let her die there. I should be thinking of ending this fate. After thinking about it, Aokiji understood why he wanted to do this. All of this was due to his last wish to Sawu and the guilt of the people who died in O'Hara. But I didn't expect that the Buster Call really happened. If the Buster Call was really launched in the 7th of water, then he would be unforgivable. Aokiji's face was very ugly at this time, but he didn't expect it to be like this. You can really think about the pirates. Akainu sneered from the side. Aokiji was still dissatisfied with his bombing of the refuge ship in O'Hara. Now he wants to see if he has the face to accuse him. You can think of the pirates, then why don't you think of the civilians of the 7 capitals of water at this time? What's more, Akiji compares with him at this point. At least he is for the complete elimination of evil, while Akiji is only for his own personal emotions. Akiji's face became even worse when he heard Akainu's words. Akainu is also responsible for this matter. If it hadn't been for the bombing of Akainu that sank the refuge ship, he would not let go of Nico Robin, which led to so many things. However, he has no reason to refute it now, because this matter is indeed his inconsideration. At this time, Sengoku came out to speak. Since the incident has happened, it is useless to talk about it. Now I can only hope that Spandam will not activate the buster call in the 7th of water, otherwise the impact of this incident will be very serious. Sengoku took a serious look at Akiji, especially after Akainu bombed the refuge ship in front of O'Hara. If Akiji caused 450 of the 7th of the water to be buster called, then Marine Admiral's reputation would be infamous. Marine 3. Admiral is the face of Marine. If 2 Admiral appear in front of people all over the world, Marine really can't stand the flag of justice. And what made Sengoku a little helpless is that the 2 members of Akainu and Akiji, the 2 Admiral he originally valued most, had accidents one after another. On the contrary, he had been a gangster before and saw Kizaru come in handy at this time. Could it be that in the future, his position as Marshal Marine can only be given to this actor? Sengoku shook his head. These things can only be said later. The most important thing now is where the buster call is launched. If it is launched elsewhere, there is still room for it. If it is in the 7 capital of waters, it will be a big trouble. Sengoku's words caused the Marines present to sigh in their hearts. When did their Marines fall to this point, they would no longer face the embarrassing situation all the time. This is something they would never consider before, because the image of Marine is righteous and sacred from the beginning to the end, and it is forbidden to be read by other wives. It is their lifelong belief and the goal they have been working hard for. However, since the live broadcast of the answering questions began, Marine's justice has been kept down, discredited, and humiliated, and they have no way to refute all this because... Question: how did Roger come to humiliate the justice of your Marine? Answer: Luo Jiang told us what we did. This is very heartbreaking. They are helpless, but they understand that it is indeed their fault. They want to change, but they don't know where to start. Many Marines start to become confused. During the live broadcast, Robin was thinking about this last question. There is no choice for this question. The answer can only be thought of by her. This greatly increases the difficulty of the topic. Judging from the title, the obvious answer seems to be the 7 capitals of water. She and the Straw Hat Pirates are heading towards the 7 capitals of water. Akiji also told Spandam that they're going to the 7 capitals of water. If there is no accident, they and Spandam should meet the capital in 7 of waters and then collide. It seems very reasonable to start Buster Call here. However, Robin always felt that this answer was not the correct answer. Because this answer is so easy to get, it is simply a free gift. She doesn't believe that the answer to the last question is so simple. There must be some problem in it that she has overlooked. Straw Hat Pirates, 7 capitals of water, CP9, Spandam. Wait, CP9. Robin opened his eyes slightly. Spandam sent CP9 to catch her. Do you need to activate Buster Call with CP9 strength? It is undeniable that the Straw Hat Pirate Group is very strong now. That is because they drank the physique potion, so their strength has improved a lot. However, if it is the Straw Hat Pirates who don't drink the stamina potion, they can defeat Crocodile, but can they win CP9? It may be difficult, because Luffy's physique is similar to CP9 after taking the physique potion. If not, it will be even worse. Even if they have grown during this time, they will not have such a big breakthrough. The chance of winning in a head-on confrontation is too small. She doesn't think the Straw Hat Pirates will win. And if it is her, if after joining the team and treating them as friends and partners, and knowing that such a strong enemy is waiting for them, and the target is still her, she may choose to sacrifice herself, just like Saul once did. The same. Sacrifice. Robin suddenly realized something. Robin squeezed her chin and thought. If she were to be put in that situation, she would choose to leave the Straw Hat Pirate Group alone, and it was useless for the world government to catch her. In fact, she wanted to get herself to read ancient texts, the ability to help them interpret Pluton's historical text. In exchange for this, they would definitely choose Pluton and let go of the Straw Hat Pirates. In this case, she should be taken back by CP9, and CP9's headquarters seems to be in Enies' lobby. Robin continues to deduct it. And Luffy is the guy who dared to go to the Summit War, even in the face of the whole Marine, in order to save his brother. Knowing that his partner was taken away, should not give up. I also heard that Luffy became the Five Emperors because his partner Sanji was captured by Big Mom. So they ran to Big Mom and made a big fuss and rescued Sanji. The Straw Hat Pirates even dare to make trouble at Big Mom, and Enies' lobby doesn't seem to be a big deal. If this is the case, Robin suddenly shows a smile. If this is the case, then she seems to have really met a group of partners who can be trusted with life. Although I don't understand why Spandam wants to launch Buster Call in his hometown, this should be the correct answer, because the only place related to Spandam in the question is Enies' lobby. If it is not in the 7 capitals of water, then only it's in Enies' lobby. Is it right or wrong? Let's bet this time. Even if she loses, she will only get one wrong question. She can't pursue too well, but must know how to be satisfied. Robin looked at Rog and said, "Answer, Enies' lobby." Robin's answer was beyond everyone's expectations. No one could understand why the place name Enies' lobby popped out of Robin's mouth. And where is Enies' lobby? That's where the world government used to try criminals, and a few people even knew that Enies' lobby was the headquarters of CP9. CP9's chief Spandam launched the enchantment order in Enies' lobby. Is this possible? Almost no one believes that Robin's answer is correct. Even Sengoku of Naval Headquarters thinks this is ridiculous. Although they really hope that the place where Buster Call will be launched is not the 7th city of water, but somewhere else, Enies' lobby is also too outrageous. Even if Spandam is a brain damage, he won't ruin the CP9 headquarters, right? Launching Buster Call in Enies' lobby. Can this guy like Spandam afford it? Is he crazy? Sengoku did not believe it, nor did civilians and pirates. Even Spandam, who was watching the live broadcast, also sneered at this. I will launch Buster Call in Enies' lobby, but don't laugh at me. I don't know the answer, and it's not such a nonsense. How is this possible? Spandam sneered. How is this possible? If he gave Enies' lobby to Buster Call, then he is still the chief of CP9? This is what Spandam is thinking about anyway. At this time, Rog in the live broadcast spoke. Correct answer. Spandam's eyes were as big as copper bells. His jaw was about to drop in surprise. His mouth was wide open, and he couldn't believe it was written all over his face. He actually did a Buster Call at the Enies' lobby. Sengoku and the others were also taken aback by this answer. First of all, they thought that Spandam was a lunatic, and even the headquarters of CP9 was bombed. But soon they breathed a sigh of relief. Since Buster Call killed Enies' lobby, then 7 of water would be fine. Fortunately, it's okay. This finally saved a little bit. If the 7 of water was really bombed, then Aokiji would really be to blame. Fortunately, Enies' lobby and Marine are both subordinate departments of the world government, not under Marine's control, and it was CP9 Spandam who blew it up, so I can't blame Aokiji. This is fortunate in misfortune. Everyone in Marine was relieved and finally saved Marine's last reputation. Otherwise, the name Marine would not be able to take off the indiscriminate killing of innocents. Sengoku said to Aokiji, "After this incident, you go to write a report and submit it. If you launch a Buster Call for such a reason, then don't be a Marine Admiral." "Yes, Marshal Sengoku." Aokiji answered honestly. Akainu snorted, dissatisfied that Sengoku let Aokiji off so lightly and abused Marine Admiral's rights so much. This guy doesn't deserve to be Marine Admiral at all. Akainu's humming was heard by Sengoku. Sengoku glared at him. "You too. Because of your actions, Marine's justice has been discredited by you. You also write me a report and hand it over. You and Aokiji, both 3 months' salary." Akainu glanced at Sengoku with some dissatisfaction, but also understood that he had indeed caused a bad image to Marine this time, and he did not object and acquiesced to the punishment. Marine breathed a sigh of relief. as did the people in the 7 water capitals and other places. Fortunately, the tragedy of O'Hara was not staged in the 7th city of water. Otherwise, I don't know how many people will die this time. They didn't want to see O'Hara's misery again in the 7th of water. And if there are 2, there will be 3. Maybe it will be their turn next time. I heard that this buster call bombed Enies' lobby of world government. That is, bombed yourself. Many people are gloating about misfortune, and it's time to let them taste buster call. Don't always use it on others, and try it yourself. Although the buster call was not launched in the 7th city of water this time, there were still many people who could not forgive Akiji's abuse of buster call. How can such a terrifying thing be handed over to others at will, which makes them feel at ease? And it is obviously something that can be done easily, but they insist on doing it like this, and they are paid for their personal affairs. This kind of thing makes them very cold. After Marine Admiral Akainu, people also didn't like Marine Admiral Akiji. Marine is like that. It's stupid to expect too much from them. This is the real situation of Marine in real life. Don't think too much of them. What buster call unleashed at the Enies lobby surprised people all over the world and caused a lot of buzz. At this time, Robin was relieved after hearing that the answer was correct, which means that she answered all 10 questions correctly. Robin looked at Roger gratefully. Thank you. Roger was a little surprised to hear Robin's words, but nodded. You're welcome. This is the result of your own efforts. However, Robin's thank you is not because of this, but because Luo Ke's live broadcast of the answer to her has made her know a lot of things and helped her achieve a lot of wishes. Even if there is no reward, these have already made her very satisfied. She exposed the evil deeds of the world government in O'Hara in front of the whole world, made Akainu notorious, and avenged Dr. Kroba and the scholars. These things are things that she wants to do, but can't do, but now achieved. Hearing Rog's words, Robin shook his head and thanked Luo very seriously. Thank you. Thank you very much. All she can do now is thank you. Rog is a very mysterious and powerful man. Apart from these few words of thanks, she doesn't seem to be able to say anything to thank him. This owed kindness can only be repaid in the future if there is an opportunity. Now that the 10 questions have been answered, the next step is to play more related videos as usual. As soon as Rog's voice fell, the live broadcast screens around the world instantly switched to black. Immediately after, a video starts to play. An 8-year-old girl appeared in front of everyone all over the world, with the familiar facial features and distribution. They recognized it as a child Nico Robin at a glance. Remembering the tragedy of O'Hara, everyone watched the image with sympathy. 8-year-old Robin, because his mother went to sea to explore the history, sent samples to relatives' homes and left them under the fence. Because he ate flower fruit, he was regarded as a monster by the children in the village and was not welcomed. Only the scholars of the Tree of Omniscience and Dr. Crowbar took good care of her, because her mother, Orbia, was their companion, and Nico Robin also inherited her mother's talent and was very knowledgeable in the study of history. Talent. Soon the 8-year-old Nico Robin successfully passed the examination to become a historian, and on this day, she proposed to the Dr. Crowbars that she would like to study the history with them. She studied so hard to be able to join them. She was too lonely alone. However, this aroused unanimous opposition from scholars. They knew that this was a terrible thing and did not want to involve Robin. Dr. Crowbar also made her swear that she would not be allowed to study. Otherwise, she would not be allowed to enter the Tree of Omniscience. Robin ran out of the Tree of Omniscience angrily and came to Marine alone in frustration, where he met a giant and became friends with the giant. However, as they chatted, Robin learned a shocking thing from the giant's mouth. That is, the people of the world government are coming to destroy these scholars who are studying the blank history, and he is the Marine giant Vice Admiral Saul, because he let go Robin's mother, Orbia, was caught and managed to escape. Robin hurried back and wanted to tell everyone the news, but it was too late. Spandane took the CP to arrest the scholars. Robin looked at Orbia, who was lying on the ground, but did not recognize it was her mother. Robin was too young when she left. Looking at Robin's blank eyes and Orbia's gratified eyes as she watched her daughter grow up, people who saw this scene were filled with emotion, What a sad picture when the mother and daughter meet. But the daughter doesn't know her mother. After bringing the scholars together, Spandane called the 5 elders, and Dr. Crowbar knew they were going to die and wanted to check with the 5 elders before they died that their research was correct. Seeing this scene, Mariehua, 5 elders 450's complexion changed suddenly. He didn't expect this past story to be played out in this way. The 5 elders began to recall what they said at the time, and whether there were any secrets that should not have been told. This is a live broadcast to the world, which means that people all over the world will see it. If important things are revealed, it will be troublesome. People around the world also listened intently to the conversation between Dr. Crowbar and the 5 elders. The past belongs to all, and no one has the right to prevent people from knowing the untold history, Dr. Crowbar said. It may revive the ancient weapon and cause a crisis in the world. Even if you don't use it, someone with ulterior motives will use it. The voice of the 5 elders came from a phone. No matter what the past is, as long as it is history, we have to face it squarely so that we can also come up with countermeasures when something happens again. Dr. Crowbar said, "It's ideal," said 5 elders. "Really? You don't do it because you don't want to do it." Dr. Crowbar sneered. What we most want to know in the historical text is not the content of the text, but the reason for their existence. Why do people leave the past on these hard rocks that cannot be destroyed, instead of paper, and send them all over the world? That is because they are afraid of being destroyed, which means that they're enemies of those who leave them behind. People all over the world swallowed, and they felt as if they were listening to the secrets that the world government has been hiding and did not want to be known. The truth about this world. The low voice of the 5 elders came from the phone bug. "What on earth are you trying to say, Dar? Crowbar?" Assuming that those people perish because they were defeated by an enemy, then their enemy should exist and in the future history. Interestingly, 800 years before the end of the blank 100 years, the world government happened to be there. Time was born. If the enemy of those who are eliminated is the world government, then 100 years of blankness is a history of the world government's own detriment to its own disadvantages. We found through research that a country existed at that time and has now disappeared without a trace. But what is recorded in the literature is the appearance of a huge kingdom in the past. Although the traces of that country have been wiped out, we know that they will lose. They engraved their thoughts on the text of history. It turns out that this is really a bold assumption. 5 Oct, Old Star said. Ancient weapon does threaten the world, but for your world government, the existence and thought of one of the kingdoms that will be awakened with the historical text is more than the threat of ancient weapon. Although we still have to solve what the threat is, the master is everything, and the kingdom that has prospered in the past is called. Before Dr. Crowbar's words were finished, 5 elders decisively issued an order. Do it. In an instant, Spandane knocked Dr. Crowbar down with a single shot. Then the voice of 5 elders came from the phone worm. O'Hara already knows too much. Order an attack. People all over the world are paying attention to Dr. Crowbar's name of the kingdom, but they are ordered to be shot by 5 elders. This makes people all over the world very uncomfortable. What exactly is that kingdom? Great kingdom? The text of the history that most frightens the world government is not the weapons recorded above, but the thoughts of the huge kingdom left behind by the door. It is because of the fear of these ideas that the world government has done its best to erase the blank history and kill these scholars who study history. What kind of thinking actually makes the world government so worried, and what kind of kingdom does that kingdom have? Questions linger in people's minds, and no one doubts the authenticity of this passage. Because 5 elders' orders have confirmed this, they eagerly killed Dr. Crowbar just to prevent these things from letting more people know. That is to say, the historical text is actually left by people from a kingdom that the world government once defeated. It records the thoughts of this kingdom, records the situation of weapons in ancient times, and records the history of wars between them. The things left by this kingdom, even the world government, which has overthrown them, still feel terrified for fear that they will be known by people. At this time, people couldn't help but think about it because they thought of another thing. That is, Whitebeard and Roger said when chatting, One Piece is a secret treasure that can overthrow the world government. Whoever can find him will have the power to overthrow the world government. The legacy of the Great Kingdom also has the power to overthrow the world government. Suddenly a flash of lightning flashed in everyone's mind. The legendary Raftel, with the great secret treasure One Piece, was the site of that huge kingdom. The world government prohibits pirates from going out to sea, hinders them from searching for the big secret treasure, and even kills Roger, who became the king of pirates, to prevent the truth of One Piece from being spread. Originally, they were still skeptical that One Piece could overthrow the world government. However, seeing this video and the attitude of 5 elders, and most importantly, the huge kingdom that once was an enemy of the world government, and that the world government still fears and fears, make a comeback. All this proves that this is true. Not only One Piece is true, but also the huge kingdom and the power to overthrow the world government is also true. Everything is hidden in Raftel, the site of that huge kingdom. Whoever finds it can overthrow the world government and build a new huge kingdom and rebuild the world order. At this moment, many people all over the world are in madness, especially those who join the kings and ambitious pirates. Which allied king does not want to replace the world government as the ruler of the world? What ambitious pirate wouldn't want to find One Piece, the treasure left over from the huge kingdom? Now it's all there. Raftel, the site of the great kingdom. Everything is there. Want big secret treasures? Want the power to rule the world? Want to pull those celestial dragons off the top? Just find you One Piece, it can all come true. All over the world, whether it is a pirate who wants a big treasure, a commoner who wants to change the status quo, a royal aristocrat who wants to gain higher power, or a revolutionary army who wants to overthrow the world government, all have aroused a strong interest in Raftel. At this moment, even Kaido and Big Mom, the 4 emperors who have already started to enjoy life, have the idea of One Piece, and they also want to go further. Which pirate doesn't want to ride on the heads of the world government and marine? After watching this video, the 5 elders' faces became extremely serious, and this was going to be troublesome. The matter of the huge kingdom has been exposed, and many people in the world who are hostile or ambitious to the government will definitely find ways to find these things to overthrow the world government. The great wave of usurpation has been started, and this time is probably more serious than Roger's Great Voyage era, because Roger just opened the era of great sailing, and in the final analysis, he was just a pirate. However, this time it is a wave of usurping the power of the world government. The treasure on the surface is still One Piece, but everyone knows who their ambitions and prey are aimed at: the world government. The flames of rebellion have been lit all over the world. In other words, there are revolutionary armies everywhere now. Revolutionary celestial dragons. The video continues. Immediately after the 5 elders ordered, Spandane launched a buster call. The cannonball hit the Tree of Omniscience, and the cannon fire burned in the Tree of Omniscience. In this case, instead of fleeing, the scholars went to the Book of Salvation in the Tree of Omniscience. Seeing this scene, people don't sigh. These people are real scholars. They don't care about life and death for knowledge, but it's a pity that they are facing the behemoth of the world government. After the buster call was launched, Spandane wanted to take Orbia away, and there was another piece of information that only she knew. As for the others, they will all die under buster call. At this moment, Robin looked at the woman who was taken away by Spandane and suddenly recalled a familiar face in her mind. She looked at Orbia's back and asked with tears in her eyes, "Are you my mother?" However, the answer to Robin was silence. When others saw this scene, they quickly persuaded Robin to go to the refuge ship, not to reveal his identity as an archaeologist, otherwise he would be killed together. Unanswered, Robin wiped his tears and asked again, "Are you my mom?" Hearing Robin's words, Orbia bit his lip, and Spandane stopped and turned his head to ask, "Do you have a child?" Orbia ruthlessly denied this. However, Robin didn't understand Orbia's good intentions, as if she was sure that she was his mother, and the emotions that had been accumulated in his heart poured out like a tide. "It's me. I'm Robin. I've grown up. Do you remember me? I've been waiting for you to come back. Aren't you really my mother? I hope one day you can hold my hand and walk with me. So I study very hard and make me an archaeologist, and I can read the historical text. So, Mom, let me be with you." Listening to little Robin's talk to her mother, many people burst into tears. No matter how talented she is only an 8-year-old child. The reason why she studied hard is that she will be able to go to sea with her mother to explore history in the future, instead of being left alone and staying here like before. However, I didn't expect that the mother and daughter would meet again under such circumstances, and seeing each other again would be a farewell. This tragic scene made many people can't bear to watch it any longer, because they knew that more tragic tragedies would happen next. Seeing this scene, even the Marines of Naval Headquarters fell silent. In this Buster Call, they don't see any justice at all. All they see is a one-sided massacre, and some are just ruined. And Marines' bombardment bloomed all over O'Hara with the start of Buster Call. Spandane was shocked when he heard that the 8-year-old Robin could understand the historical text. Before he could do anything, the bombardment of the warship shocked him. He didn't even bother to take Orbia away, and immediately started running for his life. In the end, they will all die under the Buster Call anyway. And their departure finally gave Robin and Orbia, the mother and daughter, a chance to recognize each other and embrace each other. But all around were gunpowder smoke from shells. At this time, Saul appeared in front of them, and Orbia told Saul to take Robin to escape, while she and O'Hara scholars went to the Tree of Omniscience to save the books handed down in it. A brief encounter, and then a farewell. O'Hara was bombed by 10 warships in a row. Saul took Robin to escape to the island. Saul blocked the warship and let Robin run to the refuge ship, but at this time the refuge ship was pulled up. Robin was trying to climb with flower fruit go up, but this strange ability has terrified the people of O'Hara. Seeing this scene, Robin was a little injured and chose to escape alone without boarding the refuge ship. However, Robin was discovered by Spandane at this time, and he immediately ordered someone to shoot Robin. Salo rushes to protect Robin when Akiji of Marine Vice Admiral appears. Saul and Akiji fought, and when the two faced off, something unexpected happened. In front of everyone watching the video, the refuge ship was blown up. Saul, Akiji, and Robin watched this scene in disbelief. Then a Kainu from 20 years ago appeared in the video. If you want to do it, you must do it thoroughly. In case a certain scholar hides in that ship, this sacrifice will be wasted. We must eradicate any possibility of evil. Saul looked at the opposite Akiji and asked with a gloomy face, "Is this what justice did?" Saul jumped up and hit Akiji. The angry Saul seems to represent that the people watching this scene are questioning and venting their anger. Seeing the scene of a Kainu sinking the refuge ship, no one can remain calm. For a certain possibility, so many lives can be sacrificed. And what kind of sacrifice do you mean by a Kainu? In this O'Hara operation, only O'Hara scholars and civilians were unilaterally killed from the beginning to the end. This is what you mean by sacrifice. Killing more people with the sacrifices of others? Or is it because a Kainu is distressed that Buster Call consumes cannonballs? The sacrifice of shells? This absurd idea aroused people's anger. Naval Headquarters, many young Marines with justice in their hearts were also hit hard by seeing this scene. Is this the execution of justice that Marine once did in O'Hara? Is this really what justice does? Sengoku, Qingxiong, and Akainu all have pale faces. Sengoku regretted choosing Akainu as the Vice Admiral for Buster Call. Akiji recalled the shock and anger when he saw this scene, and Akainu was caught in the angry scene. It has been exposed, and there are some things that can only be done but cannot be seen. In the video, Akiji was hit hard by Akainu's behavior. Saul seized the opportunity to take Robin and escape, but was finally overtaken by Akiji. Seeing that Saul was still letting Robin run before he died, and wanted to keep her alive, Akiji was moved and did not attack Robin. When Robin ran to the place where Saul had prepared the boat, Akiji was already waiting there. He didn't make a move, but sat there with a calm face and said, "Absolute justice sometimes drives people crazy, so I plan to let you escape from this island. What will the seed protected by Saul grow like? Whoever you want to hate is your freedom, but you have to thank yourself for being alive. In the future, you should try to hide and live. In addition, you must remember that I am not your ally. If you commit a crime, I'd be the first to catch your enemy." Robin cried and said, "My mother is still on the island." Ching Xiong shook his head and said, "Now no one can be saved." Robin thought of the past, the words of his mother before his death, and the smile of Saul when he was comforting her. In the end, Robin wiped away his tears and squeezed out the same smile as Saul, crying and laughing lonely and rowing the boat along the ice path arranged by Ching Xiong to the sea slowly. With the video switching, the Buster Call has ended, O'Hara is in ruins, and the Marines who came to inspect are covered with books covering the entire lake, which is the history that scholars rescued by gunfire before they died. Ancient books. Robin was also officially wanted by Marine and became the son of the devil who offered a bounty of 79 million Bailey. Then flashed past several images of Robin while fleeing, and finally met Crocodile. After watching Robin's previous experience, especially seeing Robin's laughter pretending to be strong in the end, as well as the scenes of hiding behind and surviving between betrayal and betrayal, these have deeply touched their heartstrings. What a tragic life this kind of experience has placed on them. Even if they survive, I am afraid they will become distorted because of these experiences. Even if they weren't Nico Robin himself, seeing O'Hara's experience and Nico Robin's past, they couldn't help but give birth to a desire to destroy and revenge from their hearts. However, Nico Robin still maintained himself and was not overwhelmed by anger and hatred. What a rare thing this is. People who were angry and dissatisfied with Robin doing things for Crocodile and Alabasta in the past have gradually developed admiration and sympathy for her. I only hope that this girl who has been suffering from tragedies can stay away from these sorrows in the future. These things are possible for ordinary people for a lifetime. No, it's too much for her enough. And the release of this video also made people change their views on Akiji a little bit. They may be able to understand why Akiji is so tolerant of Nico Robin. Anyone who sees the scene of the refuge ship and the former companions in front of him can't help but they were all moved. After all, not everyone is a Kainu. But they still can't forgive Akiji's abuse of power. At the end of the O'Hara-related video, and immediately followed by the Alabasta-related video, compared to the O'Hara incident, the Alabasta incident is more scattered, and the subject itself is the largest piece of information, so Roger intercepted some key fragments. After Nico Robin met Crocodile, Crocodile took her into his hand because he heard that you could understand the text of history, and then Crocodile appeared in Alabasta, defeated the incoming pirates, and became Alabasta's hero in one fell swoop. Immediately after the picture was cut into a room, Crocodile met with the cadres of the Baroque Work Agency and presented his dream township plan. The people of Alabasta saw the true face of Crocodile with their own eyes and were so angry that they wanted to kill the man behind the scenes with their own hands. Then the Straw Hat Pirates came to Alabasta at the request of Princess Vivi and met Colonel Marine Smoker, who also came after Straw Hat Crew. They came to Crocodile's nest and reign, but they got caught in Crocodile's trap and were locked in a sea stone cage. Seeing this scene, Sengoku's face went dark. He thought that Smoker was a trap. As a result, an iron cage fell and you were caught. He can't control the Straw Hat Pirates, but your Smoker, as Colonel Marine, was caught just like that, and it was too embarrassing to Marine. Although Akainu and Akiji have shown a little negative in the video so far, there is no doubt that they are strong. This time, your Smoker runs out of such a big bag, it is too embarrassing. It seems that this guy has stayed in Logue Town for too long. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to catch a pirate who just went out to sea. Soon Crocodile began to put sea water into the room, intending to let the room flow. It happened to drown Luffy and the others here, and went out to deal with the troubled guy outside. Because of this incident, Smoker gave up the arrest of Straw Hat Crew and turned to focus on Crocodile. Then the picture turned again to Albana. At this time, the rebel army and the king's army were facing off, and Cobra was dropped by MR.2. MR.2 held the face of King Cobra and kept pulling hatred in front of the rebels. At the same time, the people in the two sides arranged by the Baroque studio began to shoot black guns, which intensified the contradiction between the two sides. Then I saw that the leader of the rebel army, Koza, was wounded by a member of the Baroque working society disguised as the king's army, which completely intensified the contradiction between the two sides. The two sides began to fight, and the civil war officially broke out. In this scene, the people of Alabasta and the rebels were gritted their teeth. They almost started to kill each other, just like the scene in the video. Here, Crocodile's plan has entered the final stage. Crocodile and Luffy started a battle, and Robin took Cobra to the royal cemetery. Here, people also saw the historical text preserved by the Nefertari royal family. Everyone's eyes widened, wanting to see clearly what was written on it. This is the historical text that records the whereabouts of Pluton. However, the words on the screen are a bit vague. Even if they can see clearly, they can't read these mysterious words, so they can only sigh with excitement. Nico Robin stood before the text of the history and read it. Not long after, Crocodile also appeared in the tomb room with blood on the corner of his mouth. Obviously, it was not easy to win just now. Now, tell me what's on it. Crocodile said excitedly. Nico Robin glanced at Crocodile and then began to read, but all he talked about was about the history of Alabasta. This made Crocodile, who was eager to know Pluton's whereabouts, interrupted her angrily. The history of this country is my shit. I want to know where on this continent is the world's strongest military power. It is not written on it. Only history is recorded on the stone tablet. Robin's words made Cobra's face next to him a little surprised. It was obvious that he didn't expect this to be the case, or he didn't expect that Robin would not tell Crocodile. She really didn't tell the truth to Crocodile, who was watching this video. And outside the image, Crocodile saw this. His eyes were cold. This damn Nico Robin actually betrayed him at a critical time. Betrayer, Death Crocodile looked at Nico Robin in the image with a murderous intent. Since it can't be used by him, it will be killed by him. In the video, Crocodile heard Robin's words and became very calm. Really? It's a pity. You used to be a very good partner for me, but unfortunately, I still have to kill you. This is the end of the agreement we made 4 years ago. We agreed that I will bring you history to the place of the text and tell you information about my weapons. Now you have broken our agreement. The text of this country's history has nothing to do with Pluton at all. Robin wanted to explain something, but was injured by Crocodile. Oh, for flowers. Crocodile sneered and looked at Nico Robin. But I am not angry with you. Do you know why? Nico Robin, you and I have been working together for 4 years. How can you not know what action will be taken against you and me? Speaking, Crocodile avoided the water bottle thrown by Nico Robin, but what he didn't expect was that a hand grew on his neck to catch the water bottle and pour it toward Crocodile. However, at this moment, Crocodile turned into a burst of sand and disappeared in place. The next second, a golden hook penetrated Robin and then threw the badly injured Nico Robin to the ground. I can forgive you for everything, Nico Robin, because I haven't trusted anyone since the beginning. Looking at Cobra's reaction, I know that Pluton does exist. It doesn't matter if you don't rely on the historical text. I can find it by myself. As long as I win this country, I can find it sooner or later. Crocodile sneered. At this time, all the talents realized that Crocodile had this important purpose in capturing Alabasta. If Nico Robin is not obedient, then look for it slowly. But this also revealed a message that Pluton is likely to be in Alabasta. The people who were going to Alabasta now showed excitement. But Crocodile is different from the image and becomes anxious. He does have such thoughts, double insurance. However, the situation now is different from the situation in the video. Now people all over the world know that Alabasta has Pluton, and it won't be long before countless people will come and grab it, and there are certainly many big shots he can't deal with. There is not much time left for him. His only way now is to find a way to slam Pluton's whereabouts from Nico Robin's mouth. Otherwise, he hasn't waited for him to find Pluton. They're marine for emperors and CPs on this land. At that time, he couldn't even mix the shit. Hot bite. Crocodile stared at the image, meditating in his heart. Hurry up, hurry up. In the video, Crocodile is waiting for this preset bomb to explode, killing all the people in the way and waiting to take over the kingdom. However, the person who surprised him appeared again, Luffy, who had been knocked down by him several times, appeared in front of him again. Crocodile was also beaten by this at this time, irritated by Luffy, who has been clinging to him like an indestructible Xiaoqian. Everyone can't help but slap their tongues when looking at Luffy. This guy's vitality is too tenacious. He is almost dead 2 or 3 times. They have seen it as early as the Summit War, and they did not expect that Crocodile was also the victim of his tenacious vitality. The two sides disagreed and started fighting again. There was fighting inside the tomb, and the king's army and the rebel army outside the tomb were also fighting. I don't know how long it took. When the picture turned, Crocodile was pierced directly from the ground by Luffy and flew into the sky and landed on the ground. With the fall of Crocodile, it rained miraculously in the sky, and the fighting kings and rebels stopped. Immediately after seeing MR.2, the kid pretending to be Cobra stood up and announced the truth. With the announcement of Crocodile's plan, the war came to an end. Crocodile was also arrested by Marine. Immediately after the screen turned and appeared on the warship, Smoker was talking on the phone with someone. "This is Naval Headquarters. Are you Colonel Smoker?" "I am," Smoker said. "Regarding this Crocodile crusade, in recognition of your and Sergeant Tashiji's attack, the senior government decided to present 2 medals. Punch? Hey, wait a minute. It was not us who defeated Crocodile. Didn't I report it?" Smoker said. However, the phone worm continued defiantly and said, "In addition, the government has decided to upgrade the 2 officials to 1 level, so they will also be invited to attend the ceremony." Hearing this, Smoker was furious. "Hey, listen, it is Straw Hat Crew who is fighting Crocodile." "It's useless, Smoker. The government intends to erase the truth," said Tina next to him. "The crisis in Alabasta that caught the government off guard was saved by the pirates. Do you think the government will tell the world this fact? The consequences are unimaginable." However, Smoker said with a cold face, "We defeated Crocodile? A joke because I can't do it," my subordinates cry. "Hey, help me tell those old men at the top of the government." Colonel Tina seemed to perceive what Smoker wanted to say and quickly stopped. "Smoker." However, Smoker still said, "Send them to eat shit." After speaking, I hung up the phone, and the picture remained on Smoker's fierce and angry face. Smoker called 5 elders to eat shit, which no one thought of. Civilians didn't expect it, Marine didn't expect it, and even pirates didn't expect it. Unexpectedly, there's such a strong guy in a Marine, and he doesn't even give the 5 elders face. Smoker's phrase, 5 elders, was instantly acclaimed all over the world. It turns out that Marine still has Marine that he can handle. Originally, they had heard that Smoker was a scavenger, and they took Luffy's credit to become the Naval Headquarters Commodore. He was just a lucky guy, and his performance in Alabasta was too bad. It's so disgusting that almost everyone who heard about it took Smoker as a joke. And Smoker is the protagonist of this joke, and he doesn't have a good image around the world. However, Smoker's performance in the video, arguably, refused to take credit for the Straw Hat Crew's downing of Crocodile, and even scolded the 5 elders and made them eat shit. The image of this upright, tough guy was immediately established in the hearts of people who saw this scene. 467. It turns out that there are still Marines who are good at Marine, not all of Akanu's cold-blooded cruelty, and Xingqiong's abusive Marines. Smoker is very good. He is grateful for his gratitude. He is not a false name, and he is not afraid of power. 1 is 1 or 2, and 2 is 2. Apart from being weaker, isn't his character better than those of the Marine admirals? If not considering strength, many people would like to make this man Marshal Marine, but this kind of thing is not something that ordinary people like them can do. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but scold Marine's high-level corruption for throwing such an excellent Marine to East Blue instead of staying in Naval Headquarters for training. Marine's 3 admirals are all Logia capable, and Smoker is also Logia capable. Maybe they'll be trained well. Also a seedling of Marine admiral. Everyone sighed with embarrassment. After all, Marine became famous as Marine who could make them admire, but turned out to be like this, and Marine who stood on top was so virtuous, it really made them feel helpless and regretful. For Smoker's remarks, even the pirates couldn't help but praise him. This guy is a man. Naval Headquarters. Sengoku and the other Marines were dumbfounded when they saw this scene, and then Sengoku raised his hand to cover his forehead, a little headache. I didn't expect Smoker to have this temper after so many years. Even the 5 elders dare to scold you, who will be distributed if you don't get assigned. Sengoku originally wanted to transfer Smoker to the headquarters, but after doing so, the 5 elders won't be blown up. After thinking about it, Sengoku still decided to support Smoker in this matter, for no other reason than that he felt that Smoker's character was more suitable for him. Although he was rebellious, to be honest, apart from his strength, he was indeed stronger than the 3 admirals he currently had. Akainu didn't dare to turn against the 5 elders, and Smoker dared to turn against him. If he could become Marshal Marine, he wouldn't worry about Marine becoming the puppet of the 5 elders. Yet he knew it was impossible. It is a pity that such Marine is placed in East Blue. The headquarters needs such talents, and only such talents can be passed on and carried forward in Marine's justice. Not only Sengoku admired Smoker very much, and gave birth to the idea of cherishing talent, other Marines in Naval Headquarters couldn't help but feel admiration after seeing Smoker's performance. Smoker said what they'd always wanted to say, but never dared to say. They have long been dissatisfied with the world government and those old men. Now Marine will suffer such humiliation, basically have to blame the madman Akainu, and have to blame the old silver coins of the 5 elders. If they hadn't been scheming behind their backs, it wouldn't have led to the situation where stealing chickens would not be a loss. In order to protect the face of the world government, he gave away his original face and even brought Marine's justice to shame. They also followed a piece of shame. They blushed and were ashamed to hear that the government forcing Smoker to take down Crocodile's credits was exposed around the world. Just let these bad old men eat shit. They don't dare to do a single thing, so they can't hold their heads up when they are Marines. All of the Marines were relieved by Smoker's scolding, as if the constipation they had been holding for a week was finally cleared up. In addition to venting, they couldn't help but worry about the future of Smoker and let the 5 elders eat shit in front of people all over the world, which made the 5 elders not angry when they heard it. Possibly. No. Must be quite P*********** D off. Mariehua, Hall of Power. The atmosphere here stagnated for a while. How many years have they not been scolded by someone pointing their noses like this? This sudden eating of shit was completely overwhelmed by them. Even when Roger came to the Hall of Power to disarm them, they were not so humiliated, because Luo Ke is also their enemy anyway, and a powerful, mysterious, and they're the enemy that he can't do anything about. But what kind of thing is your Smoker, a Marine, and a dog under them? Dare to ask them to eat shit? Are you asking the dog to bite the owner, and the rebellion can't be achieved? 5 elders suddenly turned gloomy and furious. It took a while for 5 elders to speak. These guys don't know whose dog they are if they don't give them some color. They really treat themselves as personal things, a colonel in a mere branch. I'm going to ask Sengoku how the marshal's subordinates taught him. That Marine, who is so rebellious, came out, and he was Colonel Marine, and he immediately removed him from his post. How come there are so many guys who don't know the situation in this world? It is really a headache. Since he wants to eat shit, then give it to him. The face of the world government is not that everything can be insulted. Seconded, at the same time, it was on the warship heading to the Grand Line. The Marines beside Smoker were all dumbfounded. Just now, Colonel Smoker scolded 5 elders privately to die. It was exciting enough, but I didn't expect there to be even more exciting in the video. This frightened them. This kind of thing was seen by 5 elders. Then Colonel Smoker would die miserably. Smoker is also very relieved when he sees himself scolding 5 elders in the video. But after he relieves his breath, he realizes that there will be trouble in the future, but he can't control so much. And he didn't think there was anything wrong with doing this, let alone the image of the future. Even if this kind of thing really happened, he still said that. Smoker won admiration all over the world for teaching them to eat shit. And he also replaced the leak sniffer's hat on his head with a real man. It has become a rare, good Marine in people's minds. At the same time, the image continued. After Smoker, the image cut to another place. Like a tunnel, Spandam took Nico Robin, who was handcuffed by the sea stone, and walked towards a certain place. It seemed that someone was chasing them behind him. Spandam cursed as he walked. Hurry up. Damn it. Why did the pirates come here? Even though Spandam didn't say that this is there, people who saw the video guessed that this is Enies' lobby, and the pirates should refer to the Straw Hat Pirates. Spandam took out the phone bug and said, "Hey, everyone in CP9, answer me quickly. What are you doing? How come there are pirates chasing me? Answer me soon if you hear it." 2.3 inch. However, no matter what he said, there was no answer on the other end of the phone. At this moment, Nico Robin suddenly looked anxious and said, "Wait a minute, the one in your hand." Hearing Nico Robin's words, Spandam subconsciously looked at the phone worm in his hand. It was a golden phone worm. This phone worm has appeared before, and it is the golden phone worm that Marine Admiral possesses that can activate Buster Call. Seeing the golden phone worm, Spandam's eyes widened, his nose was frightened. No. Yellow. Gold. Seeing the scene of Spandam, everyone cried stupidly by his operation. They thought about 10,000 possibilities. It might be that Enies' lobby was occupied. It might be that Enies' lobby had encountered an unprecedented strong enemy. Some people even guessed whether the Revolutionary Army was helping behind, so Enies' lobby could not cope with the launch of the Buster Call. However, they never expected that Buster Call was launched in such a way that cerebral palsy. Got it wrong. Telephone bug. This made all the people who saw this scene could not laugh or cry. And then they were very uncomfortable that something that could control their life and death was used so casually. Many people feel a sense of sadness. Their lives are not in their hands, or controlled by others at will. How can this not make them despair? Naval Headquarters, Sengoku, and the others did not expect that the Buster Call, which was enough to destroy the country, would be launched with such a thing. Akiji's face was very ugly. That was his Buster Call authority, which was handed over to such an unreliable guy. Luckily, this guy launched a Buster Call at the Enies' lobby. If he got the wrong golden phone bug somewhere else, such as the water capital, then Akiji's guilt would be unclear. Sengoku glanced at Akiji and said again, "The authority of Buster Call cannot be easily given to others, and the consequences would be unimaginable if they cross people." When Sengoku spoke, he felt regret and guilt in his heart. He felt guilty for arranging Akainu to participate in O'Hara's Buster Call. From the launch of Buster Call to the selection of candidates, one must be careful, because this can involve thousands of people. The life and death of people. Akiji nodded. But since the Buster Call was launched like this, it has nothing to do with Marine. They're just unknown people at best. 07, and the biggest fault is this stupid thing that Spandam did. Spandam is a little sluggish at the moment. He lost the Enies' lobby because of this. Once this kind of thing is exposed, not to mention whether he will be punished, his future will be worrying. How could such a thing happen? Just when Spandam was worried about his future. The image still continues. As the golden phone bug was pressed, the silver phone bug received the signal, and Naval Headquarters immediately moved into action. 5 Vice Admiral and 10 warships with tens of thousands of Marines were ready to set off, heading towards the Enies' lobby. Spandam, on the other hand, was a little p*** D off. Damn it, that's the phone bug. I was so careless that I pressed the golden phone bug button. I actually launched a Buster Call. As soon as Spandam panicked, the phone bug on the Enies' lobby broadcast also got through, and the whole Enies' lobby heard him. This bullying operation fooled the people who were watching the video, but just when they were thinking about whether this guy would let people evacuate by the way. In the end, the guy didn't even notice that the radio was connected and instead quarreled with Robin. "You actually did such a thing. Quickly cancel the request." Robin's voice came from the radio. "Otherwise, it will be difficult to end the matter." However, Spandam didn't care about the way Enies' lobby was called by Buster, and he cared more about his own face. "What did you say? Want me to cancel the request? Do you know who you're talking to?" Spandam laughed. "Wow, what's the matter with the Buster Call? I didn't do anything wrong." The Marines on the Enies' lobby listened to Spandam's voice in a daze. "That's right, what does it matter? I'm the commander of CP9, and I launch a Buster Call in order to safely hand you over to the government." "Huh, what does it matter? No matter what happened here, In the end, I was able to kill those pirates for sure. What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't I say things weren't that simple? Robin exclaimed. That kind of attack has no emotion at all, and everything at Enies' lobby will be burnt to ashes, the buildings, the people, and the island. Sacrificing everything in order to achieve the goal is like a nightmare of concentrated artillery. That's Buster Call. Plus underscore Q%. Because you have no idea what happened to O'Hara 20 years ago. Robin's fear was written on his face, and people who saw this scene were very able to understand how Robin felt, because they also saw what happened to O'Hara with their own eyes. It's okay. This means that for the world government, this is a case that must be concealed. Your existence is the only clue to the ancient weapon because that idiot burned the Pluton blueprints. This is related to the military power that can subvert the times. Those idiots who want to take you away, if they are to eliminate them, even if they sacrifice thousands of people for the glorious future, these are all sacrifices of last resort. Spandam said with a grinning face. Seeing the appearance of Spandam, people all over the world couldn't help but burst out from their hearts, followed by raging anger like a tsunami. This is the same again. Whether it's Marines Akainu or world government Spandam, they're all like this, regardless of the life and death of ordinary people. Akainu killed all the people who had taken refuge in O'Hara in order to completely exterminate O'Hara's scholars, claiming that this was a necessary sacrifice. Now Spandam has staged a remake of O'Hara again, and this is still in Enies' lobby, and the people on it are all people from the world government and Marine. However, Spandam still said that in order to eliminate those people, even if thousands of people were sacrificed, it was a last resort for those glorious futures. In the past, Akainu did not take the lives of civilians, and now Spandam does not take the lives of Enies' lobby soldiers and Marines. These powerful people in the world government can even sacrifice like this at will. How can they expect these guys to put their lives in their eyes? What's more, this Buster Call was completely caused by Spandam's mistake, and it was not necessary to start it. Now, in order to cover up his mistake, he can sacrifice thousands of Marines and soldiers at Enies' lobby at will. This is still a person? People can't hold back anymore. Before, it was only Marine that showed this kind of indifferent to human lives. Now, the officials with power in the world government are also P************ D off, and Celestial Dragons has never looked at civilians as human beings. This kind of all proves one thing, that is, the world government from top to bottom, from Marine to CP to Celestial Dragons, sucks. They never take the lives of ordinary people seriously, even the lives of ordinary soldiers in the world government and Marine. This is the true face of these people. This makes the people who understand this point angry and helpless. The people above are like this. How can they survive? A glorious future, Spandam. You be ******************. D. Tell us, what is a glorious future? What is the glorious future of TM? All they have before their eyes is darkness. Not to mention that the civilians were in an uproar. Even the bottom personnel of Marine and world government were deeply shocked. Looking at the shock and fear on the faces of the Enies' lobby soldiers wearing Marine uniforms and black suits in the video. They felt angry and frightened as if they were there. It turns out that the so-called sacrifices are not only civilians. They're also the objects of sacrifice, and they are sacrificed because of this ridiculous thing. It's not that they can't sacrifice. They have put their heads on their waistband since the day they became Marine, but sacrifices can't be sacrificed because of such a ridiculous mistake. Now, they're also angry. Before O'Hara's Buster Call, the 467 people did not speak because they were Marine and not O'Hara's. Now, Enies' lobby's Buster Call has fallen on their ordinary Marines and ordinary soldiers, which makes them no longer able to stay out of the matter, because the Enies' lobby situation in the image may be there tomorrow. They may also become one of the thousands of figures sacrificed. If they don't speak now, are they waiting for them to be sacrificed and expecting others to speak for them? There was an uproar from the Naval Headquarters Square. Sengoku and other Marine generals changed their expressions drastically. They all understood what this meant. Once this kind of thing was exposed, it would be enough to shake the minds of the soldiers at the bottom of Marine. Think about it. They work hard, and the people above regard them as casual sacrifices. The emphasis is on randomness, and for such ridiculous reasons. How can they calm down? Sengoku and the others know that if this matter is not handled properly, it will not be the situation where the civilians were angry before. The civilians are angry. They can only be angry. There is no way to fight against the huge Marine. However, if Marine shakes the military's mind, they will be in chaos and collapse before the hostile forces can attack. This matter must be given an explanation to them. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. A group of generals in naval headquarters looked at Spandam in the video with angrily. How could CP9 be controlled by this stupid? If you want to do harm, just do harm to your CP9. Now even their Marine suffers. If Marine is messed up by this, they will never let this stupid pig go. 5 elders who saw this scene at the moment couldn't help but change their expressions. How could this idiot cause such a big trouble for them? The reason why the world government is able to secure this dominance is because the world government has 3 knives, 1 Marine, 1 CP, and the other is their national treasure. But the national treasure cannot be easily used, so it is mainly dependent on the Marine and the CP. As a result, this guy Spandam has shaken Marine and CP's bottom-level military heart at the same time. I'm afraid this guy is not digging their roots. Even the 5 elders suspect that this guy is either really stupid or an undercover agent from the Revolutionary Army, specifically for Marine and CP mentality. The 5 elders had a headache. How could they be doing so much stuff here? The Shichibukai under his command was thinking of rebelling. The Colonel Marine under his subordinates committed the attack, and the commander of CP9 under his subordinates was an idiot. They don't seem to have a reliable thing under them. CP9 can't be handed over to that idiot in Spandam, or I don't know how much trouble it will cause. I heard that Luo Ke from CP9 is okay. Let him act first. As for what to do with this guy Spandam, we will wait until he returns from Alabasta. That can only be the case. The most important thing now is to find Pluton in Alabasta. Maybe the monsters in New World are taking action like us. We must get ahead of them. Pluton can get it. And that Nico Robin, it's always a disaster to keep, and it has to be controlled first. But there's one more thing. The blueprint mentioned by Spandam in the video was burnt by the idiot, which means that Spandam found the blueprint, but it was burnt. It seems that King Wu's blueprint is really in the water. 7 capitals. In this case, CP9's actions in the 7 water capitals have to continue. Even if Alabasta's Pluton gets his hands on it, this design cannot be allowed to fall outside. But it can't be handed over to Spandam. This guy is obviously a failure. Let Luo Ke take the lead. Although Spandam accidentally launched the Buster Call and took the death of the Enies lobby soldiers seriously, it attracted the attention of the world. However, the Pluton design in his mouth also fell into the ears of those with a heart. That is to say, the world not only has a Pluton finished product in Alabasta, but also has a Pluton blueprint somewhere. CP9 was looking for this blueprint, but it was burned, so only Nico Robin was left as a clue. However, CP9 should not be found yet, which means that the design drawings of Pluton still exist, but I don't know where, and CP9 is also looking for it. Whoever finds one first will get the drawings for manufacturing Pluton. In this way, even if Alabasta's Pluton is taken first, they have a chance to get their own Pluton. The news made a lot of people's eyes bright, but then there was a raised forehead, but where is the Pluton design now? At the same time, in the 7 capitals of water, 2 people frowned when they heard Pluton's design drawing. They're the long iceberg of the 7 capitals of water, and Frankie, who runs a ship-breaking yard. They are the 2 disciples of the legendary boatman Tom, who was unsuccessful in his attempt to capture the Pluton design from Tom. Before Tom was taken away, he gave the blueprint to his apprentice, Iceberg, for him to keep. Then Bingshan felt that there seemed to be people from the government around him, and when he realized it was unsafe, he handed the design to his junior brother Frankie. Now that they heard Spandam from CP9 say that the Pluton design was burned by the idiot, the 2 instantly realized that the idiot Spandam was talking about was Frankie himself. That is to say, they have been targeted by CP9. Frankie will also be found later and finally burn Pluton to prevent it from falling into the hands of the world government. This information made them a little anxious. If this is the case, then they must find a way to deal with it. Otherwise, there will be big trouble. The image on the screen in midair over there continues. And it's also about my future. The soldiers of the Enies lobby were shocked and disbelieving when they heard Spandam's words. No way. What the hell is this guy talking about? Want to sacrifice us? No kidding. Robin said angrily. What do you think of human life? Spandam chuckled. Don't forget, CP9 is a government spy agency. If 100 people had to be sacrificed to save 1,000 lives, we would kill 100 people without hesitation. True justice must be accompanied by ruthlessness. Those incompetent soldiers who can't stop the pirate invasion at all. Damn it, idiot. Hearing Spandam's words, Robin was so shocked that he was speechless. He could only look at Spandam, and then said lightly, That phone bug is talking. Spandam's face changed dramatically at Robin's words. This is terribly. Everything just got out. Spandam panicked and said quickly and wisely, So I'm Straw Hat Luffy. Seeing this picture of Spandam, everyone was both angry and funny. I didn't expect such a stupid guy to master so much power. And his words have completely lost the hearts of many people. In order to save 1,000 people, they can kill 100 people without hesitation. Soldiers who cannot stop the invasion of pirates deserve to die. True justice must be accompanied by ruthlessness. Hearing these, many people were trembling with anger, but more people also saw the true face of the world government through this. Thanks to this stupid guy, Spandam, for revealing the truth and thoughts that the world government has been hiding. Otherwise, they have been kept in the dark. The Marines of Naval Headquarters were blue-faced. This guy actually smeared their justice so much. Obviously, it was his own selfish desires, but he named it in the name of justice. Marine justice is being smeared by these guys. They can't imagine how people around the world will view Marine after today. Not only people around the world, but Marine himself, and how he will behave after hearing this. Not afraid of godlike opponents, but afraid of pig-like teammates. Even if they were not so helpless and angry before facing the elusive Luo Ke, Spandam did it with just a few words. The atmosphere in Marine's main square was a little quiet. At the same time, on the ship of the world government going to the 7 capitals of water, the atmosphere was also somewhat quiet, except that Spandam, who seemed to have been struck by lightning, was clutching his hair in exasperation. He knew his future was completely over. Saying such words, doing such things, and being broadcasted all over the world, even the giant sea kings can't pull it back. How could he do such a stupid thing? How? Spandam scratched his hair angrily. While Spandam was worried about his future, the soldiers of the world government on the ship looked at Spandam very unfriendly. This guy actually regarded them as tools that could be sacrificed at will, and what he said just now completely chilled their hearts. When they heard it, they were furious, and they even wanted to rush up and beat this guy. However, reason tells them that they can't do this. They are still the chiefs of CP9. If they do, they will die. Then the phone in Spandam's pocket rang. Spandam picked up the phone quickly, and the voice of the government official came from the phone bug. Is it Spandam? Yes, it's me. Spandam nodded again and again. The government has just dealt with you at the top, and now you're dismissed from the position of CP9 chief. CP9 chief is temporarily held by Rob Lucci, and you're temporarily incorporated into CP9. After you return from the mission in Alabasta, you will definitely follow up. Wait, I don't agree. I can explain to the 5 elders that this has not happened. How can I be relieved of my position because of this? I have not made a mistake yet. Spandam hears that his future is gone. Even the chief of the CP9 he is currently serving was dismissed, and he immediately became anxious. This is the government's decision, and you have no right to refuse. After the phone was hung up, Spandam stood on the deck dumbfounded and didn't respond for a long time. After a while, he bit his fingers impatiently and thought about countermeasures. I remember what I said on the phone just now. Lucci is only a temporary agent, and he is only temporarily placed in CP9, and he will do the next step after the Alabasta incident. Suddenly, Spandam's eyes lit up. Alabasta. That is to say, he still has a chance to make a comeback. As long as he finds Alabasta's Pluton or catches Nico Robin, then he can take the blame. And he also has an old father, Spandane, who is an executive in the world government. If he asks him to intercede with the five elders, he may not only be able to wash away the sin of the Enies lobby, but he can even go further. Spandam's eyes lit up. He had one last chance. Spandam looked up to Nico Robin in the video, and this was his chance to come back. The 10-question video now ends in Spandam's comical panic. The screen turned and came to Luo's live broadcast room again. Welcome back, everyone. I don't know if you're satisfied with the video this time, but now that the video is over, it's finally the last part, where the rewards will be distributed. This time there are 10 questions. Nico Robin answered Shidu correctly. Let me think about what reward should be given. After hearing Rog's words, the people in front of the screen stared at Rog with wide-eyed eyes. Following the previous generous rewards, they were very curious about what rewards Nico Robin could get for answering 10 questions correctly this time. And Luo Ke let the system start counting. This quiz has ended. 10 questions, 10 correct answers, 100% correct rate. There are 4 rewards. You can choose 2 of them. Reward 1, a bottle of Constitution Potion. Reward 2, a bottle of Spirit Potion. Reward 3, a bottle of Healing Potion. Reward 4, get a one-time use right of Ancient Weapon Pluton. Time limit is 1 hour. The above is the reward for the answerer, followed by the owner's harvest. Get Ancient Weapon Pluton. Acquisition. Unsealing progress, plus 5%. Ancient Weapon Pluton. Rog's eyes were slightly opened, but he didn't expect to get this thing. Is this Pluton the one that Alabasta kept? Luo asked the system in his mind. Yes, Master. This is the only Pluton in this world. Unless someone uses the Pluton design to build another one, there will be no second Pluton. The system replied. Luo Ke couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Pluton, which the world government and Crocodile have been looking for, has now come into his hands. Wang Zhao, which is interesting. If the 5 elders knew about this, wouldn't they even be able to sleep well, lest Mariehua blow him up one day? Let's look at the unblocking progress plus 5%. It's okay. This event is indeed not as influential as the Summit War. Seeing this, Luo Ke came out of the system and looked at Robin. Regarding the rewards for your answering live broadcast, there are now 4 optional rewards, and you can get 2 of them. 2. Robin was stunned for a moment, and the people who heard this immediately became excited. Is this the reward for answering 10 questions correctly? Reward 1, a bottle of Constitution Potion. The effect is similar to what the Straw Hat Pirates drank before. Robin nodded, looking forward to the second item. Reward 2, a bottle of Spiritual Potion. I won't go into details about the effect. In simple terms, it is to enhance mental power and enhance hockey. Everyone swallowed. They wanted both, and Robin was able to choose 2, which made their eyes turn purple with envy. Reward 3, a bottle of Healing Potion can cure all diseases and injuries. Another bottle of life-saving medicine. This is a life at a critical moment. It is very valuable to be able to get 2 out of these 3. Although the previous reward was 8 bottles, the 8 bottles have the same effect. It is not beneficial for individuals to use it repeatedly unless there are teammates who can use it. This time, 2 different rewards can be obtained, which means that both can work at the same time. Everyone is waiting for the 4th reward. Reward 4, obtain a one-time use right of Ancient Weapon Pluton, which can be used for 1 hour. Luo Ke's words just fell and instantly caused an uproar all over the world. One-time use of Ancient Weapon Pluton. What does it mean? This can also be used as a reward. Hearing this sentence, everyone was shocked. What is Ancient Weapon Pluton? It is a legendary powerful weapon that can sink an island with a single shot. It is not an exaggeration to say that it has the power to destroy the world. This is not a simple one-time use right, but a Buster Call that is far more terrifying and countless times worse than Buster Call. Because Buster Call only dispatched 10 warships for bombing, whether it was O'Hara or Enies lobby. After being bombed by Buster Call, only the people and buildings on it were turned into ashes. After the Pluton bombing, all that was left was nothingness. This is far more terrifying than Whitebeard's sinking of the marine branch. If the branch was sunk, the rescue in time could save many survivors. But if Pluton sank, there was nothing left. The bottomless abyss of Enies lobby is the most typical example. What worries them even more is that if Nico Robin obtains the right to use Pluton, even if it is only once, what will happen to it? Everyone saw what happened to O'Hara, and they also saw what happened to Nico Robin as a child. No one dares to say that she has no hatred for O'Hara's destruction, in case she takes this permission to launch a buster call to O'Hara's naval headquarters or Marineford, where the world government is located. Who knows how many shots can be fired? The consequences are disastrous. Naval headquarters Sengoku and other Marines changed their faces drastically, and Marineford's 5 elders also changed their colors at the same time. How so? How is this possible? Pluton. Suddenly, a more terrifying idea appeared in their minds. Luo Ke can use Pluton as a reward. Does that mean that Pluton is now in Luo Ke's hands? This thought immediately horrified 5 elders and the generals of the headquarters. Then these 467 situations can be said to be too refined. Luo Ke is the enemy they have always wanted to kill, but he is the one they can't even find a trace. And such a guy still has such a powerful weapon in his hand, which is equivalent to Roger. If he wants to, he can make Marineford no longer exist. As soon as this thought came out, it made them sweat what kind of enemy they provoked. However, before they regret it, the predicament before them is the problem they most need to face. In any case, the world government cannot allow such people to exist. The world government must and can only be the most powerful existence in the world, and the world must be controlled in their hands. There's no doubt that the world government has been going on for 800 years, expanding for 800 years, and the whole world has gradually been in the hands of the world government. How can it be stepped on now? This ROG must be solved, but how to solve the biggest problem that really lays before them? They must consider ROG's question more carefully and seriously. At the same time, what Pluton might be in ROG's hands spread all over the world. The pirates who were going to Alabasta, the Revolutionary Army, the kings of the franchise, and other forces were all caught off guard by the news. If Pluton is in Luo Ke's hands, does it make sense for them to go to Alabasta? Besides grabbing Nico Robin, can you still grab a fart? That piece of historical text is also meaningless because it records the whereabouts of Pluton. Since Pluton has been found by Roger, then they get the piece of historical text is equivalent to getting a treasure that has been found. Picture. Immediately, many people gave up the idea of going to Alabasta. It was not worth it to go to the world government and Marine for a Nico Robin. Maybe Marine Admiral would go this time. This is a rush to die. Although they couldn't believe that Pluton was in ROG's hands at first, they couldn't believe what Luo Ke has shown so far. Crocodile was as stupid as a lost soul when he heard the news. Pluton has been found. So why has he been busy for so many years? He has worked hard for so many years, and he's been calculating and planning for something that has been taken away. Crocodile laughed at his ridiculous behavior. What was he doing? Crocodile immediately wanted to leave this sad place. Since Alabasta doesn't have Pluton, there is no point for him to stay here. And the CP of Marine and World Government will arrive later, and it will be troublesome if you want to leave at that time. Crocodile had just raised his foot and was about to turn to leave, but soon stopped, etc. Although Pluton has been found, Ancient Weapon has not only Pluton, but also Uranus and Poseidon. If he can find one of them, he can still continue his ideal. The key to achieving this goal lies in Nico Robin. Now she's the only one in the world who can read the text of history. And there's one more thing. That is, if Robin chooses the 4th reward, it means that Robin has the right to use Pluton once. If he can grab it, it means he can use Pluton. Crocodile squinted his eyes, didn't move any more, and continued to wait for the answer to the live broadcast to end. In another place, Spandam was as hit as Crocodile, because Pluton, who he hoped to make a comeback, was found by Luo Ke, who exposed his future scandal. He didn't know if he had been in the 8th life, or if he had a grudge against Luo Ke. He went against him again and again, and cut his future. Now Pluton is gone, and Nico, Robin, and Crocodile are the only ones left. Finding them can barely be credited for. Spandam thought for a while and determined to catch them. This was their last chance to keep their status. It must be caught. During the live broadcast, Robin was also taken aback by Roger's fourth award. Oct. Although she has no interest in King Wu, she knows what it means to get Pluton, even if it is a chance revenge. However, this thought only flashed through her mind and then disappeared, because she understands that now she is participating in the live answering live in front of everyone from all over the world, which means that both 5 elders and Marine are watching. If she chooses Pluton, then she might face the pursuit of Marine Admiral and CP. In order to eliminate possible threats, they will inevitably achieve this level. This is too dangerous for her. Every husband is not guilty of guilt. This Pluton is easy to hold and difficult to defend. After thinking about it, Robin chose the other two. I choose Physique Potion and Mental Potion, Robin said. Robin's choice made many people breathe a sigh of relief, and it also made some people a pity. They originally wanted to take away the authority of King Wu from Robin's hands, and who said that this is only one time, and they return the things to them. Can you return it? Those who originally had this idea can only sigh regretfully. As you wish. Rog nodded, and then reached out his hand. 2 tubes of potion appeared on the table in front of Robin, a bottle of blue mental potion and a bottle of orange constitution potion. Robin was a little excited when she saw the 2 potions on the table, and she knew what she had to do next. These 2 potions have to be eaten immediately, otherwise once people have the idea that she still keeps this thing in her body, then there will be endless trouble waiting for her. Robin immediately opened the Constitution Potion and Spirit Potion bottles one after another, and then drank them one by one. Not long after drinking it, Robin felt that power was emerging in her body. In addition, she felt that her brain was particularly clear and sharp, and even her perception of the surroundings became clearer, even without the need. The eyes can also perceive the surrounding situation. This made Robin immediately realize that this is the effect of the spiritual potion, helping to awaken the armed color, seeing and hearing color, conqueror's hockey, and increase the strength and emperor of hockey. With this, it means that she has finally won enough to fight against Crocodile and those who are interested in her rewards. She can finally try to dominate her own life by herself and can also accomplish her ideals with her own strength. Robin shook his hands with some excitement and looked up at Rog, his eyes full of gratitude. Luo Ke looked at the audience in front of the screen. Now that the rewards have been distributed, it also means that our live broadcast is coming to an end. Thank you for watching, but before the end, since you have listened to Pluton for so long in this live answering live broadcast, it would be too disappointing if you don't let everyone watch it. So, before the live broadcast, everyone saw Luo Ke wave his hand, and the screen switched to another place. Everyone could clearly see that this was the room where Luo Jiang appeared before, and at this time, a huge and magnificent battleship appeared in the room. The gun barrels of the warship gave people a powerful deterrent across the screen, and the warship exuded a metallic luster, like a beast that was dormant. The live broadcast disappeared in this final scene. Until the live broadcast screen disappeared for a while, people still hadn't recovered from this final scene. Although they have never seen Pluton, just one glance makes them feel that if there's an ancient weapon Pluton in this world, then this is Pluton. Pluton was really found by Roger. This news shocked countless people, but also horrified and worried many people. Of course, the most worrying thing is 5 elders. It turns out that Luo Ke got Pluton. Then this is troublesome. They really got into a terrible enemy, and they still have Pluton in their hands. Now they really can't even sleep at ease. The anxious 5 elders quickly discussed countermeasures to deal with the threat of the enemy Rog. Since then, Marineford used to have only 1 Marine Admiral standing by, but since today, it has been changed to 2 Marine Admiral waiting here. In addition, around the vicinity of Marineford, from Naval Headquarters to Marineford to the nearest branch of New World to Marineford, warships are standing for patrol and blockade. Strictly guard against unidentified warships approaching Marineford. So, as not to be copied from home suddenly one day. In addition, 5 elders have stepped up its search of Luo Ke, and the search of Luo Ke has become CP's biggest job, and even a previous thorny thorn in the Revolutionary Army has stood aside. If ROG is not resolved for a day, 5 elders will not be at ease for a day. Naval Headquarters, the Marines did not expect that this live broadcast would end in this way. Pluton, this powerful ancient weapon, eventually fell into the hands of someone other than the world government, who was still the enemy of the world government. This is not good news for either the world government or their marine. Sengoku originally wanted Kizuru to go to Alabasta to bring Pluton back. The idea of bringing back Pluton was also lost. Now I can only hope that Kizuru will capture Crocodile and Nico Robin back, so as to give the world an explanation. In addition, there are more headaches waiting for them to appease the civilians and to appease the military. These are all lost in this direct broadcast. What it kinda did in O'Hara chilled the hearts of civilians, and Qingxiong's abuse of power did the same. Not to mention that the big idiot of Spandam was lost along with the hearts of Marine and the bottom soldiers of the world government. These broken hearts are not just a few words or punishment can be cured well. If you do this a few more times, I am afraid that not only the world will start to resist the world government, but I am afraid that Marine internal mutiny will begin. Sengoku shook his head and sighed. It's really scary. This Roger, he didn't do any specific things, but he shook the roots of world government and Marine. Once this kind of power to guide the people, when masters were in the hands of the world government, they had not really felt the influence of language. And when this force was held in the hands of the enemy, they discovered at this time that the language used the knife to kill without seeing blood, and the world government was covered with bruises under this knife. Marine 3 Admiral, who used to be very beautiful. Only Kizuru is a bit more attractive. The reputations of Akainu and Akiji are almost destroyed. This may be the advantage of a bludgeon. Don't do much good things. Don't bother to touch bad things. Pass through thousands of flowers and don't touch the leaves. Now even the faces of Marine and world government have been caught without the panties. As for the reason why there is still no violent response in the world, it is because the power accumulated by world government Marine is too strong. Even if their reputation is destroyed, they can't overthrow the world government all at once. They can only hold the fire in their hearts. However, human patience has its limits. If this continues, sooner or later this resentment and anger will explode. Will the world government really be able to deal with it? What direction is the world heading? Sengoku closed his eyes and was finally at a loss for the future. Alabasta, Robin's figure appeared in the room again. It was the same room where she and Crocodile had reported before. Seeing the familiar environment, Robin seemed to feel like everything that happened just now was a dream, but the power coming out of her body made her realize that everything that just happened was real. She participated in the live broadcast of answering questions, exposed the past atrocities of the world government, and obtained physique potions and spiritual potions. Now her strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. Not long after she appeared, she suddenly seemed to feel something, and suddenly turned her head to look at the door of the room. Only a puddle of sand appeared suddenly, and then formed a human form. This person is not someone else, but the president of the Baroque Work Club, 7 warlords of the Sea Crocodile. Crocodile returned here immediately after the live broadcast ended. He thought that since Robin disappeared here, he should come back here after the live broadcast ended. Sure enough, he found Nico Robin, who was sent back here. He already knows that Nico Robin did not choose the right to use Pluton in the live broadcast, but chose mental potion and physique potion. And both bottles of potion have been taken by Robin. It is equivalent to saying that Nico Robin has no other value except her. Robin originally thought that Crocodile would look anxious when seeing her, but to her surprise, instead of showing anger, Crocodile showed a smile instead. "Miss, Sunday, welcome back," Crocodile said with a smile, as if he didn't know what happened just now. And, as if nothing happened, he still regarded her as the vice president of the Baroque Work Club. "Long time no see. Maybe we should say we met again, boss." Robin couldn't figure out Crocodile's intentions and smiled, but he was more vigilant in his heart to prevent being attacked. She can still remember that Crocodile suddenly appeared in the video and pierced her with a golden hook, almost killing her. "Don't be so nervous, Miss Sunday. Let the past things go. Now Alabasta has no value to stay. It's time to leave." Crocodile smiled. Hearing what Crocodile said, Robin was taken aback, but he quickly understood Crocodile's thoughts. Crocodile knew that the plan to capture Pluton had failed, and Pluton was taken away by Luo Ke. In this case, she simply gave up Pluton. As long as she was there, she could find other ancient weapons for Crocodile. He even helped him find Raftel, the treasure that could overthrow the world government. Crocodile wanted to continue their previous agreement. Crocodile took Robin to the location of the historical text, and Robin told him the content of the historical text. Those who become big things don't stick to the trivial. If a Pluton is gone, it will be gone. Take a long-term view. There are more things waiting for him to seize. Though, look for flowers. I have to say that Crocodile's operation made Robin refresh his view of Crocodile. This guy is indeed a careerist. The city is deep enough, and he was betrayed by Robin just now. If it were an ordinary person, it would definitely have turned his face, but Crocodile now pretends that nothing happened. If it was before, Robin might still accept Crocodile's invitation. After all, he couldn't beat it, but it's different now. She no longer needs to fear the power of Crocodile. If she wants to find the truth of history, she can do it by her own ideas without being threatened by others. She had long wanted to say nothing to Crocodile. "I'm sorry. Please allow me to refuse." Nico Robin shook his head and said, "I want to formally resign from my position as the deputy director of the Baroque Work Club." Hearing Robin's words, the smile on Crocodile's face disappeared, replaced by gloomy. "I suggest you better think about it before answering." "Don't think about it anymore. I have already decided. This is the end of our agreement, Crocodile," Robin said, looking directly at Crocodile. "It seems we have no more talk." Crocodile said lightly. Killing intent gathered in his eyes, and sand slowly emerged from his body. "Nico Robin, I'll give you another chance. I know what your dependence is now. Do you think that taking physical potions and mental potions is enough to defeat me? You are underestimating me. I am Crocodile. Let me ask you one last time. Nico Robin, are you going to be Miss Sunday? Or are you going to be the dead Nico Robin?" A sandstorm whirled in Crocodile's palm. Seeing Crocodile's appearance, Robin also made an offensive gesture and said without relenting, "I choose Nico Robin." As soon as Robin's voice fell, Crocodile's eyes flashed cruelly. He thought that Nico Robin was still worthwhile, so temporarily put her betrayal to him. Even the anger that has been soaked in the efforts of the past few years has been temporarily let go. Thinking of waiting for Nico Robin's value to be drained before returning it all. Unexpectedly, this woman didn't know anything at all, so she must tear her face with him. That being the case, he has nothing to say. But today he was suffocated with fire. The Luo who broke his good deeds can't solve him. And it can't solve you, Nico Robin? In an instant, the sandstorm in Crocodile's hands rolled towards Nico Robin. In this closed room, the sandstorm instantly filled the entire room. The table and chairs in the room shattered, and even the walls began to desert. Robin saw this scene and immediately realized that fighting him here was a stupid choice. So he ran towards the door with his feet, fast, as if he had used it, and broke out in the blink of an eye. Crocodile scolded when he saw it, and then turned into sand and chased after him. The fighting in the room soon affected the outside. Crocodile Base Camp is the largest casino in the rainy area. Because of the live broadcast of the question just now, everyone in the casino went outside to watch the live broadcast. After the live broadcast, some people just wanted to come back and continue gambling, only to find that the entire casino seemed to be crumbling and then collapsed. Two figures came out of the casino one after another. One used to run, running as fast as lightning, and the other used to fly, with sand slowly behind. Seeing their familiar faces, people don't know who they are. This is Crocodile, the master behind Alabasta's drought, fighting against Nico Robin, who betrayed her. Although the people of Alabasta hate Crocodile, This kind of battle that has been able to participate in extraordinary people still keeps them away. Because in front of them, as the sand and dust on Crocodile spread, the surrounding buildings and land quickly began to sand and crack, and gradually turned into a desert, wherever there was no grass growing. However, at this time, only Nico Robin was in the eyes of Crow's 467 Ketel, and he wanted to kill her to calm his anger. Crocodile's elemental body immediately bullied him close, and the huge desert blade slashed towards Nico Robin. Desert King Kong's sword. Faced with a huge offensive, Nico Robin can only dodge, and she has just gained strength and still can't control her skillfully. However, as the battle began, Crocodile's attacks became more and more clear in her eyes, and it became easier to dodge. Coupled with the sudden rise in physical fitness, there will be no situation where the hands and heels are not on the brain. Gradually formed a situation where the Crocodile attack. Nico Robin dodged, but the two sides were not injured at all. This posture is exactly what happened when the dragon was playing against Luffy. This makes Crocodile feel even worse. Could it be that this Constitution potion and Mental potion are so powerful that it can raise the strength of a Nico Robin that he hadn't considered before to this level? However, what made Crocodile even more uncomfortable was that as Nico Robin adapted to the attack, she began to counterattack. In an instant, several arms grew from Crocodile's body, and she used her usual articulation skills against Crocodile. However, the moment he met Crocodile, he sank into the sand. This is the elementalization of Logia-capable people, and it is also the key to the earth-shaking leaps in their strength after eating the fruit. Seeing that Robin's attack couldn't hurt himself, Crocodile felt that the winning ticket was in hand, no matter how strong Nico Robin's physique improved. But in his home court, he was invincible. Crocodile suddenly turned into a ball of sand and disappeared in place. The next second he appeared behind Robin and saw that the golden hook in his hand pierced directly towards Robin's back heart. However, Robin seemed to have eyes behind him, and he twisted his body to avoid him. The failure of the attack just now made Robin a little disappointed. During this period of time, she has been trying to attach the so-called haki to her hand. She knows that only armament haki can hit the entity with Logia ability. The previous battle has made her understand that the mental potion she took is working. Her perception of danger should be observation haki, but the armed color has never been known how to use it. If Luo Ke is right, then she should be awakened by armament haki. At this moment, a video flashed in her mind. When Luffy hit Doflamingo, both sides seemed to have something wrapped around their hands. It should be armament haki. Wrap around? Robin suddenly lowered his head and looked at his hands, guiding haki to wrap his hands, and then a layer of armor appeared on his hands. Crocodile behind him missed a move, and another shot of the Desert Diamond sword wanted to cut Robin in his waist. Robin seemed to perceive and quickly squatted to avoid him, then stood up and punched Crocodile in the face. Crocodile relied on Logia's elementalization and did not hide at all, and at the same time the golden hook pierced Robin. His golden hook was smeared with poison. As long as a stabbing, there is no antidote. Nico Robin will definitely die, unless she has Luo Ke's healing potion in her hand, but it is a pity that she chooses a physique potion and a mental potion. See who can save you this time. Crocodile's mouth twitched slightly, and Robin was about to end. However, an accident happened. Before Crocodile's golden hook had pierced Robin, Robin's fist had already appeared on Crocodile's face. The expected sinking into the sand did not appear. Flew out. He was hit. Crocodile, who fell on the ground, looked at Robin in disbelief, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He hasn't been injured in many years. You have mastered armament haki, Crocodile said with a sullen face. It seems to be a little better. Robin looked at his hands and then looked at Crocodile and said, Crocodile, you seem to be weaker than I thought. No wonder you were defeated by Luffy. Robin's words made Crocodile's face even more gloomy. Just one hit, then talk big, wait until you win. After saying that Crocodile is no longer close to Robin, he has understood from the fight just now that Nico Robin's physique is stronger than his after drinking the physique potion, which is a bit ashamed to say, but he finds that his physique seems to really be unable to beat her. And she can even sense where she has always been proud of the sandy body, and the sneak attack has no effect at all. In addition, Nico Robin seems to have realized the use of armament hockey, and his elementalization is no longer invincible in front of Robin. Since you can't melee, let's fully utilize the power of Sand Fruit and let her experience the terrible nature of nature. Desert sunflowers. I saw that with Robin's position as the center, the surrounding area began to sink, and the ground that had just been solid turned into quicksand in an instant. Fortunately, Nico Robin sensed something wrong with his feet in advance and jumped away first, otherwise he would have fallen into it. However, the sand sink gradually expanded, and at the same time, the sandstorm was released from the crocodile, forming a huge tornado in the desert, swept away every drop of moisture. Several tornadoes confined Robin in the middle and pressed inward. As long as Nico Robin is trapped in such an environment, he will be sucked dry sooner or later. Crocodile, however, forgets that Nico Robin is not a melee player. I saw Robin cross his hands. In an instant, countless hands appeared on Crocodile. 2 hands also appeared on the ground and grabbed Crocodile's legs. Armament hockey was wrapped around it, and countless hands facing Crocodile was a blast. Crocodile was caught before he could get the element, and his fists like a rainstorm fell on him in an instant. After a violent beating, Crocodile was beaten all over, and his face was covered in blood. Finally, he managed to seize the opportunity to melt into the sand. But this fat beating also made Crocodile realize that he is no longer Nico Robin's opponent. His physical skills are not as good as the opponent's, and Nico Robin has also mastered armament, observation hockey, and is still very good at assassinating the flower fruit ability. No advantage. It's just that he loses if he continues to fight, and the previous battle has consumed too much of his physical strength, plus the injuries on his body. Crocodile melted into the sand and finally could only give Robin a hateful look and then disappeared. Fortunately, the desert was his home ground, and no one could stop him if he wanted to escape. And Robin also sensed Crocodile's departure through seeing and hearing, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She has never fought a level enemy among Shichibukai before, and Haki has only learned to use it temporarily from combat, so it was beyond her expectations to be able to fight like this. Fortunately, he won. Robin breathed a sigh of relief, and couldn't help but sigh about the magic of the 2 bottles of potions. She looked at the once prosperous center of the rainy field, and now it has become a barren land. With such a big noise, it will definitely attract attention. It is not suitable to stay here for a long time, and Robin also quickly left here. When the people who escaped from the rain found that the fighting had subsided, they returned to find that both Crocodile and Nico Robin had disappeared without a trace. What they didn't know was that after this, Nico Robin's figure appeared in the palace of Albana. Cobra was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Nico Robin, who did not expect Robin to be here at this time. After the broadcast, Marine and all parties will come to Alabasta. Now that Pluton is in the hands of Roger, the only targets they come here are Crocodile and Nico Robin. As for the historical text that the Nefertari royal family has kept, it has no value after Luo Ke took Pluton. I won't hurt you. I just want to know what's written in the historical text. Please take me there. Robin said to Cobra. Cobra stared at Robin and nodded without refusing. He already knew what kind of person Robin was from the live broadcast, and thanks to the fact that she was the one who participated in the live broadcast, Crocodile's conspiracy was discovered and broken. And Crocodile is the real culprit. Nico Robin is at best the one who was instructed, and she didn't tell Crocodile about Pluton's whereabouts at the end. From this alone, it can be seen that she has a bottom line. What's more, the current historical text is no longer valuable to them. 2.3. Cobra happily took Robin to the royal cemetery and let her see this historical text. Robin hurriedly left after reading the words written on the stone tablet. She just wanted to understand the history. Now that she has finished understanding, she should leave. If she is later, she may not be able to leave. After Robin left, Cobra did not announce that Robin had been here, and Robin also told him that Crocodile was injured and was planning to leave Alabasta. If he wanted to take revenge on him, he had better seize the opportunity, otherwise it would be too late. So the search for Crocodile began in various ports in Alabasta. Colonel Marine, who had come nearby by Sengoku's order, also joined the operation. In exchange, Robin took the pass given by Cobra to leave Alabasta. Ship. After some time, Marine Admiral Kizaru and CP-9 Spandam both arrived and launched a manhunt for Crocodile in Alabasta. In the end, Crocodile was still injured because of his body, and he was intercepted by the Marine colonels who arrived too early to block the coast and failed to leave in time. Finally, under the search of CP and Marine, he was arrested by Kizaru. Since then, Admiral Kizaru has made another contribution. As for Nico Robin, it seemed to have disappeared, and neither Marine nor CP found the slightest clue when they searched here. After searching for a period of time, I couldn't help but think that he had escaped from Alabasta. As for the historical texts privately kept by the Alabasta royal family, Kizaru and CP-9 didn't bother to even look at them. The treasure map that has been found is not worth anything at all. Admiral Kizaru's arrest of Shichibukai Crocodile was naturally publicized by the world government in order to regain the lost face of Marine and world government. However, people didn't buy it this time, and some even wondered if Marine had missed it again this time, and forcibly took the credit of others to himself. But after thinking about it, it feels impossible Luffy and the others haven't arrived at Alabasta yet. If it was Luffy and the others, I am afraid that the Straw Hat Pirates would have to be caught in the group as well. So Admiral Kizaru faintly became the 3 Admiral on the Marine table. The reputation and prestige are much higher than the Admiral of Akainu and Akiji. Although he is a B***************, he is at least a fairly passing Marine. The temperaments of the people in pirate world always like to reconcile and compromise. For example, give them an Akainu who is the most active but the coldest in character, and they will definitely refuse. For example, give them an Akiji who is lazy but abusing his power, and they will also refuse. In these two situations, you can give them another good Kizaru, but AB****************** D Kizaru, they can accept it. With the help of Akainu and Akiji, Kizaru has become so outstanding. People all over the world gradually express the hope that Huang Yuan could take over the position of Marshal. I'm afraid even Kizaru didn't think of this. Even Marine did not expect things to develop like this, but soon they unexpectedly felt that it was acceptable to 07. Because Akainu not only has a bad impression in the hearts of the people, but it has also become a little bad in their hearts. Without him, it all lies in the fact that Akainu's behavior is really detrimental to the image of Marine. They don't want such men to lead Marine. As for Akiji, Akiji was originally the most ideal candidate, but due to Akiji's dereliction of duty and his possibility of betraying Marine and becoming a pirate, these dark futures made his voice gradually disappear. In contrast, Huang Yuan has become their ideal candidate. Akainu and Akiji never expected this result. The two of them faced each other upright. They had been struggling for so long to belong to the Marshal, but Huang Yuan was picked up by the B**********************. Is this the so-called Snipe and Clam fighting for profit, and a replica of Summit War is staged here again? It's just that it's not Blackbeard who has benefited this time, but Kizaru. Akainu was secretly angry. Who is Smoker's missing king? Kizaru is the real missing king, and he will take away his martial position. In this case, Sengoku and 5 elders could not help but think again about the possibility of Kizaru as the successor of the Marshal. As CP-9 also contributed to the establishment of Alabasta, they did a lot in the hunt for Crocodile. Therefore, under the operation of Spandam's father, Spandam finally did not accept more severe punishments, maintained the original treatment, and was demoted to CP-9. The chief of CP-9 is Rob Lucci, who also served in Alabasta. In order to appease the people below, The world government immediately issued the news of Spandam's dismissal and finally calmed down some of the dissatisfaction of the world government and marine bottom soldiers caused by Spandam's cerebral palsy speech. NCP-9 also continued the task of Pluton design drawing for the 7 capitals of water after the Alabasta Incident was resolved. Since Pluton fell into Luo Ke's hands, the world government also hoped that a Pluton could fight against Roger, at least in terms of firepower to suppress Luo Ke. So 5 Elders requires CP9 to find the design drawings. And because of the burning of the design drawings mentioned in the video, they're required to be more cautious in this action and be sure to bring the design drawings back intact. Before, 5 Elders didn't care about the design drawings anyway, as long as it didn't fall into the hands of people with ulterior motive for the world government. However, now Luo will have a finished Pluton. This situation is different. The Pluton design drawing has become more important, and their idea is very simple. Since Roger has a Pluton super battleship and only one Pluton, they must also have it, and they can get the design drawing. In ships. In short, Luo Ke cannot be allowed to surpass the world government on the battleship. The core of world government's control of the world lies in marine, and the key to marine lies in warships. At least marine cannot be suppressed by others. At this point, Alabasta finally calmed down after this. Crocodile was captured, Nico Robin left, Pluton was taken away, Alabasta had nothing left, only the country messed up by Crocodile. Fortunately, the Civil War did not break out, and the people behind the scenes were also arrested. People here can finally rebuild, live well in their homeland. Everything is moving in a good direction. On the other side, the situation on Smoker's side was not so good because he let 5 Elders eat shit in front of the world. This was naturally retaliated by 5 Elders. He was found by CP9 as soon as he arrived in Alabasta. CP9 was ordered by 5 Elders to personally invite Smoker to eat shit. The shit was prepared by Spandam himself, and it was very fresh. For this kind of thing, Rob Lucci and other CP9 are naturally too lazy to touch. So, it has become Lucci's subordinate Spandam who deliberately made them displeased, and Spandam can only go to the toilet to prepare. As for Smoker, does it eat shit? The answer is no food. Fortunately, Sengoku knew that 5 Elders would not let Smoker go, so he asked Kizaru, who went to Alabasta, to take care of Smoker and stop CP9 from feeding shit. CP9 is not Kizaru's opponent, so he can only send the news back to 5 Elders. 5 Elders find Sengoku again and asks Sengoku to expel Smoker. The two sides had a big quarrel. In this matter, Sengoku did not follow the orders of the 5 Elders. He believed that Smoker's actions were not wrong. He just did what a righteous Marine should do. And it was actually the 5 Elders who caused this situation. If you punish a good Marine for this, it will only make other Marines feel chills. The 5 Elders were furious at Sengoku's disobedience and wanted to replace Sengoku sooner or later, but now was not the time. The appearance of the 3 Admiral now, none of them is more suitable than Sengoku. And Zephyr also turned his face with the 5 Elders after learning the news. Smoker is his apprentice, although he is only one of many apprentices, but in this matter he supports Smoker. And he has long been dissatisfied with the 5 Elders' disregard for justice and unscrupulous behavior to achieve their goals, especially after learning of the Summit War. The 5 Elders also recruited the Weibel guy as Shichibukai. All these made him very disappointed with the world government. Martial Marine's defiance and the opposition of former Marine Admiral Zephyr forced the 5 Elders to abandon the idea of punishing Smoker. If it's just Sengoku, it's a big deal to let Sengoku retire early and make Kizaru the Marshal. However, Zephyr had to be cautious because this guy's status in Marine was extraordinary. Except for the older generation like Sengoku, the others, along with the 3 Admiral, were all Zephyr students. Forcibly punishing Smoker and making him eat shit will not only humiliate Smoker, but also humiliate other Marines. At this time, if Teacher Zephyr takes the lead in opposing the world government, then the influence of Marine side may not be so easy to calm down. What's more, Spandam has already caused a lot of influence inside Marine before, and this juncture can't happen again. You can't do things that cut off your own arm. There was no way the five elders could temporarily give up taking revenge on the smoker who had insulted them. And this incident also made them pay attention to Zephyr, a special existence in Marine. This is a very unstable factor for them. This guy has a pivotal position in Marine and can even shake the influence of the world government on Marine and resist the world government's decision on Marine. Such people, they cannot stand nor allow such people to continue to exist in Marine. Originally, they wanted to squeeze out the last value of these older Marines and let them dedicate their last blood to Marine. But now it seems like it would be a curse to keep them in Marine. We have to figure out a way to get rid of this scourge. It's been a while since the last broadcast. The Sea also had a series of reactions because of the last live broadcast. First, because of Dr. O'Hara Krogba's conversation with the five elders, people all over the world confirmed Raftel's authenticity. Not only that, but they also determined that Raftel's hidden treasure, One Piece, is the legacy of a huge kingdom, which has enough power to overthrow the world government. Almost everyone is convinced, because the super battleship Pluton is one of the legacy of this huge kingdom. Whether it is out of the yearning for treasure, or the desire for this powerful force, or even the ambition to rule the world. Around the world, following Roger's era of great voyages and the new era of great voyages opened by the last Whitebeard image, the world has ushered in the third era of great voyages. It's just that this time, it is the era of great rebellion to gain the power to overthrow the world government. Not only the pirates, but also the commoners and even the royal family and nobles of the allied countries were commanding and contributing behind the scenes. A hunt for world government begins. In order to cope with the sudden increase in the number of navigators at sea, Marine had to work overtime to catch criminals at sea, and, on the other hand, continue to increase Marine's number to cope with this wave. 467. But to their disappointment, as Marine's reputation in the world gradually widened, those young people who were determined to uphold justice began to distrust Marine, thinking that they were nothing more than a bunch of lackeys of the world government, and that justice and everything were deceitful people. Yes, it's all for the celestial dragon's domination. So the number of people joining Marine began to decrease, and Marine became less respected and popular. Besides, on the New World side, the movement of the four emperors also began to increase, and they seemed to have rekindled their desire for One Piece and began to search for Raftel's whereabouts in the New World. As more and more people poured into the New World began to turmoil, and Marine has not many people that can be drawn. Due to Rogue's presence, the number of admirals stationed by Marineford increased to 2, and the nearby Marines who were in charge of patrols also consumed a lot of manpower. This puts Marine in a tight manpower situation. Shichibukai was originally a system that was created to make up for Marine's lack of manpower. But because Crocodile intends to steal the country in Alabasta, he has been arrested by Admiral Kazuru and is now impelled down, resulting in one less Shichibukai. As for the other Shichibukai Jinbei, because it was revealed that Summit War had betrayed the world government, Jinbei also voluntarily resigned from the Shichibukai position to the world government. Although the world government did not make a clear statement, Jinbei has actually left the Shichibukai position. Shichibukai is one less. Another thing that went beyond their expectations was that Shichibukai Bear, who had made an agreement with Marine, abruptly terminated the agreement with Marine's scientific force, no longer cooperating with body modification, which has forced the pacifist project to be completed on hold. Fortunately, enough data has been collected in the early stage, but the subsequent transformation cannot continue. Seeing the pacifist project to be completed, it has to be postponed again. And after that, the bear also changed from being the most cooperative and obedient Shichibukai to the other Shichibukai, who were just as unruly as other Shichibukai. This made Shichibukai, who were not very obedient, less available combat power. There is a shortage of manpower on Marine's side, and Shichibukai's side also has problems. So in this case, the world government began to supplement Shichibukai's candidates. The first candidate to replace Crocodile was chosen by the five elders as Edward Weibel. Why choose Weibel? Because this person will be chosen as Shichibukai in the future, then there is a reason and necessity to choose him. In terms of qualifications, Whitebeard is also suitable. Being able to destroy more than a dozen pirate groups under Whitebeard's death after Whitebeard's death, the strength can be seen to be extraordinary. Moreover, he once cut off the methods of the former Marine Admiral Zephyr, and his strength can also be seen. Whitebeard's strength is enough, even better than Crocodile, who was just captured. But this is not the key to Five Elders. The most important thing about Whitebeard and Five Elders is that he and Zephyr are deadly enemies. Whitebeard not only severed Zephyr's arm, but also almost killed all the innards he brought. This caused Zephyr to take a big hit back then, and almost fell into disrepair. Later, Zephyr gradually deviated from the direction and developed in the direction they didn't want to see. Since the image of Whitebeard becoming Shichibukai was released, Zephyr has become more and more out of control. The pirate guerrilla squad he created has also become an organization that is not controlled by the world government and is only under the command of Zephyr. What does this mean? It is equivalent to Zephyr's creation of a marine that only obeys Zephyr's own under the eyes of the world government. What makes Five Elders even more unpleasant is that the members of this pirate guerrilla team are still pulled from Marine. If Zephyr stayed at Marine again, it would be tantamount to just watching him pull the talents from Marine into his hands. For Five Elders, this is about raising tigers. A tiger that may eat its master at any time. How can they sit back and watch it continue to grow? However, Zephyr has a special position in Marine and plays a decisive role. Shooting against him will chill a lot of Marines' high-level hearts. But he couldn't let Zephyr go on like this anymore. So on the bright side, you can't shoot Zephyr, but you can find a way to force him to leave. Whitebeard is the best chess piece. Now that Zephyr had an independent idea, he was using Whitebeard to stimulate him, forcing him to leave Marine, and the group of guerrillas should follow him. Zephyr will definitely continue to hunt and kill the pirates. You only need to put a charge on him in the process, and then he will be able to grow up and kill him smoothly. At that time, there's nothing to say about Marine. In any case, they could not sit back and watch the rise of a new Marine. There's only one Marine in the world, and that is the Marine now led by the world government. So when Marine didn't expect it, Five Elders had sent someone to contact Whitebeard, who was being hunted all over the world by Whitebeard. In the first half of the Grand Line, Nico Robin, who fled from Alabasta, also met Nico Robin, who came to the Grand Line to look for her. Dorag extended an invitation to her, inviting her to join the Revolutionary Army. But Robin refused. She didn't want to participate in these things. She's just an archaeologist. She just wants to know the history. Dorag can only take the second place. Since Robin wants to know the history, he must find the history text, and Luffy and the others need the history text to find Raftel, and Dorag also needs Luffy to find the power to overthrow the world government. So Dorag suggested that Robin join the Straw Hat Pirates. Robin thought for a while and agreed with this idea, because in answer she seemed to have joined the Straw Hat Pirates in Alabasta, and it seemed that she was getting along well with the Straw Hat Pirates. And she can also use this to find the text of history to understand the truth of history and relieve the doubts in her mind. More importantly, she is now free, and all her decisions can be made according to her own ideas. And thanks to the live answering questions, thanks to Rog, now she has the power of Master's own life. A look of gratitude and thought flashed in Robin's eyes, and he didn't know who Roger was and what his purpose was. She seems to owe this man too much. And these days, Rog is looking for a good opportunity for the next live broadcast on the moon. The actions of the world government were all seen by Rog. It seemed that Five Elders have been frightened by the last hand he showed, Pluton. He can observe a circle drawn from Mariewa from a distance on the moon, and this trajectory is covered with Marine patrols. And it doesn't matter day or night. It's really restless to sleep. If you can make these old people uncomfortable, of course Luo Ke will be comfortable. So after seeing Five Elders recruit Whitebeard as Shichibukai in order to target Zephyr, Rog immediately realized that a new opportunity had come. At the same time, in a certain sea area of New World, Zephyr is leading a pirate guerrilla team to hunt for pirates. They have just wiped out a group of pirates. Since the last time they fell out with 5 elders because of Smoker, Zephyr has led the pirate guerrillas to New World. He became increasingly dissatisfied with the world government, and even dissatisfied with this Marine, because he found that Marine became more and more like the puppet of 5 elders. Justice became a blank slogan. Such a Marine is no longer the Marine in his heart. The pain he has suffered because of pirates over the years has made him hate pirates. The behavior of 5 elders to recruit pirates to become Shichibukai has made him very angry. And after hearing that 5 elders will recruit Whitebeard as Shichibukai in the future, which made him furious. Did they forget that guy killed so many young Marines back then? Their living lives were taken, and now the government and Marine have recruited their killers, which he cannot accept. He went to Sengoku for this matter and said more than once. Sengoku also told him that he would try his best to prevent the 5 elders from doing such things that hurt the feelings of their colleagues. Thinking that it had not happened yet, he endured it, keeping the last shred of hope for the world government and Marine. However, Zephyr looked at the newspaper in his hand, only to hear a tear, and the newspaper was torn in half by him. It was reported in the newspapers that Edward Whitebeard was recruited by the world government as the 7 warlords of the sea, replacing Crocodile, who was captured by Marine Admiral Kizuru some time ago. Zephyr's face was horribly gloomy, and endless anger welled up from his head, his eyes blazing as if they were about to burst into flames. World government betrayed them, betrayed those fresh lives that were once, betrayed everything he held dear. Unforgivable. Zephyr gritted his teeth. Benz, Ein, and Smoker around Zephyr could feel teacher Zephyr's anger. Smoker has been unable to stay in naval headquarters since he was held accountable by the 5 elders last time. So Sengoku and Zephyr together let Smoker come to Zephyr's place, just to avoid the limelight. And Zephyr is not afraid of conspiracy, and wait for the 5 elders to forget after this matter. He will be transferred back to the headquarters. They didn't expect the government to actually do something so heartbreaking to Zephyr. Even though Zephyr's law had been so vehemently opposed, they still disregarded Zephyr's thoughts and feelings and recruited Whitebeard as Shichibukai. What does this take for these Marines who are on the front lines desperately? A pawn that can be sacrificed? Numbers without a sense of presence? Don't think about their feelings at all? What the hell are they, Marine? At this moment, a barrier fell from the warship Zephyr, and the others were in, wrapping the entire warship inside. At the same time, sudden changes occurred all over the world simultaneously. A crack suddenly appeared in midair, and then unfolded, forming a pitch-black screen. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately realized what happened. The Q&A live broadcast is about to start again. The news quickly spread among people, and more people gathered in front of the screen, looking forward to the live broadcast. I don't know who will participate in the answer this time, and what information they don't know will be exposed. Everyone looked forward to the screen. Since the first few live broadcasts, the live broadcast of answering questions has become the focus of discussion after dinner. Whether it is the information disclosed therein, or the unknown truth, or the reward issued after answering the question. These are the elements that attract them to watch. Countless people are looking forward to the emergence of live answering questions, and many people hope to be the answerers in it so that they can get those magical rewards. Whether it's those miraculous potions, or Wang Zhao's miracle of resurrecting loved ones, or the right to use Pluton. Since the last time I heard about the option to use Pluton as a reward for Robin, this answer has been in the spotlight as soon as it came out. If you can get this thing, even if it is only once, you can have the power to destroy the world. This is almost the most desired thing for those who have hatred and ambition in their hearts. Now the new live broadcast of Answer Questions is open, and countless people are looking forward to being selected. With the appearance of the dark screen, it didn't take long for the screen to start shining. What caught people's eyes was the figure of a warship, and everyone recognized at a glance that it was a standard Marine warship with a Marine logo hanging on it. What's happening here? Could it be that the person answering this question is Marine? Naval Headquarters Sengoku waited for Marine, who came to the main square for the first time, to be excited at the same time. Is it finally their turn to Marine this time? Will they finally have access to those amazing rewards? Who was it, and who was chosen to answer the question? Sengoku and the others focused their attention on the live broadcast, and then several figures appeared in front of them. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw the people above. Ms. Zephyr. There was a sound of surprise in the square. They didn't expect Zephyr to participate in the answer this time. The others around Zephyr also appeared in front of them. Smoker, Ian, Bins, these are all members of the pirate guerrilla unit. Did you choose to answer the questions this time on the Zephyr teacher's warship? Seeing that it was Marine who answered the question, everyone at Naval Headquarters was very happy. The same is true for Sengoku, but when he saw the newspaper in Zephyr's hand, Sengoku's face suddenly changed. What did he think of? Sengoku also just learned through the newspaper that 5 elders had recruited Whitebeard as 7 warlords of the sea. 5 elders didn't even mention this matter beforehand. The World Economic News Agency knew it a step earlier than his Marine Marshal. After Sengoku saw the newspaper, his face instantly became ugly, and he immediately called and asked 5 elders why did it do this. However, Sengoku got the answer from 5 elders to Marshal Akainu in the previous video. This is a government order, and you have no right to question it. Do what you should do. Rather than questioning us, you'd better take care of Marine. Recently, we don't want to see anything wrong with Marine. Such words made Sengoku feel deeply powerless. And 5 elders also deliberately broke this incident first. They knew that this matter must be resolved quickly. Otherwise, the longer the delay, the greater the rebound on the Marine side, and everything is solid. Can they still stop what has become a reality? As 5 elders expected, Sengoku was thinking about how to appease Zephyr after realizing that the matter could not be undone. When Whitebeard was Shichibukai, others would only be surprised and dissatisfied, but Zephyr did not explain it. The enmity between him and Whitebeard was too deep, and the right arm that Zephyr lost was Whitebeard's masterpiece. And the establishment of the pirate guerrillas is also because of him. Now Whitebeard has become Shichibukai, and has turned into a serious pirate holding a license. As a result, how do you accept the translation of the disciple who was cut off his right arm and killed him? Just as Sengoku explained to Zephyr about the headache, the live broadcast began. Then he saw the torn newspaper in Zephyr's hand. He realized that the problem seemed a bit troublesome, and this live broadcast would not be as simple as they thought. I'm afraid there will be things that they don't want to see will be exposed. Qingxiong's eyes on Zephyr also revealed concern. He also learned about Whitebeard becoming Shichibukai. I don't know what Zephyr teacher would feel about this. As for Akainu and Kizuru, they watched the live broadcast at the Marine Station on Marineford. They were stationed at Marineford as permanent Admiral. Yoshio was not seen by 5 elders, so they did not go. The 2 of them have been at odds recently. Akainu was angry that Kizuru had stolen his house, and even dared to take the position of his marshal. But Huang Yuan always had a careless and irrelevant expression, making Akainu's teeth itchy. The 2 of them naturally learned about Whitebeard, and their eyes looked at Zephyr with some complicated meaning. They already faintly felt 5 elders' attitude towards Zephyr in Marineford. If teacher Zephyr really did something irrational because of this, the consequences, would be very bad. This may be something that all Marines do not want to see. At the moment on the warship, Zephyr and Smoker looked at everything around them and a screen that suddenly appeared in the air and immediately understood what had happened. The live broadcast of answering questions has started, and the place for answering questions this time is here. This situation makes everyone in the pirate guerrilla group a little wary, because the relationship between this Roger and their Marine is not very good. It can be said that they Marine will suffer so much humiliation because Luo Ke and his answer live broadcast. And Rosha seems to target them every time the answer is live. Therefore, when the answering live broadcast appeared, they did not show any surprises, but rather vigilant, deeply vigilant. At this moment, a figure on the warship slowly appeared, revealing his appearance. It was Roger who came. Zephyr, who had just been filled with Shichibukai's anger by Whitebeard, immediately suppressed his anger on the matter after seeing Roger. His still red eyes looked at Rog, with alertness and inquiry in his eyes. Welcome everyone to watch this live answering question, long time no see. The long-awaited answering live broadcast has finally started. This time, the respondents we invited are the pirate gorillas from Marine. Smoker and the others couldn't help complaining when they heard Luo Ke's words. Are you asking for this? You are forcibly trapping them here. The pirate gorillas may not be very clear, but everyone should have heard of their leader. That's right. It was this purple-haired man who was the former Marine Admiral Black Arm Zephyr, who was once as famous as Marine Marshal Sengoku and Marine Hero Garp. Younger audiences may not have heard of his name, since he was basically semi-retired more than 30 years ago, but Marine 3 Admiral Akiji, Akainu, and Kizuru, as well as most of the Marine executives now, basically all his disciples. It can be said that he is the man who cultivated the entire naval headquarters. After Rog's introduction, people from all over the world also knew that the Marine, who had a face of time, was well-featured, had a burly stature, and had a strange machine on his right arm, had such a big identity. Having cultivated the entire Marine by himself, this man is truly incredible. But thinking of the virtues of Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru, many people think that Zephyr, the teacher, may have been teaching people how to fight, and he didn't teach them well in terms of morality. At this time, the translation was not as non-mainstream as it was in the future. It was still a Marine uniform, which looked very decent, and at first glance gave a feeling that Marine should be like this. Everyone couldn't help but think that there was something very special hidden in each of the respondents that Roger selected. Why did Roger specifically choose Zephyr this time? Everyone looked at the live broadcast curiously. Everyone in Naval Headquarters also nodded secretly when they heard Roger's comments on Zephyr. They were worried that Roger would be rude to teacher Zephyr. No matter what Luo Ke did to Akainu and Qingxiong, they respected Mr. Zephyr from the bottom of their hearts, so they felt sorry for his experience from the bottom of their hearts. They don't want to have so many unfortunate translations and then be humiliated by Rog in the live broadcast of answering questions, which eventually leads to the insecurity of the evening. But now it seems that Rog seems to have a good attitude towards teacher Zephyr, which makes them feel a little relieved. They sincerely hope that Mr. Zephyr can gain something in this live answer, and even get the life-returning potion obtained by Whitebeard or the potion that can heal the right hand. Although it is impossible to heal Zephyr Sensei's wounds in his heart, it would be good if he could heal his body. If this can cheer up teacher Zephyr, then Rog has done a good thing. People all over the world looked at Zephyr on the live stream and found Smoker next to them, much to their relief, and worried that Smoker would be killed by the 5 elders after he scolded the 5 elders. After all, the 5 elders are celestial dragons, let alone curse celestial dragons. Even the slightest disrespect to celestial dragons will bring disaster. Now Smoker is still standing there. It's fine. There are not many Marines in Marine who can make them feel good, and only if such Marines stay in Marine, they can continue to hold a little hope for Marine and not despair. At this moment, the big figures of New World, Kaido, Big Mom, they are watching this live broadcast. They can't figure out the purpose of Luo Ke finding Zephyr's answer. This Marine, who used to be the same as Garp and Sengoku, has now become this look. It made them feel, now and then, that they were only the crew of the Rocks pirate, and Zephyr was indeed the Admiral of Naval Headquarters. Now they're the 4 emperors of the New World, but Zephyr has become an old disabled person. I heard that the arm was cut off by Whitebeard. It's a shame that the former Marine Admiral has ended up like this. Big Mom and Kaido couldn't help laughing when they thought of today's report. Working for the world government for so many years, that's all? How pitiful. And Zephyr himself had the same idea as them after hearing Rog's introduction. He has worked hard for the world government for so many years, and he actually got this? Is this the Marine he's been propping up by trying to develop new recruits? Why did Marine, who he cultivated for more than 30 years, become so unfamiliar? Is this the Marine he had in mind? Thick unwillingness and anger and the feeling of being betrayed lingered in his heart. The pained look in Zephyr's eyes. On the other hand, Roger continued, "Let's officially start answering the questions now. I have repeated the rules many times before, and I will not repeat them now. I hope you can follow it. There are 5 questions here. Now starting with the first question. Question: Zephyr used to be known as the Admiral who does not kill. He never killed any pirates in the process of catching pirates. Now he has not only established a pirate guerrilla team, but also personally led the team to hunt pirates. Why? Time limit of 1 minute. Start timing. Luo Ke's question immediately aroused Zephyr's memory, making his face gloomy. This memory is a pain that he will never forget in his life. The members of the pirate guerrilla and naval headquarters felt a pain in their hearts when they saw Zephyr's face. All of them don't want to see the Admiral who used to be unkillable become like this. If they can, they would rather Zephyr be the Admiral who doesn't kill him all the time, rather than see him become what he is now. However, things are fickle, and sometimes life is so unexpected. Many people around the world don't know about this past. After hearing Luo Ke's question and seeing Zephyr's face and other Marines' appearance, it is obvious that there seems to be a very sad thing in it. What is it that makes him look so sad? Everyone waited for Zephyr's answer. Seeing that the teacher was so sad, Binz and Ein couldn't bear to let him answer by himself, opening the wound that had never healed. They looked at each other and decided to answer for the teacher. But Zephyr spoke first before they did. I saw that Zephyr had already cleaned up his emotions. His face was calm, his tone was calm, and he described as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Answer: 34 years ago, I became Marine Admiral, got married, and gave birth to a son the following year. Originally, my family was happy and my career was going well. However, 3 years later, my family was killed by pirates, which made me disheartened, cold, and want to resign. However, I was retained, so I kept the rank of Marine Admiral and became an instructor and began to train the next generation of Marines. And among my first students were the Akainu and Kizuru you just mentioned. 23 years have passed in this way. During these 23 years, I have cultivated many excellent Marines. They are my pride, and I have rediscovered the meaning of life in the process. Hearing Mr. Zephyr say that they were his pride, the eyes of the pirate guerrilla team and many generals of naval headquarters were a little wet. It seems life has opened its hands to me again. However, just 7 years ago, fate played a joke on me again. I met a pirate who attacked the trainee ship I was leading at the time and slaughtered the recruits that were only trainees on board. In the end, I only saved Ein and Binz. The arm was severed at that time. Having said that, Zephyr raised his right arm with the robotic arm and exposed it in front of everyone. After that, I asked the scientists of the Science Corps to transform my right arm into a mechanical arm shredder equipped with sea stone. During these 5 years, I thought a lot, and I began to reflect on my past behavior. In the end, I came to the conclusion that the kindness to the pirates is the cruelty to the innocent. Only by letting pirates disappear from this world completely can this world achieve true peace. So I set foot on this sea again and formed a pirate guerrilla team. My purpose is only two, that is, in my last life, to destroy as many pirates as possible for this world, and to kill Edward Weibel to avenge my students. Are you satisfied with my answer? Zephyr looked at Rog and said, after hearing Zephyr's description, people all over the world really realized what kind of man Marine was in front of him. Admiral who does not kill, has never killed even a pirate, but such a benevolent and righteous person was slaughtered by a pirate to his family. Even so, instead of Blacken's crazy revenge against the pirates, he decided to retire and stop interfering in the affairs of the sea. He didn't want to give up, deny his past beliefs, and couldn't let go of his anger towards pirates. So he finally decided to give up being a Marine, which is enough to see that this is a man with firm beliefs. However, God is too cruel to such a man. Once the family broke down and failed to destroy him, it came a second time. Looking at the student who was killed and his broken arm, he finally made this man walk the path he tried so hard to refuse. This made everyone sigh, and couldn't help feeling that there were still excellent Marines among the Marines, and Zephyr was the best Marine they had ever seen, far surpassing the current 3 admirals in terms of strength and morality. His faith in justice, benevolence, and kindness was exactly what they longed for in Marine. However, such Marines suffered such a blow, which made them angry that God gave such a big setback to good people, Should good people have to suffer? And those bad guys live so freely one by one. Is it necessary to push good people to extremes to be satisfied? Thinking of this, they couldn't help but admire Zephyr as a real Marine. Even though he suffered 2 heavy losses in his life, he still maintained a belief in justice and did not go astray. Looking at Zephyr's captured right hand, they scolded Weibel, "This be asterisk 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 D." However, at this time, many people remembered one thing impressively. That is, the front page headline in today's newspapers is Edward Weibel being recruited by the world government to become the 7 warlords of the sea. Thinking of this, many people's faces suddenly changed. They looked at Zephyr with anger and sadness, and exclaimed, "No way." Knowing that Edward Weibel had done this to Zephyr, they were even able to recruit him for the 7 warlords of the sea. What the hell is the world government doing? What's in their heads? Is it shit? Many people watched the live broadcast in disbelief. How could the world government treat Marines' great hero like this? During the live broadcast, Luo Ke nodded after hearing Zephyr's answer. The answer is correct. Sure enough, this kind of question is not difficult for the party concerned, but I am very satisfied with your answer. You are indeed a good Marine, and after all these things, it is no wonder that you end up on the path of Akainu. So, now listen to the next question. Question: what did Zephyr do after Edward Weibel became the 7 warlords of the sea? Time limit of 1 minute. Start timing. Luo Ke's question didn't make people ponder, but Luo Ke's question shocked many people's ears. Zephyr on the path of Akainu. What does it mean? People from all over the world looked at Roger in astonishment. The path of Akainu is basically unknown now. This guy is absolute justice. In order to eliminate evil, he will do whatever it takes. He would rather kill 1,000 by mistake and not let one go. It is a kind of justice that makes people horrified. Such a path is something they would rather not see than they want to see. Rog said that Zephyr took the path of Akainu. Does this mean that Zephyr eventually became just like Akainu in order to destroy evil by any means? At this time, they thought of Rog's second question. Weibel became the 7 warlords of the sea. What did Zephyr do? Weibel was the murderer of Zephyr's students, and the pirate Zephyr wanted to kill. However, such a pirate was conscripted by the world government as Shichibukai, which is undoubtedly a betrayal of Zephyr. This event is bound to have a huge impact on Zephyr. Kuan chooses ministers. Ministers also choose Kuan. What will Zephyr do? People all over the world suddenly had a bad feeling in their hearts. Akainu's path. It's not good to go. Though, look for flowers. The expressions of naval headquarters, Sengoku, and other Marines changed greatly. They had already heard the implication of this topic, which means Zephyr couldn't accept Weibel being Marine, what he did, and the first 2 blows didn't make Zephyr go the extreme way. Up to now, Zephyr is still very rational. He just hunted pirates and didn't take the same path as Akainu. However, after Weibel became Shichibukai, Zephyr took the path of Akainu. It's definitely not doing what they want to see. Everyone at Naval Headquarters was reminded of today's report that Weibel has become the 7 warlords of the sea today. They all looked at the Huxia translation of the video. Their eyes were full of grief and hope. Don't turn it into reality. The faces of Marineford, Kizaru, and Akainu also sank, and what they were most worried about happened. If Teacher Zephyr did something irrational, they were destined to be enemies. Although Akainu doesn't think there's anything wrong with Zephyr going his way, why did Rog say his way is the same as Zephyr's way astray? But it seems that this thing is still going in a direction they don't want to see developed. And in another part of Marineford, the Hall of Power, the 5 elders looked at the scene with an air of lightheartedness and all that was planned. The most they want to see is that Zephyr is out of control after getting the news, and if it is out of control, then Marine and the government will have a reason to remove this risk factor. They are now waiting for Zephyr to go as extreme as planned and in the future. But at the same time, they also looked at Rog with some concern, hoping that this time Rog would not interfere and ruin their plan. At this moment, Zephyr's face suddenly turned black and red, and everyone could see that his anger was about to be suppressed. In fact, Zephyr has been suppressing his anger since the moment he saw Weibel become 7 warlords of the sea before the live broadcast, but it was temporarily interrupted by Rog's answering live broadcast, so he suppressed it. However, when Roger mentioned this matter, his anger finally could not be suppressed. Who can accept this? He worked hard for the government to pay Marine for decades. But in the end, he treated him like this, didn't care about him like this, he could endure it. But where did the 5 elders put those dead recruits? If their dead souls heard that their murderer was not punished, but also got a legal license and became a legitimate pirate, their previous sins were written off, and they could continue to rob, and kill legally in the future. How sad should they be? Perhaps in the eyes of the world government. The world is divided into affiliation countries and non-affiliated countries, and the people are divided into affiliated countries and non-joined countries. However, in Zephyr's eyes, the world is the world, the people are the people, and Weibel can justifiably rob and kill people from non-joined countries with a legal license. This is a blasphemy against the righteous red fruit. The Shichibukai system has made him a little unbearable. And now that Weibel has become Shichibukai, how can he accept that? He could endure all the 7 warlords of the sea before, but he couldn't bear Weibel when Shichibukai. What will Edward Weibel do when he becomes Shichibukai? It's very simple. Zephyr looked at Luo Jiang and said solemnly, "Answer. I will leave this fallen marine under the control of the world government, form a real marine, and destroy all pirates." However, such a pirate was conscripted by the world government as Shichibukai, which is undoubtedly a betrayal of Zephyr. This event is bound to have a huge impact on Zephyr. Hearing Zephyr's words, the Marines of Naval Headquarters all had sad expressions on their faces. They were not surprised by this result, or after they discovered that Weibel had become Shichibukai, this idea had already appeared in their minds. Teacher Zephyr has basically been alone since he formed the pirate guerrillas 2 years ago, not participating in Marine's mission, just hunting pirates at sea. In fact, the pirate guerrilla unit has become Teacher Zephyr's private unit, which is only under the command of Teacher Zephyr and is already in a semi-independent state. As long as Teacher Zephyr is willing, this pirate guerrilla can leave Marine and stand on its own at any time. Such behavior is naturally nothing to them like Marines. Anyway, they are hunting pirates, and the purpose is the same. However, they who climb to the top of Marine understand that things are not that simple. Sooner or later, Mr. Zephyr will confront the government when he does this. An uncontrolled Marine is something the government does not want to see. If Mr. Zephyr is at Marine, this is fine. But if he leaves Marine, then the situation will be different. The appearance of another Marine on the sea is provoking the authority of the government, and the government will not sit back and watch the growth of another Marine. This also means that sooner or later, they will fight each other. What makes them even more sad is that Edward Weibel is 7 warlords of the sea. That is to say, it is from the government side. If one day Teacher Zephyr confronts Weibel, the government asks them to support Weibel. Can do it. Thinking of this scene, they directly guilty of blocking, helping the pirate to deal with the former teacher. How funny and ridiculous is 483. However, if Teacher Zephyr really leaves Marine, then this scene will undoubtedly happen, but the timing of it is unce. Thinking of this, everyone at Naval Headquarters is a little sad. Why did they come to this point? This may be life. If Teacher Zephyr's family weren't killed in those years, he would still be the one who didn't kill Admiral. If Weibel didn't attack the training ship, then Teacher Zephyr would not change his temperament. If Weibel did not become Shichibukai, then Teacher Zephyr would not leave Marine and head towards the ending they didn't want to see. However, there is no if. A life experience led to the current situation. They had no choice but to look at Zephyr in the live broadcast with a hint of the idea that the future could change. Sengoku and Garp's faces have also become sad and helpless. Have things developed to this point? At the same time, after 5 elders heard Zephyr's words, the color of success flashed in their eyes. Zephyr would not leave Marine. They would not freeze their hands. As long as they leave Marine, then the former apprentices are still CP. You can choose one of the 2 packages. or you can satisfy you if you want it all. As long as this dangerous factor that has a profound impact on Marine can be solved, then the old thing Sengoku will be replaced, and the young and unstable newcomer will be promoted to the position of Marshal. Then naval headquarters will be firmly in their hands. Sengoku and Zephyr have two deep images of Marine, and they have begun to shake their dominance, and they will never allow this situation. Marine is celestial dragons, the government's army, not Zephyr or Sengoku's private army. They're at best the dog management underneath. You must recognize your identity. People who don't recognize their identity are not worthy of sitting in that position. Since Zephyr has already said that he will leave, obviously he already knows that Whitebeard has become Shichibukai. Then they just need to wait for Zephyr to betray Marine, and they can think about how to kill him, compared with the sadness of naval headquarters and the pride of 5 elders. People all over the world showed excitement when they heard Zephyr's words. Zephyr's character is undoubtedly can be regarded as the best Marine they have ever seen. People can hide it for a while, but cannot hide it for a lifetime. Zephyr's life has proved that he is an excellent Marine, the Marine they yearn for and hope. Now the man said that he would leave Marine to form a real Marine, and they were already very disappointed with the current Marine and desperately wanted an existence that could replace this Marine, but they couldn't find it. But now after listening to Zephyr's words, many people's eyes lit up. If it is a new Marine formed by Zephyr, it may become the Marine in their minds and no longer a puppet of the world government. And justice will also become true justice, no longer a slogan that deceives people. Thinking of this, there are many people who wanted to become Marine before, but were discouraged because Marine disappointed them, igniting hope. Maybe they can join Zephyr's Marine, not for the government, no longer for celestial dragons, but for peace and justice. Perhaps this new Marine can bring real peace to the world. Not only the common people's imagination, but even the royal family and nobles of the franchise countries and non-participation countries also had strange thoughts after hearing Zephyr's answer. The reason why the world government can dominate the world and control the world. The biggest reliance is this Marine that spreads all over the world, and it is the powerful force of this Marine that suppresses them from thinking of rebellion. Even if they know that the king of the world government made a plan to embezzle the world 800 years ago, even if they know that their country is being gradually embezzled by the world government. However, they can do nothing. They can neither resist the world government, nor stand up and reform a new world government to fight against it, because doing so will be a devastating blow to the world government. But if there is another Marine in this world, another Marine that can contend with the world government, and a Marine that does not exist for the world government and celestial dragons, a Marine that exists purely for justice. This is in line with their ideals and goals of joining the world government. Back then, they hoped to spend some money to hire a bodyguard, and then join together to keep warm together and consolidate their respective domestic domination. It's not that they are spending money as a model soldier for the world government and gradually losing their power. If there is such a Marine who is not interested in the power of the participating countries purely to deal with pirates, then they don't need to rely on the world government anymore. If this Marine can protect them from the threats of the world government and Marine, wouldn't it be better for them to use the money in the sky to support this Marine? At least, it can keep its position, and it can also create an enemy to compete with the world government. The world does not need a single family. Without the living space of these kings, they will be annexed by the world government sooner or later. The world government must have an enemy, and they can help create such an enemy. And Zephyr is the ideal new Marine right now. A contemporary of Sengoku and Garp, a former Marine Admiral, trustworthy in character and ability, and with high values of justice. It is up to him to form a new Marine, and the kings of the allied countries can't wait to find Zephyr and say to him, "New Marine, you just need to build. Money is not a problem. People are not the problem either. The talent in their country is cheap. World government is not as cheap as Zephyr. Anyway, it is a brain drain. It is better to flow in the direction they want to see." But they remembered what Luo Ke said. Zephyr would go on the path of Akainu. What did he do? What exactly is the path of Akainu? Everyone was very curious. The Zephyr on the screen could be regarded as their hope for Marine. If such a man went astray, then they would really turn from hope to despair. The answer is correct. After Edward Weibel became 7 Warlords of the Sea, he learned that he had doubts and distrust of the government and Marine he was in, and resolutely quit Marine. Enies Marine for world pirates. Ra glanced at Zephyr and continued. Then next question, ask. After Zephyr becomes independent from Marine, he wants to destroy all the pirates in the New World, including the 4 emperors, in order to destroy all the sea pirates in the New World in one fell swoop. What did he do? Time limit of 1 minute. Start timing. Those who were contemplating Zephyr's path to Akainu were a little taken aback by this question. Is it really possible to destroy the 4 emperors and all the pirates of the New World in one fell swoop? They had seen the strength of the 4 emperors, whether it was Whitebeard or the Blackbeard who won the ability of Whitebeard and would become the 4 emperors in the future, or the red-haired who appeared for a short time later. For emperors-level opponents, even naval headquarters will have to do their best to deal with them. After Zephyr became independent from Marine, he set up Enies Marine with his own guerrillas. Except for his former Marine Admiral, he did not bring any other Admiral. Under such circumstances, can Zujin method wipe out all the pirates in the New World in one fell swoop? Moreover, Zephyr's age has been affected, and his strength has also been affected. Otherwise, he would not have his arm cut off by Weibel. In this case, can he solve the 4 emperors? With this question in mind, people all over the world look at the translation in the picture. Is it destroyed by other methods? And this scene was also heard by the current 4 emperors of New World. Redhead, Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido, when they heard that Zephyr had a way to wipe out all the pirates in the New World in one fell swoop, they couldn't help being slightly startled, and then they laughed in disbelief. Not to mention that Zephyr has the ability to destroy them all together, even if Zephyr brings the Enies Marine he formed over. Whether it can destroy any of them is a question. But after laughing, it is vigilant. There must be an unknown secret hidden in it. What could it be? The 4 emperors stared at Zephyr's face and thought. At this moment, the pirates of New World also exploded. Zephyr actually wanted to destroy them all in one fell swoop. How did they destroy them? Is the world government still hiding any ulterior weapons? Could it be another ancient weapon? This made them panic. When the high-level generals of naval headquarters heard this question, they were stunned at first, and then their expressions suddenly changed, with a look of disbelief, and finally turned into livid, helpless, and sad. Others may not know how to eliminate all the pirates in the New World at one stroke, but Sengoku, Kazu, and many other Marine executives know it. It's a secret on the outside, but not to them. The way to destroy all the pirates in the New World in one fell swoop is to destroy the entire New World. And to do this is not impossible. You only need to blow up the 3 lava called Yendi Pyo Yenti in New World. And after blowing them up, you can detonate the underwater volcano of New World and turn the whole New World into hell on Earth. This can indeed eliminate most of the pirates in the New World, but it will also involve countless civilians living in the New World into disaster. In the end, no one survived the catastrophe that engulfed the New World. But no one here refers to ordinary people. Some guys with special abilities can still survive, such as Akainu's lava, Golden Lion's ripe fruit, even Akiji's frozen, Marco's phoenix. These are all can survive from it. Only the civilians and the weak will die in 2.3. These high-level Marines who were trained by Zephyr one by one were shocked when they heard that the former Admiral who did not kill came up with such a crazy idea. Even Sengoku and Garp were blown away by the madness of this old friend. How could it become like this? How could the good and righteous translator ever do such a thing? This is something only Akainu can do. And even Akainu has never done such a large-scale dehumanization. Zephyr, how could he do such a thing? They were reluctant to believe that Zephyr did it, but Roger's questions and images have proven that what he said was basically true. This means that Zephyr did plan the destruction of the New World after leaving Marine in the future. This made them feel both angry and sad, and the translation, which used to be more righteous than anyone else, went to this road of no return. How could they not be heartbroken? If Zephyr has such thoughts, then they can't just sit back and watch. Even if they don't want to see Zephyr fighting each other, they can't watch Zephyr commit such a crime. Thinking of this, Sengoku was even more angry about the fact that the 5 elders recruited Whitebeard as Shichibukai, which made him think of another thing, which is that Zephyr fell out with the 5 elders because of the smoker thing. A horrible thought popped into Sengoku's mind, but he quickly threw it out of his head. He didn't dare to think about it, and if he thought about it, even he himself would start to question Marine and the government. The people at Naval Headquarters looked at Zephyr with very complicated eyes. They really didn't want to stand on the opposite side of Zephyr. But if Zephyr is really crazy, they can only do it for the safety of New World people. During the live broadcast, Zephyr heard Roger's question and suddenly guessed his thoughts. He has no such intentions yet, and his mind is only dazzled by Whitebeard. After all, he has just learned that Whitebeard has become Shichibukai, and he has no time to think about these things. However, as Marine Admiral, he still knows a lot about these secrets concealed by the government and Marine, such as Yindipyointi. If this kind of thing is to be done, the only way is to destroy Yindipyointi. Even Zephyr himself was taken aback by this idea. Destroying Yindipyointi, destroying New World, and destroying the pirates of New World, but it will also destroy the people living in New World. This plan has to be said to be too crazy and cruel. No wonder Luo will say that he has embarked on the path of Akainu. Zephyr only understood what Rog said earlier. Would I do this? Zephyr asked himself in his heart. He couldn't get the answer for a while. He was full of anger and wanted to vent to the pirates, to the world government, and even to Marine. Crazy thoughts lingered in his mind, and there was even a kind of wanting to destroy everything he hated desperately. Do not erupt in anger, just pervert in anger. If he really leaves Marine, he who has been unable to vent his anger for a long time, he who has gone to extremes in anger may really do such a thing. However, this anger had just begun, and Roger appeared right in front of him, interrupting the anger he had not yet accumulated. The sane Zephyr fell silent when he heard this. Unexpectedly, after he went to extremes, he would become like that be ************ D Akainu. Not long ago, Zephyr was angry when he saw Akainu massacre O'Hara civilians. He really hates the pirates and wants to kill all the pirates. However, this is only for the pirates. This is the biggest difference between him and Akainu. When I returned to the headquarters, I was thinking of reprimanding the B***********************. It's just that Akainu went to marry Ahua and escaped the scolding. Unexpectedly, he turned into what he hated in a blink of an eye. A wry smile appeared on Zephyr's face. But what should he do? The time left for him is running out. He knows his body, and the pain and suffering are getting worse and worse. It is estimated that he will not last for a few years. And this sea is full of pirates, especially New World. The big pirates in this world are basically gathered here. Although he wants to annihilate the pirates all over the world, how he can do it in just a few years is something Marine has not been able to do for hundreds of years. If you want to annihilate the most pirates in the last time, then destroying Yindipyointi is indeed his best choice. At least I can take away the world's largest and most powerful group of pirates before leaving. And ONPIC is also hidden in a corner of New World. Ruining ONPIC, those pirates who chase him will also lose their dreams, and the world will calm down. What should I do? Zephyr was puzzled. Is it really necessary to make such an extreme choice, as Luo Ke said in the future? Suddenly, Zephyr's mind came up with what Whitebeard had done during the live broadcast. Whitebeard obtained the life potion in the live answering live broadcast and obtained 50 years of life, so that Whitebeard was restored to its heyday from a state of dying of old age like him. If he can obtain such a thing, then he will have more time to accomplish his goal of eliminating all the pirates. If there was a choice, he would certainly not make such an extreme choice. After all, apart from New World, there are countless pirates all over the world. Even if he can destroy Yindipyointi, he will die there himself, far from achieving his goal. Perhaps the real opportunity was right in front of his eyes. Zephyr looked up at Roger. Answer: destroy Yindipyointi and destroy everything in New World. The answer is correct. Rog said. Zephyr went to extremes after Whitebeard joined the world government and became Shichibukai. After establishing Enies Marine, he launched a plan to destroy the pirates of New World. Marine once investigated New World and found 3 endpoints. As long as these 3 Yendi Peony lava stones are destroyed, the Sea of New World can be destroyed. By then, everything in New World will be destroyed. In order to prevent Yendi Point from being used by others, Marine concealed this incident and declared that it was a rumor. In fact, there was no such thing. However, Zephyr knew this was a fact, so after leaving Marine, Zephyr went to extremes and began to destroy Endpoint's plan, intending to destroy all the sea cities in New World and the great secret treasure One Piece that made countless people go to sea. He believes that as long as these are eliminated, the world will return to peace. This answer was beyond everyone's expectations, and expressions of shock, consternation, fear, and worry appeared on people's faces. They didn't expect Zephyr to do such a thing after this. In particular, those who had previously expected Zephyr to build a new marine are now even more disappointed. They have already seen the madness of Akainu, but they did not expect Zephyr, the teacher, to be even more mad. In order to eliminate the pirates of New World, he even killed everyone in New World. That's why they didn't want someone like Akainu to be Marshal Marine. In order to destroy the evil, together with the innocent, who can bear it. Unexpectedly, Zephyr also embarked on the road of Akainu, which made people both disappointed and sad, and the hope that had been ignited before was instantly disillusioned. Although they are very sympathetic to Zephyr's previous experience, they also respect Zephyr's character and even want to join the new marine established by the translation method. But if Zephyr falls into madness after being hit by the triple blow, then they can only feel that God is ruthless and the world government has no brains, forcing a good man into a madman, while hoping that someone could solve the crazy Zephyr, so as not to harm the world. Of course, they would prefer if someone could take Akainu with them, especially the people of New World. After all, Zephyr like this is only after he has fallen into madness, and Akainu's TM is the norm, and it has always been that kind of virtue. Such a guy became Marshal Marine, and Marine knew where the 3 endpoints were. Maybe that day, Akainu's head twitched, and he wanted to destroy the 4 emperors of the New World. If these 3 endpoints were blown up, the New World would be over. Thinking of this, the people of New World can't help but feel numb. Why are Marines so mad? Are these people's justice so horrible? Forgive us. We are more afraid of you Marines than pirates. People looked in horror at the translation in the picture, hoping that someone would quickly stop him, because Weibel became Shichibukai today, and the future that Roger said was not the future at all, but what was about to happen in front of him. The New World is related to the lives of countless people, and Zephyr must be stopped. Mariehua, Hall of Power. The 5 elders were overjoyed at this point. They were still thinking of finding a reason to get rid of Zephyr. I didn't expect Zephyr to find death by himself. Since he did this kind of self-destruction, then don't blame them, and attacked hard. Zephyr must be expelled from Marine immediately to clear his relationship. Otherwise, it will damage the government's face, and it will also have a negative impact on Marine. It will be bad for the public to think that Marine is a lunatic like Zephyr. Immediately, contact Sengoku. Let him capture Zephyr, and it's too dangerous to let this dangerous person out at sea. To do such a thing, it is the government's responsibility to protect these innocent lives, and this madman must not be allowed to do things that harm civilians. This matter must be explained to the world. The 5 elders sanctimoniously decided what to do with Zephyr, with a happy look on their faces. Zephyr intends to destroy the New World, and the Yendi Peony thing makes the whole New World start to get restless. Not only the ordinary people here, but also the pirates or the 4 emperors, all turned ugly. The New World is their homeland, and it is the country that they finally conquered. As a result, Marine concealed the existence of such a big killer. Doesn't that mean that as long as their survival is only a matter of the world government's thoughts? And they have no doubt that the guys in the world government will not be able to do such a thing. The entire O'Hara was wiped out in order to wipe out their own threat to the archaeologists, and there was nothing they could do. In order to maintain their rule, They can do anything. Endpoint is so dangerous that it cannot be controlled by Marine. The master must be in their hands. The world government owns the whole world, and they only have New World. New World is their territory. How can they allow others to destroy it? So the four emperors began to occupy operations around Yendipyoanti. At the same time, Zephyr confirmed that he really did this, and his expression was very complicated. The same goes for the members of the pirate guerrilla behind him, but they didn't blame Zephyr for it, but looked at Zephyr with a firm look on their faces. If Teacher Zephyr really wanted to do this kind of thing, they wouldn't hesitate. To follow, they always believed in Teacher Zephyr. Only Smoker, who had just arrived, was full of shock and disbelief. He couldn't believe that Teacher Zephyr would do such a thing. Smoker stared at Zephyr's back. If Mr. Zephyr really wanted to do this, he had to stop him. He couldn't let him go further and further down the wrong path. It was destined to be a point of no return. Like Mr. Zephyr, a good Marine shouldn't be like this. There Luo Ke raised the fourth question. Did Zephyr's plan succeed? This question is not only on the minds of the current translation, but also on the minds of people around the world and Marines who were once Zephyr students at Naval Headquarters. If Zephyr succeeds, it means that Zephyr is a sinner who has killed countless lives. I am afraid that even Roger, who opened the era of great sailing, cannot compare with the crime he committed. Even if the pirates of New World are killed, the number of civilians killed in New World is more than the number of these pirates. At least hundreds of times, thousands of times, and more. Nobody wants Zephyr to succeed. They didn't want to see a once so good and great Marine turn into an executioner with innocent blood on his hands. Many Marines at Naval Headquarters even looked at the translation in the live broadcast with pleading eyes, praying that this kind of thing would not work out. They don't want to see their former teacher become that way. The correct answer to this question, success or failure, is irrelevant to them, because this is something in the future and something that is not happening now. What really matters in this question is the answer to the translation in the live screen. Zephyr's answer almost determines his attitude and future development. If Zephyr answers success, it means that Zephyr has made up his mind and has made up his mind to do it. And if Zephyr's answer fails, it proves that there is still room for redemption. Zephyr's answer determines his attitude towards this matter. If even Zephyr himself thinks that this matter will fail, he is actually expressing his position, and he does not want this matter to succeed. Now that he has determined that he will fail, he will not do it again. This answer determines whether Zephyr will get lost, decides whether they're going to fight against their former teacher, destroy him, and decide whether the crisis in the New World will continue. Zephyr's answer determines the world's attitude toward him. Everyone anxiously awaited Zephyr's answer. At this moment, Zephyr didn't answer immediately after listening to Rog's question, and he didn't know what the answer to this question was. Different from the previous 3 questions, he has traces to follow. This question has no clue at all. It is pure future. Either success or failure is possible, 50% each. It's more of a gamble than a reflection question. Rather than gambling, it's more like asking yourself about him. What he hoped was the answer. Success or failure. Zephyr recited these 2 words in his heart. He turned his head to look at Binz, and Ein, who firmly believed in him, and Smoker, who was staring at him but shaking his head at him. If Yendipyoanti is destroyed, they who go with him will die together. Zephyr's mind recalled the vivid faces of those who were killed by Whitebeard when they shouldn't have died. And the surviving Binz and Ein will die because of him. Not only them, but also the people of New World will die because of this, and they will be buried with those scum pirates. Is it worth it? Is this the justice I want? Zephyr asked himself, when Zephyr's mind suddenly flashed a childhood image of himself playing the righteous hero protecting the weak from the bad guys. At that time, he shouted loudly that he was a hero of justice. Hero. Zephyr froze in place for a long time, then looked up at Rog. The people before the broadcast were staring at Zephyr, anxiously waiting for his answer. Answer: failure, female. As soon as Zephyr's voice fell, everyone felt that the stone in their hearts fell to the ground. Many of the Marines at Naval Headquarters even had their eyes wet, and their Zephyr teacher finally came back and didn't go down the road of no return. Sengoku and Garp were also relieved. Now that Zephyr realized that his thinking was wrong, there was still room for recovery. It can be remedied before it becomes irreversible. The most important thing now is to contact Zephyr the first time and then dispel his idea of going out independently so that everything Rog said will not happen and they don't have to fight Zephyr. In fact, the best solution to this matter is for 5 elders to withdraw the order to enlist Whitebeard as Shichibukai. However, 5 elders is determined and they have been unable to reverse 5 elders' thoughts. So Zephyr can only be persuaded. At this moment, Brandy rushed over. His face looked ugly, and he looked around and leaned into Sengoku's ear and whispered. Hearing this, Sengoku's face suddenly turned pale. What? Others don't understand what happened, but they can obviously feel that something is bad. Garp quickly asked Sengoku what happened. Sengoku gritted his teeth and said, 5 elders said that Zephyr's thoughts are too dangerous. They have ordered Zephyr to be expelled and asked us to send someone to capture Zephyr and give the world an explanation. What? Other Marines' face changed suddenly upon hearing this. Teacher Zephyr has already awakened. How can the government make such a decision and let them arrest Teacher Zephyr? What the hell do these idiots want to do? Even if Garp has a good temper, he will be furious when he hears this incident. Today, this incident was completely forced out by 5 elders. Had they not enlisted Whitebeard as Shichibukai, Zephyr would not go to extremes and nothing would happen. Nothing has happened yet. Zephyr has also realized that there is still room for recovery. However, the group of bastards like 5 elders have to take action against Zephyr because of this so-called future. This is to completely put Zephyr on the opposite side of Marine. Give the world an explanation. You 5 bastards should give the world an explanation. Don't you have any shame to force such an excellent Marine like Zephyr into this? Garp was furious, clenched his fists, wishing to punch the old men and hammer them to wake them up. I'll go and talk to them myself. Garp was about to walk towards the warship with a sullen face. Enough, Garp, Sengoku exclaimed. Don't add any more trouble to this matter. This is the end of the matter. I don't want to see this happen. Sengoku looked at Akiji and said, Corazon, you take 10 Vice Admiral from the headquarters to bring Zephyr back to the headquarters. If Zephyr is willing to come back with you, you don't do anything. Understand? Understood. Ching Xiong nodded, calmly calling the 10 Vice Admiral to leave with him. Garp waited glaringly for Sengoku. Sengoku also looked at Garp with a grimace. In the end, Garp glanced at Sengoku with disappointment and then stood there without speaking. Sengoku also had an ugly face with his forehead hanging. He already knows what 5 elders means. They want to take this opportunity to get rid of Zephyr. Zephyr's desire to establish a new Marine has touched the bottom line of 5 elders. Even if Zephyr wakes up, but Zephyr still has his pirate guerrillas, 5 elders can't stand it. So regardless of Zephyr's choice this time, 5 elders must get rid of this new Marine that may be independent. All of this is to stabilize the rule of the world government. Garp's fight with 5 elders at this time will definitely not have any good results. Sengoku even suspects that 5 elders targeted Zephyr because of the previous smoker incident that caused 5 elders fear and dissatisfaction. He and Zephyr were working against 5 elders because of smoker's affairs, challenging 5 elders' authority over Marine, making 5 elders start to fear their influence on Marine, so he wanted to get rid of Zephyr and regain control of Marine. And if Garp does the same thing may happen to Garp. The bomb on Garp is much better than Zephyr. When he was the son of the Revolutionary Army and the grandson of the pirate, he no longer wanted to see such things happen to his old friends. As for Zephyr, the only way now is to catch him back. It is impossible for Zephyr to return to Marine, but at least he must be guaranteed to survive. Continue to work against the government. Sooner or later, Zephyr and the pirate guerrillas who followed him will die, and it is likely that they are Marine, and he does not want Marine to die because of this kind of thing. In order to control Zephyr and save his life before making things worse, the members of the pirate guerrilla team were dispersed in a naval headquarters, so that when things subsided, everyone would be at peace. There was a flash in his own Sengoku eyes. Obviously, the government was not pleasing to his eyes. Sooner or later, he would have to give way, but 5 elders still couldn't determine the right successor. He is mentally prepared for this and has already begun to choose his successor. No matter what happens, there is one thing that can't be changed. That is, Marine can't be messed up. The world also depends on Marine to maintain peace and order. As long as this is guaranteed, it doesn't matter if he is not a marshal. As for the look of apology flashing in the eyes of France, Weibel will become Shichibukai is a foregone conclusion. He can do nothing but save Zephyr's life, and he must even be controlled to prevent it. He went to extremes. After this episode, the atmosphere of naval headquarters became very quiet. At first they thought that Zephyr would be able to turn his head. Even if this matter was over, there would be no more things that they didn't want to see happen. However, 5 elders' decision made their minds shattered. Regardless of the cause of this incident, Mr. Zephyr's incident has indeed violated Marine's bottom line, and it has had a huge impact on the world. It really has to give the world an explanation. They couldn't find any problems with 5 elders' decision-making. The question now is whether Teacher Zephyr can accept it. If they cannot accept it, then they're destined to be enemies. This ending made everyone angry and helpless, and there was endless anger in their hearts with nowhere to vent. At this moment, in a live broadcast, Luo Ke spoke. The answer is correct. In order to destroy Yindpont, Zephyr went to Marine's arsenal to seize explosive rocks that can compete with ancient weapons. This kind of rock will cause a big explosion when it comes in contact with the air. You can easily blow up Yindpont with this. Zephyr encountered Marine, led by Huang Yuan, when destroying the first Yindpont. The two sides fought, but during the battle, Zephyr triggered the explosive rock and launched an explosion that destroyed the first Yindpont 483T. Kizaru was not injured because he was a Logia-capable person, but Zephyr was not a capable person. After the explosion, he floated on the sea and was rescued by the Straw Hat Pirates passing by. However, when Zephyr woke up, he found that it was a pirate who saved him and fought with the Straw Hat Pirates. And Enies Marine's large forces also found it, and eventually the Straw Hat Pirates escaped. Some of the members of the Straw Hat Pirate group were hit by AI Yin's regressive fruit, and they regressed 12 years old one after another. So in order to get back to the original state, they could only go to Zephyr to take revenge and restore the original state by the way. After that, Zephyr destroyed the second Yindpont and became the third Yindpont. The Straw Hat Pirates who came to revenge found Zephyr with the explosive rock installed. Luffy fought with Zephyr and was finally knocked down by Luffy. In the process, Zephyr was also moved by Luffy's belief that Luffy was knocked down again and stood up again and again to pursue his dreams and not to give up. It turned out to be Luffy again. This is the first few times that Luffy has appeared, so how come he is everywhere? Rog's description surprised everyone. They originally thought it would be Marine that would stop Zephyr. After all, things like saving the world sounded better with Marine. And this is the trouble caused by Marine. Shouldn't Marine stop it? In the end, they were rescued by the gang of Straw Hat Pirates. Who is the righteous one? And why do you want to say it again? Because last time Alabasta heard that it was rescued by the Straw Hat Pirates, the pirates solved the crisis twice in a row. And 2 times in a row, Marine and world government had problems. One Shichibukai Crocodile and the other former Marine Admiral Zephyr. People from the government and Marine are in trouble, and the pirates come to the rescue. What is this called? Many people are dumbfounded. However, Luffy was able to defeat Zephyr, which surprised him a bit, but it was normal to think that Zephyr had been cut off by Weibel and became old and weak again. I can only sigh that heroes have old times. Fortunately, the crisis was resolved. Whether he was stopped by the pirates or not, it would be fine. But having said that, the translation The Prophecy was blocked by Straw Hat crew. That was because Luffy received 2 years of private training at Rayleigh, and his strength has been greatly improved. Now that the future has undergone tremendous changes due to the appearance of Roger, Weibel has become Shichibukai ahead of schedule. Luffy has just set out to sea now, and Rayleigh doesn't know where it is. The question now is, who should stop Zephyr in reality? Marine? Not reliable. It's not that they don't trust Marine, It's that Marine is ineffective every time. In the Crocodile Incident, Marine finally came to clean up the battlefield. In Zephyr destroyed, Yindi Marine couldn't stop Zephyr at all. If it wasn't for the Straw Hat Pirates, Zephyr would have detonated Yindi. This made them believe in Marine, hoping that in reality this could also be stopped. Everyone prayed. But what surprised them was that Zephyr himself chose to fail. Does this mean that Zephyr has given up on this idea? If this is the case, will there be a turn? ABCD machine? Many of them are looking forward to a new Marine from Marine like Zephyr, and they want to see true justice, not the false justice enslaved by the 5 elders, celestial dragons. Marines at Naval Headquarters also heard that the crisis was stopped by the Straw Hat Pirates. Their emotions are quite mixed. On the one hand, thanking Luffy for letting Teacher Zephyr find himself and preventing things from going bad. And on the other hand, they're disappointed that Marine couldn't stop Teacher Zephyr. Marine's performance in the live answer is really disappointing to them, and even a little self-esteem. How could Marine, whom they had always been proud of, become like this, and what was wrong here? But they are fortunate that it did not develop into a life-and-death situation with Teacher Zephyr. Otherwise, it would be too sad. I don't know what Mr. Zephyr will do after he finds himself. In fact, they're not the 5 elders. They are just Marines. Even if Mr. Zay quit Marine, although they do not belong to the same organization, as long as they fight against pirates and maintain justice, Mr. Zephyr is still that Mr. Zephyr in their hearts. I hope that Mr. Zephyr will not go to extremes again, and also hope that he will not become an enemy in the future and develop into a situation where master and apprentice are opposed, whether it is the future in the prophecy or the future in reality. Everyone in Naval Headquarters thought. At this moment, Luo Ke asked the last question. At whose hands did Zephyr end up dying? Time limit of 1 minute. Start timing. This question fell on everyone's head like a bolt from the blue. Zephyr found himself no longer destroying Yindi. The Marines of Naval Headquarters thought it was the end of the matter. But Roger now tells them that Zephyr is dead. This means that the Straw Hat Pirates' defeat of Mr. Zephyr is not the end, and there is more to come. Who, exactly, killed Teacher Zephyr? Did the Straw Hat Pirates kill Zephyr after defeating him? The faces of the Marines were ashen, and their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Confusion also flashed across Garp's face. Naval Headquarters suddenly fell into a tense atmosphere. At this moment, Sengoku's face was also a little ugly. Although he thought about controlling Zephyr, he never thought about killing Zephyr. And the end of the translation in the prophecy turned out to be death, which was not what he wanted to see. Was it really Garp's grandson doing it? Sengoku was a little confused, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was not right, because Luo Ke said that Luffy defeated Zephyr, not killed Zephyr. Otherwise, there is no need to say that Zephyr was moved by Luffy's belief and found himself. What's more, Luffy didn't kill Crocodile after defeating him before, which also reflects that he is not a guy who can kill the downed enemy. If that's the case, then it's not Luffy who killed Zephyr. Who would that be? Sengoku's brows furrowed in thought. He recalled what Rog had just described, and it seemed that there were only 3 groups of people in it: the Straw Hat Pirates, Enies Marine, and Marine led by Kizaru. Sengoku's eyes suddenly widened, and his face became very ugly. If that's the case, then the ending is too sad. In a live broadcast, everyone in the pirate guerrilla team heard the news that Zephyr was going to die. Their faces changed greatly, and they all looked at Zephyr worriedly. Zephyr seemed to have expected this result long ago, and his expression did not change at all. It's normal to be killed. After all, he wanted to destroy the entire New World, and at that moment became the enemy of the entire New World. Whether it's Marine, pirates, or even Pingmin, they want to kill him. So it's nothing strange, not to mention that he didn't even think about being alive by doing this go back. Compared with death, he cares more about the answer to this question and who killed him. This is what he wants to pay attention to. Zephyr also eased from the sudden disagreement between the anger and the answering live broadcast. Sort out the current situation. He's being watched by the whole world now. Everyone will know about his crimes that will destroy New World in the future. This incident will inevitably cause great repercussions in the entire world. I am afraid that he has now become a more infamous existence than Akainu. But these didn't matter. He just wanted to continue to realize his ideals and annihilate the pirates. His justice does not ask for anything in return. Whether people like it or not, does not affect him to annihilate the pirates. The more realistic problem is that the world government knows that he will betray the government and Marine, separate from Marine, and form a new Marine. In fact, he still thinks so. The current Marine is just a puppet under the control of 5 elders, and he doesn't want to return to that place anymore. He wants to establish a new Marine, the real Marine, and continue his purpose. However, the government will not let him go, and it will inevitably become an enemy in the future. He was not surprised by this. 5 elders could not sit back and watch the rise of the new Marine, and it was only a matter of time before it became an enemy. More importantly, in order to deal with the next troubles and achieve his goal of annihilating the pirates around the world, he needs to reap valuable rewards from this live answering question to support his ideals. His body can't support it for too long. Now he has sobered up from his anger and has given up the idea of destroying New World and die with the pirates of New World. To die with the pirate, that means to die with his newly formed Marine. This is not what he wants. Since it was independent from Marine, a new Marine was established to annihilate pirates all over the world. How could they be sent to the grave personally and ruined this new Marine personally? The Marine under the control of the world government has decayed and became the puppet of celestial dragons. Zephyr never recognizes that this is justice, and Marine, who is in the same line with pirates like Whitebeard, is sorry for the word justice. This world needs a new Marine and true justice. Since he created hope, how can he destroy it by himself? Even if he died, even in his limited life, the pirates of the world could not be wiped out. But as long as this new Marine can be passed on and can continue to grow stronger, it can continue to fulfill his ideals. He is already from the previous era, and the new era must be handed over to the young people. Zephyr glanced at Smoker, Binz, and Ein behind him. They are Marine's future. How can he let them die with him? The future belongs to them, and so does the new Marine. The world still needs them to destroy Haichin. Therefore, what he should do is to make this new Marine strong enough in his last life to let the fire of hope burn, so that even if he dies, they will continue to maintain the justice of the world and eliminate the pirates. For this, he needs more time. Now, this new Marine is still in its infancy, and it is too weak. There will be countless troubles waiting for them in the future. He needs time to grow it up so that he can safely hand over the new Marine to them. Let his ideals be passed on. Even if he couldn't see it while he was alive, he hoped that someday in the future after his death, there would be no pirates in this world. So he needs to answer this question correctly and get a better reward. Zephyr pondered this question. Who would kill him? Straw Hat Pirates? Zephyr frowned. Out of hatred for the pirates, he had no good feelings for the Straw Hat Pirates, even though Luffy was Garp's grandson. But after thinking about it, this guy is indeed different from the pirates he has seen before. Maybe because this guy has Garp's blood flowing in his body. And it is undeniable that he saved Alabasta and the villages of East Blue ruled by the Dragon Pirates. And from Luo Ke's description, it seems that he was moved by Luffy's beliefs and finally found himself, and was finally defeated by this kid. Did this kid kill him after he knocked him down? It is possible, but not certain. And the answer is too straightforward. In addition to the Straw Hat Pirates, who else could it be? F.A. thought that he would destroy the entire New World, and the entire New World people might come over and kill him to prevent this disaster. But in this case, there are too many possible people. The 4 emperors of New World are possible. Shichibukai, whose home is in New World, is also possible. Other big pirates are also possible, and even the strong among civilians may appear. Judging from previous topics, generally there are no selected topics, and the answers are all related to this matter, and there will be no inexplicable answers. For example, the previous Buster Call incident is related to Enies lobby, CP9's headquarters where Spandam is located. If you follow this line of thinking, the only people involved in this Yendi Point incident are Enyo Marine, the Straw Hat Pirates, and Marine led by Kizuru, who was sent to stop Marine. Thinking of this, Zephyr suddenly had an answer in his heart. A very strange expression appeared on Zephyr's face, like feeling pleased and helpless and sad. He slowly said, "Answer, Marine led by Kizuru." This answer surprised everyone who heard it. The Marines of the Zephyr students at Naval Headquarters, their faces were startled at first, and they couldn't believe it, and then they showed a bitter look. In the end, Teacher Zephyr still died in their hands. They didn't want to believe it, but there was a voice in their hearts telling them that it was true. Because just now 5 elders has ordered the arrest of Zephyr to give the world an explanation. This is just a situation where Teacher Zephyr has done nothing. If Teacher Zephyr has blown up 2 endpoints, then in order to prevent New World from being destroyed by Teacher Zephyr, in order to eliminate the threat, the government and Marine will definitely kill him without hesitation. This answer makes their hearts very uncomfortable. Zephyr, such an excellent Marine, has caught so many pirates in his life and won so much glory. He did not die in the hands of the pirates, but died in the hands of their Marine, and still died in the hands of their former disciples. What a heartbreaking thing. How sad it is for a hero to end up like this. People all over the world also showed a sad look on their faces when they heard this. Although Zephyr went to extremes in his later years, it is difficult for people to feel hatred for him. After all, he is not like a Kainu. He is born cold-blooded and ruthless. This former Marine Admiral used to be so kind, and just all the excellent qualities that Marine possesses can be seen in him. He cultivated the current naval headquarters and made an indelible contribution to the order of the world. However, such an excellent Marine has suffered a huge blow more than once in his life. Finally went astray. No one wants to see the hero of the past end like this. Such an ending aroused fear in many people's hearts. They all hope that the hero will have a good ending and that good people will be rewarded. However, the reality slapped them in the face, and even good people like Zephyr have fallen to this point. How can people be hopeful? 0. Seeking flowers. Could this damned destiny do something humans do? Can the old people of the world government be individuals? Many people cursed in their hearts. Before the live broadcast, many people looked at Zephyr in the screen, hoping that the former hero would change because of the live broadcast. Don't go to extremes. Don't end up with the end of mentor and disciple. Be their hero back. They need hope, and the world needs hope. The answer is correct, Rog said. Rog's answer made Zephyr happy that he answered the question correctly, and he was emotionally complicated because he was indeed dead in the hands of his students. Rog continued, "The 5 questions have now been answered, and the video is played as usual." At the same time, screens around the world turned black. However, no one looked away from the screen. Everyone knows in their hearts that what will be witnessed next is the life of a hero going to extinction. This image is also related to the survival of New World. The information they know from the topic is not enough to make them understand what happened. They want to see with their own eyes what happened. Witness the end of the once hero, the man who almost became a demon, Black Arm Zephyr. The Marines of Naval Headquarters stared at the screen with suppressed sadness in their hearts. The dark screen started to light up, and 2 old men with gray hair appeared in the room. They were wearing white Marine uniforms. 2 young Marines stood in front of them, seeming to be listening. Everyone recognized these 2 old men as soon as they saw them, Marine Hero Garp and Marine Marshal Sengoku. Summit War also has a black-haired Sengoku. 2 years later, it has turned into white hair. It also reminds people that Sengoku is actually a 70-year-old senior man. I'm afraid that he was Marshal Marine before. In order to keep the Marshal strong, he secretly drank oil. In the video, Garp bent over and sat there and said in a low voice, "He used to believe more than anyone in the justice of Marine. Zephyr is a serious man. Even on the dangerous battlefield, he is the first to take the lead, and he will fight for his life against the opponents of that era." The screen switched to the image of Zephyr from joining the army to becoming a general of Marine, and then his opponents also appeared one by one. The opponents, such as Whitebeard and Roger, were enough to see Zephyr's strength back then. He became Marine Admiral at a young age. When his life was at its peak, his wife and children were killed by pirates who had a grudge against Zephyr. Garp's voice came from behind, and the picture appeared. After Zephyr became Admiral, getting married, his wife holding her child, and everything was broken, and finally there was a scene of Zephyr bowing his head and weeping. Zephyr understands the position of Marine Admiral very well. He conceals this sadness and hatred deeply in his heart and concentrates on the task. In the years that follow, he will devote himself to cultivating young Marines. Zephyr, who appeared again, was refreshed as Marine Admiral. Akainu, Kizaru, Akiji, and other young Marines gradually appeared in the image. Garp said, "He is the man who trained all Marines, and now those famous non-commissioned officers are his disciples." Those from Naval Headquarters who appeared, or did not appear on the screen, looked respectfully at the purple-haired man in the video. They are proof of his achievements. But another tragedy hit him again. At this point, Garp's hand couldn't help but smash the sunbae in his hand. His tone was sad and helpless. As soon as the picture turned, Zephyr fell to his knees in tears, his eyes full of despair, and beside him was a corpse. The heavy rain broke. Zephyr threw up his broken right arm and screamed. Tears flowed down his cheeks along with the rain, and the wailing sound continued from the image. Zephyr's despair and unwillingness are conveyed to everyone who sees this scene through images. Naval Headquarters. Many Marines turned pale when they saw this scene, and the anger in their hearts was uncontrollable along with Zephyr's screams. This is what Whitebeard did, not only killing so many Marines, but also destroying Zephyr's law. Even so, Whitebeard has now become Shichibukai, their companion. This made them furious, and deep helplessness lingered in every Marine's heart. It shouldn't be like this. Things shouldn't be like this. Looking at the desperate Zephyr in the image, they thought. Garp's voice continued. The recruit training ship led by Zephyr was attacked by the capable pirates. In the end, only 2 recruits survived, and Zephyr also had his right arm cut off. After that, Marine scientists hit him with a weapon designed to destroy the ability, and he took his surviving disciples to form a pirate guerrilla team to hunt pirates everywhere. Even so, he still stayed in Marine at that time, because we haven't completely despaired of our Marine yet. Garp sighed, but the last fortress that made Zephyr as Marine finally collapsed. The pirate who killed all his students became the government's fighting force as Shichibukai, and then Zephyr left Marine and disappeared, and now in this form, 483, appeared in New World again. Full of hatred for pirates and despair for Marine, he himself established a new Marine, and the cruel reality changed that man. In the picture, Zephyr with sunglasses and standing hair appeared in front of everyone. This is Zephyr who went to extremes after despair. Seeing the translation reappearing in front of people, they're all in a very bad mood. Why on earth? Why does the world turn a man full of love and justice into such a crazy thug? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they couldn't believe that this man with a powerful aura would be the high-spirited man who was full of gentleness and light from before. And the picture on the screen continued to play. The screen appears on an island, and from the conditions on the island, it can be seen at a glance that this is an island under Marine's control. In the next second, the translation of the image changed greatly, and the Marine was fighting. The members of the pirate guerrilla team also changed their clothes and put on the uniform of the Enies Marine logo, which is a Marine logo under the upside-down logo of the seagull. It is a skeleton symbolizing a pirate, and a sharp sword runs through the seagull and the skeleton. Symbolizes Zephyr's dual hatred of Marines and pirates. After a fight, Zephyr entered Marine's arsenal, and the explosive rock on the wall was what Luo Ke said before. Kizaru appears in the video as reinforcements, and he fights Zephyr in order to prevent Enies Marine from taking the blasting rock. The two sides fought back and forth. Zephyr showed his strength as a former Marine admiral, and even Kizaru couldn't prevail in front of him for a while, but Zephyr was old after all, and after some confrontation, breathing began to appear. Problem. Kizaru sees the opportunity to use sparkling fruit to make a lightsaber to slash at Zephyr, but Zephyr blocked it. Zephyr, who realized that it was not good for him to fight any longer, inspired the explosion rock, and the explosion swept the entire island in an instant. An endless volcanic lava erupted, and the first island of Yindipenti was destroyed. Kizaru appeared again, looked at the blown-up Yindipenti, and said in an exaggerated tone, "It's a headache. I was put together." In the next scene, Aokiji on a bicycle passed by in the distance, watching the magma spewing into the sky and muttering, "Really, what is Marine doing?" Seeing the scene after the Yindipenti was blown up, people were finally convinced that Zephyr was going to destroy the 3 endpoints, New World, and One Piece's plan. They couldn't imagine what kind of hell the New World would turn into if he really succeeded. A group of Marines in Naval Headquarters looked at the translation that was out of breath after fighting with Kizaru, and their faces showed a look of unbearable. The last thing they wanted to see was their battle with Zephyr, and they were old and frail. Case. This scene made them even more sad. Watching Zephyr fight Kizaru and teach him not to rely too much on his abilities reminded them of their old school days and made them even more depressed. After the explosion, the screen switched to a pirate ship. This familiar symbol was obviously the Straw Hat Pirates 2 years later, and Luffy and the others also appeared in front of them. Then Straw Hat crew rescued Zephyr, who was knocked unconscious. Seeing this scene, everyone realized that a war was inevitable. Sure enough, Zephyr was very surprised when he woke up and found that the person who saved him was a pirate, but Zephyr, who hated pirates, still chose to attack the Straw Hat crew. The two sides fought. Even Zephyr, who was seriously injured, could still fight with Straw Hat crew played back and forth. At this time, the Enies pirates also found here, and the two sides fought. The Straw Hat Pirates were crushed by Enies' artillery fire and combat power, and they were about to be destroyed out of Enies Marine's attack range. However, this battle also caused heavy losses to the Straw Hat Pirates. The pirate ship was damaged, and the crew members became children after being hit with fruit, so Luffy and the others wanted to avenge Zephyr. As the first Yindipenti was destroyed, Marine Marshal Akainu called an emergency meeting to stop Zephyr's actions, and the battle to protect the second Yindipenti began. Zephyr landed on the island alone and was ambushed by a large number of Marines, but they were not Zephyr's opponents. Zephyr detonated the volcano, and it would not take long for the island to be completely blown up. At this time, the Straw Hats see the band of thieves arrived in Luffy and fought Zephyr. They failed, however, and Luffy's straw hat was snatched by Zephyr. Eventually, Aokiji sealed the volcano with ice before the second island was completely destroyed, buying time to transfer the island's inhabitants. Aokiji's performance here can't help but refresh people's attitude towards him and win a lot of goodwill. Although this guy abuses his power, he is still a good person. After the second battle, Zephyr and the others came to an island to rest. Although the 2 endpoints have been destroyed, no one on the Enies Marine's ship showed a happy look. Everyone's face was worried, including Zephyr's closest friends. The 2 disciples, Ein and Benz, as well as Zephyr himself, had indelible fear on their faces. At this time, there was a man singing, and in this quiet morning, there was a touch of sadness in the singing. Zephyr woke up from his rest. He got off the warship, refused to follow Ein and the others, and went to the island alone. At this time, it was finally clear who the singing man was, Marine Admiral Aokiji. But at this time, he should be considered a former Marine Admiral. Aokiji has appeared many times before, and he also helped prevent the eruption of the volcano on the second island and saved countless lives. It can be seen that Aokiji started very early. Pay attention to this. Was he trying to stop his teacher from going wrong? At this moment, Aokiji, who was leading 10 Vice Admiral from the headquarters to capture Zephyr, also looked up at the image above the warship. "Teacher, Zephyr," Aokiji muttered. In the video, in front of Aokiji on the edge of the cliff is a lonely house. There is no stone tablet, only a sword. It can be seen that it is a new grave. It seems that it should be built by the dead Marine relics collected by Aokiji when the second Yindipenti was destroyed. Zephyr walked over alone and stopped more than 10 meters away from Aokiji, followed by Qingxiong singing. Ching Xiong seemed to know that it was Zephyr, and without turning his head, he said, "I hate this song so much, teacher. Songs in honor of a dead Marine or something are not fun at all." While speaking, Akiji threw a bottle of wine at Zephyr, and Zephyr caught it. "You like this wine? This wine is the most hockey." Zephyr said, "I also learn to drink like you, because I want to be a handsome man." As soon as Akiji's voice fell in the video, a sob sounded from Naval Headquarters, and what Yoshio said was exactly what they wanted to say. They both aspired to be handsome men like Zephyr when they were young. But why? Why did things develop to this point? Teacher Zephyr has gone to extremes, and they have to fight each other. "Are you here to preach to the stubborn old man?" Zephyr looked at Akiji. "I'm sorry, I won't stop." "Do you want to die?" Ching Xiong asked. "There's no way to do that. It's all 2.3 in order to eradicate the evil of pirates, and Marine can't carry out true justice." "Sorry, I'm very busy now. Let's meet for a drink next time." "Okay, let's go. I don't want to kill you," Zephyr said, looking at Akiji. "Me too, Teacher Zephyr." Akiji sighed, frost covering Akiji's arms, seeing that a battle was about to take place. But Akiji watched Zephyr for a long time. His clenched fist gradually loosened, and the frost disappeared. Ching Xiong silently walked past Zephyr. In the end, he couldn't let go. Seeing the back of Akiji leaving, everyone was not surprised at all. Compared with the other two admirals, this man was too affectionate and too soft-hearted. He was a good man, but hardly a competent Marine. Looking at the separate figures of the two, an unspeakable sadness lingered in everyone's heart. In reality, Akiji was silent for a while seeing this scene, and at the same time Sengoku shook his head helplessly, and he turned to look at Garp. "Garp, you should go." Hearing Sengoku's words, the muscles on Garp's arms shriveled, and without speaking, he strode towards his warship. Akiji couldn't take action against Zephyr, so he found the Straw Hat Pirates who were looking for revenge on Zephyr, told them about ENDPONT, the explosion rock, and what Zephyr wanted to do, and gave the record pointer to the third island it took them, and told them that if they failed, the new world would be destroyed, and if they succeeded, they would be surrounded by Marine's strongest forces heading for the third island, or even wiped out. However, Luffy and the others decided to go. In order to retrieve Shanks' hat to complete the agreement with Shanks, and to restore their companions to their original state, the Straw Hat Pirates moved towards the third island. Just before Straw Hat Crew was about to leave, a little boy with a mask on his head approached them. The moment he saw the boy, Zephyr's eyes widened, and the figure of another little boy seemed to overlap with the figure of the boy in the image. It was the self who pretended to be a hero with a mask when he was a child. The little boy ran over, panting, and asked, "Big brother dude, I want to be a hero when I grow up. Marine Admiral or One Piece? Which one is better?" "Pirates are not heroes," Luffy said. The little boy said in shock, "Really? For you, are the two the same?" Sanji asked with some confusion. The little boy said very excitedly, "Of course, because it's very handsome." The boy's words drew laughter from the adults, and Luffy laughed and said, "Carrie, it's best to do what you like." The childlike conversation gave Zephyr a huge shock, and he stared blankly at the smile on the boy's face. The mood cannot be calm for a long time. Why didn't he want to be a hero just for being handsome like this little boy? However, what did he do? In order to eliminate these pirates, even these hopeful children were almost destroyed together. Pirates are not heroes, but can he be a hero by doing so? Can you be called a hero who cannot protect these children who have high hopes for the future? Zephyr clenched his fists, but his eyes gradually became clearer, and faith gathered in his eyes. At the same time the image arrives, when Straw Hat Crew breaks into the last island. Straw Hat Crew breaks into the blockade of Enies Marine and fights with Enies Marine above. And now Zephyr has placed the explosion rock, sitting on a rock with a bottle of wine in his hand, as if waiting for the final end. Luffy's straw hat is placed on an explosive rock. At this time, Luffy, who rushed up from the siege, appeared in front of Zephyr. Zephyr thought that Luffy was here to stop him from destroying ENDPOINT, but Luffy said that he was looking for the hat. "What does this hat mean to you?" Zephyr asked. "I became the beacon of One Piece," Luffy said. Luffy's words drew Zephyr's sneer. "I will never allow pirates to dream. I will destroy all the seas of your mischief." The two sides immediately started fighting without speculation. The two of them went back and forth. Facing Zephyr's sea-stone mechanical arm, Luffy's rubber fist was no longer as durable as before, and the fist fell on it, blood dripping. However, even so, Luffy's battle continued, seeing the pit marks on the mechanical arm, seeing Luffy's fist full of blood, and the belief in not giving up. Even Zephyr was shocked. "Boy, why do you have to fight against me even if you fight like this? Even if you defeat me, you're still a pirate, and no one in this world will appreciate you." Zephyr asked, "I only do it the way I want to, and if I don't beat you, I won't be the Pirate King." "Really, is it just that?" Not knowing what to think, Zephyr said inexplicably, "It's like a child." At this time, the robotic arm on Zephyr's right hand exploded, exposing the prosthetic limb inside. He glanced at his right hand and muttered to himself, "Do you want to do it the way you want? Then I'll try it too. I also bet my life, smash your beliefs to pieces, let it go, this is the last." As soon as Zephyr's voice fell, his hands and forearms were covered with a layer of black. In the video, Aokiji saw this scene and said, "Black Arm Zephyr is back." This sentence expressed a lot of Marine's heart, and everyone in Marine who saw this scene widened their eyes. This is their teacher, Black Arm Zephyr. They haven't seen this scene for a long time. Since Zephyr's arm was cut off, his temperament has changed greatly. After that, he began to rely on the mechanical arm to restrain the ability, and no longer use his own fist to defeat the enemy as before. Seeing Zephyr like that, they felt sad and sad. They kept telling them not to rely on the able translation teacher, but they became dependent on foreign objects. From then on, they realized that the teacher was lost in hatred and pain. However, all of them are powerless. They can only watch Zephyr fall into the horns, and no one can save Teacher Zephyr from the pain. When they saw Luffy, who was fighting against Teacher Zephyr again, they couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude. Finally, the teacher they were familiar with came back. Luffy and Zephyr continued their final battle. In the first battle, both of them were exhausted, and they seemed to fall down at any time. Finally, after Luffy and Zephyr parted with a roar, "I will become one piece and both sides played the last punch. Eventually, Zephyr fell to the ground. "I'm getting old too, and I can't move at this level." Zephyr lay on the ground panting. "It's a pity. Happy times are always fleeting." Whoever saw this scene didn't expect Zephyr to be knocked down to say something like this, "Happy times." However, Sengoku, Aokiji, and other Marines can realize the meaning behind Zephyr's words. How long has he not enjoyed the fun of fighting? Everything before was for revenge, and he forgot that fighting itself is something worth enjoying matter. The happiness of a man is in this fist. However, Zephyr was blinded by hatred and finally embarked on an irreversible path. Seeing Zephyr finally sobering up, Sengoku, Aokiji, and the others who were friends and students were sincerely happy for him. Zephyr was finally liberated from the pain and found himself. However, this also means that this is not far from his death. Dream chasers are those who want to remove all obstacles, and those who are persistent in moving forward. Take away the hat in my life. Translation said to Luffy. These words made all Marine's heart tighten. 483, however, Luffy turned around and walked to the hat bar. He picked up the hat and put it on his head. He smiled at Zephyr. "I don't want your life. I'm already happy. If you still want to fight, I'll accompany you." Zephyr stared blankly at Luffy's smile and said, "No, I'm down too." Then the members of the Straw Hat Pirates came and hugged Luffy, and Ainbins and the others also walked towards Zephyr. Zephyr stood up and said to them, "I'm sorry for the trouble for you too. I just want Teacher Z to be safe." Ain cried. Many Marines also said at the same time in their hearts. They even hoped that it would be all right here, and now Teacher Zephyr has found himself and stopped doing such crazy things. In the future, let Mr. Zephyr lead Enies Marine to continue to hunt pirates. Even if you don't stay in Marine, it will be fine as long as you are safe. They don't want to see their mentor suffer anymore. However, when it was about to end in a peaceful way, a voice appeared in everyone's ears. It looks like the actors have gathered. Kizaru's face appeared in front of many people. Seeing him, The generals of naval headquarters tensed up in an instant and looked at Kizaru with dissatisfaction and disgust. Can't you show up later? Can't you wait until Mr. Zephyr leaves? You didn't appear before Luffy and Mr. Zephyr fought, and you didn't appear during the fight. After the fight, an actor appeared and gathered. Get the hell out of you, acting ape. Now that Teacher Zephyr and Luffy have lost both sides, and if Kizaru appears again, even if they are fools, they can guess that Teacher Zephyr's death is here. Thinking of this, the Marines gritted their teeth, and even looked at Kizaru with resentment in their eyes. At this moment, Mariewa, Kizaru suddenly felt a chill behind his back when he saw this scene. He looked around and found that there were no enemies, so he continued to look at the image. At this moment, people all over the world looked at Zephyr with sad expressions, and they understood that the former hero was dying and at the hands of his disciples. No matter how angry they were at Zephyr's absurd ideas before, it was a little sad to see the translation of this last moment. The world was so unfair to him. Why should he be so cruel to a good man? The more they see Zephyr's current situation, the more they are angry with those brainless guys in the government. For pushing Zephyr to such a point, is it worth your treatment for Shichibukai's fighting power? Has Marine paid so many heroes? A pirate, a Marine hero. Can't you tell who is good and who is bad? People who didn't have a good impression of the world government in the first place are even more disgusted by these incompetent and brainless old men who only know how to calculate profits. World government is not worthy of such Marine. The arrival of Kizaru caused a panic, but Zephyr was very calm at this time, and he walked towards Kizaru and Marine behind him alone. In the end, I did it the way I wanted to, and I had to pay the price I liked. Otherwise, I will have no face to meet those who left before me. Straw Hat Luffy boy, you still have your own adventure. Leave it to me here. Hearing this, everyone didn't know what Zephyr meant. Luffy shouted Zephyr, and Ein ran towards Zephyr. However, at this moment, an ice wall suddenly lay between them and Zephyr. Seeing this scene, everyone realized that this was Akiji, who had been watching the game. He saw Zephyr's determination to use his own life to fight for their lives, so he finally decided to help the teacher. An ice wall hundreds of meters high appeared out of thin air, dispersing them, and it was also destined to separate the Een and the Yang. Looking at Ein, who wanted to fight alongside the teacher but could only cry against the ice wall, everyone in naval headquarters followed with tears. The final battle begins, and as in the beginning, Zephyr begins a slaying with Marine, facing all of his former disciples. The Marines of naval headquarters looked sad when they saw themselves in the video. Just as the group of Vice Admiral in the video watched teacher Zephyr silent, Kizaru took the lead to rise to the air. I only heard the words in my mouth. Bachi Kyongyu. Farewell, Mr. Zay's method chi. Kizaru's glasses reflected light, making it difficult to see his eyes at this time. As soon as Kizaru finished speaking, the laser beams fell like a torrential rain. In an instant, countless lasers hit Zephyr, turning Zephyr into a sieve. The Marines who appeared on the battlefield closed their eyes one after another, unable to bear to look any longer, and tears flowed from the corners of their eyes. Zephyr suddenly protruded from a mouthful of blood, and his body was full of light spots penetrated by lasers. However, he still raised the corner of his mouth and looked at the students in front of him. Let me teach you one last lesson. The screen stops at the moment when Zephyr punches his former disciples. Seeing this scene, not only the Marine in the video was full of tears, but even the Marines in the naval headquarters in reality also burst into tears. Hearing it and seeing it with their own eyes are two completely different things, and how could they feel better when they saw Zephyr die in the fight against them? The people who participated in the crusade against Zephyr this time were basically Zephyr's disciples, and many of them saw themselves inside, which made him even more sad. Seeing this, they all fell silent. In contrast to Marine at naval headquarters, the mood is lower. Although people all over the world who have not so much relationship with Zephyr feel sorry for Zephyr's life and ending, it is even more pity that such a Marine has gone astray. If he can form a new Marine steadfastly, instead of if such extreme action is taken, it will be a great blessing rather than a disaster for the world. let alone such an ending. Going to extremes kills people. In addition to people's lament, what was even more surprising was Kizaru's performance in the final battle. For a long time, even Kizaru, who played the role clearly in Summit War, never imagined that they would work so hard in the war against Zephyr. If it wasn't for that man with Kizaru's funny face and Kizaru's exclusive sparkling fruit ability, they would have thought Akainu was fighting Zephyr so hard. Why doesn't he work so hard against Whitebeard and Luffy in Summit War? So he shouldn't be an ape now. Everyone was a little puzzled, wondering if they didn't deal with each other when Zephyr was teacher Kizaru. In any case, this time, they were able to see the true strength of Admiral Kizaru. Although the target of the crusade was their own teacher, this time Kizaru's performance really made them feel okay. Compared to Akainu's absolute justice, which is daunting, Zephyr, who goes to extremes, can be said to be an angry version of Akainu. And Akainu doesn't need to go to extremes at all. As long as he is angry, it can become so horrible. Qingxiong's side was too soft-hearted. Although Akiji saved a lot of people in this war, he did get a wave of goodwill. However, in the face of the translation teacher who wanted to destroy New World, Akiji still couldn't do it. You must know that this is related to the lives of countless people in New World. This time, Akiji left this matter to others to solve. Same thing with the Enies lobby incident. At the critical moment, Akiji always leaves things to others to solve, while he hides aside because of his soft heart. To be honest, Marine Admiral like this is very disappointing to them. Complete disregard for people's lives. In contrast, Kizaru is more reliable. Although he usually acts like an acting ape, he also acts like an acting ape when he fights, but at critical moments, this guy is okay, and even the teacher is not relentless in killing him. As a compromise, Kizaru was their ideal marshal of the three admirals. With the disappearance of Zephyr's picture, a new pattern appeared on the picture. Qingxiong stood in front of Zay's tomb with a bottle of wine, and the two agreed to drink together after the matter was over, but it was no longer possible. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't hold back any longer, and they all covered their faces and wept. For a while, sobbing could be heard on the naval headquarters and the warship. In front of Akiji, Binz and Ein looked at Zephyr's grave and pressed their mouths without crying, but the tears couldn't stop piling up in their eyes. Qingxiong looked at the backs of the two and said to the grave, "A man is not very handsome in his own life. Vice Admiral's own beliefs are carried out consistently." The screen switches to a town. A purple-haired boy wearing a mask punched away a group of bad kids who were bullying people. "Come here anytime. I'm the righteous hero Z." The boy made a Z pose with his hands a little bit, and the image ended here. After watching this last video, many people couldn't help themselves for a long time, and countless emotions were churning in their hearts, but they didn't know what to say. Zephyr also looked speechless at his younger self. In the end, the emotion in his heart was turned into a long breath. After watching this video, it actually gave him a feeling of being separated from the world. That's the reality of what would have happened if this quiz livestream had not happened. There was a wry smile on Zephyr's face. It seemed that his waywardness brought a lot of disaster to the world. If it wasn't for this quiz show to tell him everything, he would probably turn it all into reality in no time. Because after hearing that Weibel became Shichibukai, his mind was filled with the urge to destroy. But now he has calmed down a lot. He turned his head to look at Ein and Binz and apologized. "Ein, Binz, and you, I have caused you trouble." He also saw the constant worry and sadness on Binz and Ein's faces in the video, and then realized that he had neglected them all these years. He was really a failure as a teacher, and he kept making students worry about him. They have been forcing themselves all these years, and he, the teacher, has never noticed, blinded by hatred. Binz and I must be in pain when they see him in deep hatred, but they don't know how to pull him out, so they're always by his side. However, he has always set his sights on revenge, but he has not noticed the pain in their hearts. Binz and the others shook their heads quickly. No. Zephyr looked at them with a smile, thinking of the way they were sobbing at his grave, and made up his mind not to let this happen again, or at least to end it without regrets. After the video is played, The screen also changes to the live broadcast scene. Rob looked at the audience in front of the screen and said, "Now, the video broadcast is over. This time the answer is live. There are a total of 5 questions, and 5 answers are correct. Now start to liquidate the rewards." After talking about Roger, let the system begin to settle. The answer is over. Start the calculation. This time there are 5 answers. 5 answers are correct. The correct rate is 100%. There are 5 rewards here. You can choose one. Reward 1, Explosive Rock *50. Reward 2, Healing Potion *51. Reward 3, Healing Potion Enhanced Version *1. Reward 4, Get the right to use Pluton once. Reward 5, You can designate a person related to Zephyr to resurrect. The above are rewards for answerers. Master gets reward, Zephyr's physical skills. The owner gets the reward, the pacifist White Bear *100. Master gets reward, Explosive Rock, all marine inventory. Unblocking progress, plus 5%. Roger, Earn and I reward, and the unblocking progress was 5%, which was okay. Zephyr's physique, this man who became Marine Admiral at the age of 35, does not rely on ability, and is as famous as Sengoku, Garp, Roger, Whitebeard, and others in the same era. His physique is naturally not weak. It's just that now that we are old, coupled with diseases, we can't match these young people. What makes Rob more interested in is the pacifists and the explosive rock. The pacifists claim to be a powerful weapon that can eliminate the bounty pirates of more than 100 million yuan. But he doesn't need them to eliminate the pirates. It just so happens that he's alone here. So, it's okay to let them be housekeepers and take care of this constantly expanding house for him. As the system plunders more and more energy, his home on the moon is getting bigger and bigger. As for the explosive rock, it is said to have the power of ancient weapon. From a video point of view, the actual effect should not be as good as Pluton, but it can be regarded as a weapon with the ability to destroy the island. It was because of Pluton that 5 elders was fidgeting and sleeping peacefully. Now if 5 elders finds that all the explosive rocks in Marine's weapons arsenal have disappeared, I'm afraid it will be even more fidgeting. Rog imagined how ugly the old faces of 5 elders looked when they heard the news, and couldn't help but be happy. Roger looked at Zephyr and said, "I have already thought about your reward. 5 options are prepared for you, but you can only choose one from them." Zephyr was refreshed when he heard the words. He has made up his mind to change the predicted future and leave a hope for the students and the world. Therefore, more time is needed to achieve this goal. And this is closely related to the rewards of this live broadcast. What did he get? Whitebeard's Potion of Life, the Constitution Potion of the Straw Hat Pirate Group, and the Spirit Potion of Robin. These all lingered in his mind. No matter what it is, as long as he can give him more time to realize his ideals, that's all right. People all over the world also watched this scene attentively, and they were curious about what rewards Zephyr could get. At the same time, Mariehua, 5 elders are also watching the live broadcast. Now things are all developing in the direction they want. Zephyr was ruined by Oct for destroying New World. They can also seize the charge and deal with Zephyr's troubles rightfully. Everything is as they expected, and even more smoothly. But the only variable now is Roger. If Zephyr gets something that he shouldn't get from Luo Ke, causing their development to be biased, and things become uncontrollable, then there'll be a big problem. The current Zephyr is not worth mentioning. Just arrange an Admiral to catch it, and the remaining pirate gorillas are just rubbish. So after answering the live broadcast, this threat can be easily wiped out. However, if Zephyr got something changed because of this, then things were different. If the capture failed, Zephyr escaped. Then Zephyr will set up a new Marine, which is a variable for them, and knowing what kind of behavior Zephyr will do in the future is still unknown. It would be bad if this new Marine was allowed to develop, which could shake the existence of the world government. World government is not afraid of pirates, because pirates are the enemy of everyone. People can only rely on Marine and rely on the government to fight against pirates. However, if there's a new option, then the government will become less important. And if the newly established Marine is allowed to develop, then the Marine on the government side is not a necessary option for the joining countries. And once these countries come together next to the new Marine, it is equivalent to the emergence of a second world government. The world cannot have a second world government, and the five elders will not sit by and watch this happen anyway. This is why they have been chasing the Revolutionary Army, but they have no interest in pirates. Pirates are just worms after all. They can't affect the overall situation. The ones who can really affect the overall situation are these guys who shake their foundations. That year Marine defected to a Dorag, and then the Revolutionary Army was born. What if Marine turns out to be another Zephyr this time? You know, Zephyr is the man who cultivated the entire Marine. If he can cultivate one Marine, he can cultivate the second. Falling into a crazy translation is scary to the world, but not worth mentioning to the government. While a sane translation is good for the world, it is a serious threat to the government. Everything must be nipped in the bud. You can't hand over this matter to Marine and let CP0 go. There can't be any accidents in this matter. If Zephyr can't be solved at this time, there will be an enemy that is even more difficult to deal with in the Revolutionary Army in the future. They can't tolerate Zephyr staying inside Marine to shake their grip on Marine, nor can a Zephyr who has regained his senses stay outside Marine and start a new portal. So Zephyr must be removed. The five elders are closely watching Roger and Zephyr on the live broadcast, and they must not let Zephyr get the same reward as Whitebeard. Originally, Zephyr had half his foot in the grave, and even if he didn't kill him, he would not have much time, but if he was like Whitebeard, he would have half a life more. Then there is no doubt that what they feared may well become reality. Zephyr has spent half his life raising the entire Marine. Give him another half-life, and another Marine might actually appear. The five elders started to panic a little. At this time, under the attention of all eyes, Rog spoke. Reward 1. 50 explosive rocks. If you want to continue your new world destruction plan, then this will save you the time to raid Marine's arsenal. Presumably, they should take these things very seriously now, Bar. These 50 explosive rocks can fully satisfy your plan. Rog's words immediately frightened the people all over the world, especially the people in the New World, and even the four emperors Kaido and the others turned ugly. If Zephyr really wants to continue this plan and choose the explosion rock given by Luo Ke, then they have to fight for their lives. No one wants to be involved in this crazy action and innocently die. The five elders didn't feel much after hearing this reward, but they were more concerned about the explosive rock. Does Luo Jiang have an explosive rock in his hand? Then someone came in to report. According to the news from the people below, all the explosive rocks in Marine's arsenal have suddenly disappeared. What? The face of the five elders changed suddenly. They don't care about blowing up New World or something. The world is so big, and New World is only a part of their sphere of influence, so they don't care about it. Instead, Zephyr chose explosive rock, and they had more reason to get rid of Zephyr. However, the disappearance of the explosive rock was the key to them. All the explosive rock disappeared, and Luo Ke said that he had the explosive rock in his hand, which meant that everything fell into Luo Ke's hands. Now Luo Jiang has both the Pluton and other big killers in his hand, and the explosive rock that is comparable to the ancient weapon's power. Coupled with Luo Ke's elusive abilities, the five elders have no doubt that Luo Ke has the ability to bury all those blast rocks in Marineford. Then there would be trouble, and with a bang, the whole Marineford would be screwed, and they'd be in one pot. Thinking of this, the five elders suddenly froze and froze. Let the CP search in Marineford immediately. Don't let any corner be missed. Once you find the explosive rock, deal with it immediately. Not only that, we must increase our manpower and patrol at all times to prevent Rogue from installing the explosive rock when we don't know it. All threats must be eliminated, and this guy Rogue must be eliminated as soon as possible. But how to get rid of it? The words silenced the five elders. If Luo Ke is Zephyr, then they have 10,000 ways to deal with him, but they can't even find the shadow of Luo Ke, let alone deal with him. With a headache, the five elders fell into deep powerlessness. The top priority now is to get rid of Zephyr. As for Rogue, he has to hurry up Otherwise, things will be more troublesome if he drags on. At the same time, the Marines of Naval Headquarters also heard the content of Reward 1 at the same time, and they also learned that all the explosive rocks in the weapon arsenal had disappeared. Everyone stared at Zephyr closely, and their eyes were full of pleading hope that Zephyr would not choose this reward. Otherwise, the image would eventually become a reality. And at the moment, the warship in the live broadcast is not calm. Zephyr looked at Luo Ke strangely when he heard the reward mentioned by Roger. How could he feel that the reward was a bit nasty? It seems that the heat let him destroy Yendi Point. If it was before, he might choose this reward, but now his mind has changed. Even if he destroys New World, kills all the pirates of New World, and destroys One Piece, this is meaningless. Because the people of New World are dead, and the people who are protected are dead, is justice still valuable? So he has determined to embark on another path, a path that he has been insisting on before, but has been lost, to cultivate young Marines, believe in them, believe in the next generation, believe in the future, and carry out his beliefs. He believes that one day, the future Marine will take over his ideals, make this world truly peaceful, and let the pirates completely disappear from this world. He will no longer have regrets, and he does not want to let the students cry for him sadness for him. As their teacher, he wants to be their protector umbrella. This time they no longer fight for him, but he and them fight side by side for the common belief justice. Behind Zephyr, the members of the pirate guerrilla team looked at Zephyr with worry after hearing the reward is the explosive rock. Smoker frowned, fearing that Teacher Zephyr would repeat the same mistakes. Teacher Zephyr Smoker started to say something, but Zephyr interrupted him. Smoker, don't worry. Zephyr looked at Rog and said, I won't choose this option. I won't do this kind of thing again. Please tell me about other rewards. Zephyr's answer made many people who heard him breathe a sigh of relief. Rog continued, now is the second reward item. 5 bottles of healing potions can cure all diseases and injuries. Judging from the current situation of your body, it can restore your health, and the healing potions are not affected. Although the number limit is the same, it can be used repeatedly. This reward made everyone in the pirate guerrilla team shine. As Zephyr got older, the injuries he accumulated when he was young began to deteriorate, and his health became worse. Originally needed recuperation, but Teacher Zephyr chose to go to sea after suffering a huge blow. If this continues, Teacher Zephyr's body will not last long, and students like them have been worried about this. They hadn't thought about curing Zephyr's illness before, but the injuries accumulated over the years are not something that can be cured by trying to cure them. Even AI Yin's regressive fruits have no effect. Zephyr's body is already like a withered tree. The inside is decayed. Moreover, the ability to regress the fruit is limited, although it can restore Zephyr's youth for a while. But with a young body and then injured, once AI Yin's ability disappears, the physical condition of Teacher Zephyr will become more serious. This is just drinking poison to quench thirst. So when they heard the healing potion, they were all a little excited. This is the reward that Teacher Zephyr needs most now, and it is also the reward they have been longing for Teacher Zephyr to obtain. Ms. Zephyr! Binz, Ein, and the others shouted excitedly. Zephyr nodded. Don't worry, listen to the rest first. Zephyr's face finally showed a smile. Even if there is no life potion, they're the healing potion that can buy him a lot of time, and he can let go and do what he wants to do. Rog continued. The third reward, a bottle of healing potion, enhanced version, has a stronger effect than the normal version. It can not only treat injuries, but also resurrect with severed limbs, even with only one head. Not only that, it can even revitalize the body and prolong life. Although the effect is not as good as the life-prolonging life potion, it is still possible for 10 years. As soon as the third reward was said, the entire warship was excited, and the entire pirate guerrilla group seemed to see the dawn of hope. All of them understand what it means to be reborn and live longer. Black Arm Zephyr will be back again. Zephyr shook his prosthesis, feeling very excited. He hasn't been so excited for how long. If he can really make his right arm grow back, give him another 10 years. He is confident to bring a brand new Marine to this world and create a brand new future for this world. Compared with Zephyr's excitement, Marineford, 5 Elders' complexion changed suddenly. The healing potion, enhanced version, actually gave something like Zephyr. Doesn't that mean that another Whitebeard has appeared? No, this is even more dangerous than Whitebeard, because Whitebeard is only a pirate after all, and he cannot shake the rule of the world government. However, what Zephyr wants to do is something that will shake the rule of the world government. In other words, he is another Dorag, and more dangerous than Dorag. Give Dorag for 10 years, and the Revolutionary Army has not caused any waves for 10 years. But for Zephyr for 10 years, he may really give you a new Marine, and then the status of the world government's Marine will not be guaranteed. Oops, the development of things has begun to get out of their control. Originally thought that Zephyr was dying, so it was no big deal to dispose of it, but now they seem to have a big bag. No, Zephyr must be eliminated immediately. Otherwise, once he escapes, it will be troublesome to deal with it anymore. And one of the biggest threats to the existence of Zephyr is that he is the current high-level teacher of Marine. If he pulls out a new Marine, 5 Elders can't guarantee that these guys will surrender to the enemy. At that time, it will be a big trouble. They were afraid of Zephyr's influence on Marine before trying to get rid of him. And now it really happened. This guy's influence is really a problem. Under the order of 5 Elders, the next CPO went to sea to catch Zephyr. As for Kizaru and Akainu, they stayed. They and Marineford CP were searching for Bomb Rock. In case Luo Ke blasted the tiger away from the mountain, Marineford was blown up. Compared with 5 Elders' ugly face, Marine's emotions are more complicated. On the one hand, he is happy that the teacher has a chance to recover, and on the other hand, he is worried that the matter will not end well. Sengoku looked at Zephyr in the picture with a grim expression. If Zephyr recovers his health and his right arm, then he will definitely not be caught, and he will definitely leave Marine. In the future, Zephyr's new Marine will inevitably confront the world government, and their Marine and Zephyr's Marine will inevitably make enemies. Sengoku is now a little confused about what to do. If Zephyr leaves successfully, maybe he can really build a new Marine, a Marine that is not controlled by the world government. But it will also shake the rule of the world government and change the current world structure. The world may cause a war because of this. At that time, no one knows what the world will be in the future, whether it will usher in a new life or it will lead to destruction. No one knows. 0. Ask for flowers. But what is certain is that many people will die in this war. Sengoku's face was uncertain, and he finally sighed. As Marshal Marine, he had already done what he should do. If Zephyr failed to come back with Akiji and Garp this time, then it would be fate. Then let him see what the future will become. He is a person who is about to enter the soil. It is still unknown to be able to see this scene. The next Marshal should worry about this at that time. It makes no sense for him to think more now. Sengoku remembered that the cause of this incident was entirely caused by 5 Elders' enlistment of Whitebeard as Shichibukai. Even if there was no smoker in advance, 5 Elders would still enlist Whitebeard as Shichibukai. Zephyr will explode sooner or later. It is not an exaggeration to think that Zephyr has done so much for Marine and the government, and that he would encounter this kind of humiliation in his later years. Maybe leaving Marine is also a good thing for Zephyr. He also sees clearly now. In the eyes of 5 Elders, Marine is just a tool. Their justice is not 5 Elders' justice. If Zephyr can establish a Marine with a true faith in justice, then he is also happy for Zephyr for the world. I hope that Zephyr will not repeat the same mistakes this time. It is enough to see the sad thing once and not to stage it in reality again. Zephyr suppressed his excitement and almost wanted to choose the 3rd item directly, but he was still curious about what was behind. Anyway, there is time for him to choose. He is not in a hurry. Rog continued. The 4th bonus option is to use Pluton once, which is also an hour. Hearing Pluton again, many people's eyes lit up. But this is not what Zephyr wanted. Zephyr continued to look at Roger, waiting for the 5th answer. The last option, you can choose to resurrect a person related to yourself. As soon as this remark came out, It immediately caused a sensation all over the world. It was not the first time that they heard the word resurrection from Luo Ke, and they even saw Ace's mother being restored to life by Luo. This incident has shocked them greatly until now. Many people who want to participate in the live broadcast also want to resurrect their relatives, friends, lovers. In the last live broadcast of Robin's answer, they thought that the resurrection would also appear in Robin's rewards, but it did not appear. Instead, the right to use Pluton appeared. Unexpectedly, it appeared this time. Zephyr can choose to resurrect his related people. In Zephyr's past, people all over the world have seen it through questions and images. Countless people are saddened by what happened to him in life. If it weren't for these blows, this man would not be reduced to that fate. The two biggest blows in his life were the deaths of his wife and children and the tragic death of students. If there's a chance to resurrect them, even one of them, I believe this man will feel much better in his heart. But they suddenly discovered a blind spot in Rog's words. Choosing to resurrect one person seems to be different from the reward given by Whitebeard last time. They remember that it seemed to say that one person was resurrected randomly. This time the two words seemed to disappear. Did Luo Ke ignore it? People looked at Luo Ke with some doubts. At this moment, Zephyr was shocked when he heard that the people associated with him could be resurrected. The faces of his wife and children and the faces of the students flashed before his eyes. Before he could recall more, he also noticed Rog's wording. Does choosing to revive mean that you can designate a person to revive? Zephyr's face showed a rare, nervous look. That's right, Roger affirmed. This remark immediately caused an uproar all over the world. If the resurrection is designated, wouldn't it be possible to choose the person who wants to be resurrected most? If it is immediately, there are many people who are related, but there is only one person who wants to be resurrected the most. If the resurrected person is not the one in his heart, he may regret it for the rest of his life. This time, however, Zephyr could resurrect the man he wanted to choose. Resurrection is already an unbelievable thing, and the person who can revive his hope is unprecedented, and it is also the dream of many people. There are many people around the world who look at Zephyr with envy and hatred. They are the ones who can't wait to get this reward. They also have relatives, friends, and lovers who want to resurrect. This is an opportunity that no treasure can exchange. Almost everyone thought Zephyr would choose the fifth option. Although it is uncertain who it is his wife or son with the highest probability, followed by the student who was killed. It's a pity that there is only one candidate, and I don't know who Zephyr will choose. At this moment, Zephyr was also excited by Luo Ke's words 483. When he saw the option of resurrection in Whitebeard's reward, he thought that if he had this opportunity, it would be great. Unexpectedly, he actually met in a blink of an eye. When the opportunity presented itself to him, however, Zephyr hesitated. Now there are two options in front of him. One is to choose the Healing Potion Enhanced Edition and let his right hand grow back. He has no choice but to give him another 10 years to build a brand new Pure Marine. Another option is to choose to resurrect a person, his wife, or his son, or one of his students. When he heard this answer, the first thing he thought of was his wife and children. When his family was killed by the pirates, his son was only 3 years old. With such a young life, he didn't take a good look at life in this world. It's gone. Hearing this reward, he immediately wanted to revive them, even if it was worth seeing them again. However, this meant that he had to give up what he had already made up his mind to do. One side is the world as the new Marine, justice is the countless people threatened by pirates, and the other side is the family. Zephyr was struggling. People who had thought that Zephyr would be eager to choose the fifth reward were stunned when they saw the struggling look on Zephyr's face. Is Zephyr hesitating? Naval Headquarters, Sengoku, and the others quickly understood what Zephyr was thinking when they saw Zephyr's expression. Immediately, I was overwhelmed with emotion. This man is still the righteous Marine. Before his wife and children were killed, Zephyr did not change his belief of not killing, and he was afraid that he could not bear his anger toward the pirates. So he stepped back and took up the role of instructor to train new people. Now he is faced with such a choice, whether to choose justice or his family. If he chooses justice, he can only give up resurrecting his family. And choosing to resurrect his family means that he has to give up justice and can only spend his life with his family in his last life. The new Marine had to give up everything, and Zephyr, who had little time left, couldn't implement his new Marine plan. Sengoku and the others did not speak, quietly waiting for Zephyr's decision. At this moment, everyone in the pirate guerrilla suddenly understood something when they saw that Teacher Zephyr had not made a choice. But they don't know how to choose. By choosing the healing potion, Mr. Zephyr will be able to restore health, have a longer lifespan, and have the opportunity to complete the ideal of building a new Marine and annihilating the pirates all over the world. By choosing to resurrect the family, Mr. Zephyr can see the deceased family. No matter which choice, Zephyr is very eager for Teacher, but now he can only make one choice between justice and family, can only choose one. The members of the pirate guerrilla stood silently watching Zephyr's back, waiting for his decision. After a long silence, Zephyr finally lifted up, looked at Rog, and said, "I choose the third option." Zephyr's choice made many people around the world stunned and completely unexpected. Many people haven't understood Zephyr's true thoughts. When they heard Zephyr's choice, they mistakenly thought that Zephyr gave up resurrecting his wife and children in order to keep themselves alive, which made many people feel disappointed. Only Zephyr's students and his disciples had admiration in their eyes after hearing Zephyr's choice. This is what the translation they know will do, and the Black Arm Zephyr of the Year is completely back. Roger's mouth twitched when he heard Zephyr's choice. "I thought you would choose the fifth option, which is a bit unexpected, or is it really worthy of the Black Bowl Zephyr?" Saying that, a green potion appeared in Luo Ke's hand, and he threw it at Zephyr with a wave of his hand. This action shocked many people. This is a magic medicine that can live and die. What if you just throw it around like this and drop it on the ground? Zephyr's mouth twitched at Rog's random action. The healing potion he cherished was so ordinary in Rog's eyes that he didn't know what to say, but he still received the green potion steadily. Then the Seastone robotic arm on the right arm fell off, followed by the prosthetic limb, revealing the empty right arm. Zephyr popped the bottle of the healing potion open and slammed the potion into his own mouth. Everyone was looking forward to looking at Zephyr's right hand, and at this moment, even the world's top dignitaries were only paying attention to the changes in the picture. Only a few seconds after Zephyr drank the healing potion, a red star appeared on Zephyr's face, followed by changes on his right arm. The wound that had healed began to crack, followed by the white bones that sprung up from the inside, the muscles and blood vessels wrapped around it, and finally the skin began to wrap them in it. In the blink of an eye, a complete right arm appeared in front of everyone. Zephyr held the newly grown right arm, not finding any discomfort, as if it was his original one, and the next second, the black hockey wrapped around his wrist. Seeing this scene, the Marines and Naval Headquarters opened their eyes one after another, with a look of nostalgia in their eyes. This is their teacher, Black Arm Zephyr. He is back. Not only did his right arm come back to life, but the sickness on Zephyr's face also disappeared. He could feel that his body was no longer as broken as it used to be. For example, his body was like a lotus root before, but now it's a stone heart. Hearing Rog's previous words, Zephyr looked at Rog and said, "It's not the time yet, and I still have things to do. They've already gone through one miserable life, and I don't want them to go through it again. The world is the same as it was 30 years ago, and I can't guarantee that the same thing won't happen to them a second time. Just like I failed to protect my students 7 years ago." Zephyr raised his black hand into a fist. "So, now is not the time. If they still have a chance to be resurrected, I hope they can be resurrected in a world without pirates. For this purpose, I need this bottle of potion, and this time, these students of mine also need my teacher to shelter them from the wind and rain, and the new Marine also needs me to nurture and grow. For these, I can only choose to give up them now." Zephyr looked at the air and said to everyone who was watching the live broadcast, "I absolutely cannot agree that the current Marine is just nor can I agree that the Shichibukai system is just. The world government has been established for 800 years, but the pirates of this world still exist for 800 years, and I do not see any hope of ending. I used to believe in the government and the Marines, thinking that they were the only answer to justice and that they were the only ones who could bring peace to the world. But now I found out I was wrong. The real peace is not the government, nor the Marines under the control of the government. They can't bring peace. They can only maintain the rule of the government. It is only for the interests of the pigs of celestial dragons. In order to maintain these 2.3, they even cooperated with pirates, and cooperated with pirates who have killed many Marines and people. This is not justice, nor can it be justice. Therefore, I am here to announce that since the government and Marine can't give justice, then I will give it, and the government and Marine can't annihilate the pirates, then I will do it. Starting today, I, Zephyr, officially quit Marine and set up Enies Marine. I'm here to declare war on all pirates. Sooner or later, Enies Marine will wipe out all pirates in the world. Even if I can't do it alive, someone will continue to do it after I die. I hope that the children of the future will be born in a world without the sea, and that such tragedies will not happen again. Finally, regarding what happened in the video, I would like to apologize to everyone in New World. I dare not ask for your forgiveness, but I will keep this in my heart in the future and always be vigilant not to take this path. Justice is meaningless if it does not protect people. I will pay for this sin with the rest of my life. Zephyr bowed his head deeply to everyone in front of the screen. Zephyr's declaration was communicated to all parts of the world on the screen. Many people mistakenly thought that Zephyr gave up resurrecting his relatives for the sake of his own survival. But they did not expect that he turned out to be for justice and gave up resurrecting his relatives in order to make this world a world without pirates. Between justice and personal feelings, he chose justice once. This shocked those who had misunderstood him before. People watched the Marine hero, who was almost going astray, lowered his head deeply, and couldn't help being moved. This was the first time they saw Marine apologize to them. Whether it was Alabasta's mistake, or Qingxiong's abuse of power to almost harm the people of the Water City's Sufferbuster Call, or Akainu's massacre in O'Hara, and the previous incidents of the Kingdom of Goa and Sabo being bombarded by celestial dragons. Neither the world government nor Marine has come forward to express their opinions on these matters, let alone apologize. Instead, he tried his best to save face or mend the situation after the incident, but these operations never thought that he had done something wrong just to save face. The attitudes of world government and Marine seem to people, but they are completely ignored. In their opinion, you almost killed so many people. You should apologize. However, there was nothing, even quibbling and covering up after the fact. This behavior makes them feel that they are a group of sheep raised in the sheepfold, and they can only be forced to accept it, whether it is good or bad. They can only accept it. 07. The government and Marine don't care about their thoughts or attitudes at all. They only care about their own face. Zephyr's sincere apology is in stark contrast to the indifferent approach of Marine and the government. Seeing Zephyr's lowered head, people who were originally angry at Zephyr's destruction of New World gradually disappeared. The matter hadn't happened yet. Zephyr also recognized the mistake he had made and sincerely apologized and decided to use his life in the future to atone for his sins. They have nothing to be angry about with this attitude. The most important thing is Zephyr's previous words. In order to let new lives in the future live in a world without pirates, he will establish Enies Marine to annihilate the pirates all over the world. Justice that cannot protect people is not justice. Unlike the previous horrible thoughts, you can hear from Zephyr's words that he wants to form a new Marine to replace the current Marine, for which he will realize it in the next life. If he cannot be realized, he will cultivate successors to continue to realize, not for the benefit of the government, nor for the rule of celestial dragons, but for justice, to eliminate the pirate army. This kind of thinking has rekindled hope for many people who originally wanted to join Zephyr's new Marine, but gave up because of its extremes. To be honest, there is nothing more suitable for this role in this world than Zephyr. Needless to say, Zephyr's personal character, as long as it does not go to extremes, the entire Marine may not be able to find a second Marine that can match it. Moreover, the current Marine is cultivated by Zephyr alone. With him, they also believe that Zephyr can cultivate a second Marine. A Marine that is not under the control of the world government and does not exist for the benefit of celestial dragons, a pure Marine. This idea shocked many people, whether it was a commoner or a royal family. They were tired of the world government and the Marine, which was used as a puppet by the government. In their eyes, although Marines sheltered them, it was actually oppressing them. These Marines are like shepherd dogs in the sheep pen. The pirates are the wolves outside. The pirates come to eat the sheep, and the shepherd dogs come forward to stop it. This is originally excellent, but don't forget one thing, that is, it is not just a wolf. If he can eat sheep, the shepherd can also eat sheep. When the shepherd eats the sheep, the shepherd dog cannot do anything, and even helps the owner to prevent them from escaping. It is precisely because they recognize this reality that people are quite helpless. On the one hand, they are protected by Marine, and on the other hand, they are being exploited by the world government. They want to change this situation, but they are powerless. They have been eager for someone to change this situation, and Zephyr's new Marine is exactly what they expected. Sheep and shepherd are a good pair, and it would be best if the existence of shepherd can be eliminated. Sheep and dog reached an agreement. Sheep exchanged wool for protection from dogs, and dogs exchanged wool for food. Both parties benefited and win-win, and there was no middleman to make the difference. This is their ideal state. In fact, this is the ideal model of the kings of the franchise countries. They are very puzzled that it is clearly their money, and it is clearly protected by Marine, why the world government wants to share a large share of the benefits. It doesn't matter if you share the benefits. After all, Marine is managed by the world government, but how can there be an existence like a world nobleman riding on their heads? You take the money, and you have to step on them? That's all there is to the nobles of the world, and there is still a king coming out now. Then what are the kings of these allied countries? The village chief? Your world government has kings, so what kind of kings are they? If they join the world government, is their country still their country? Zephyr has lost his way, and has to reform an Enies Marine to compete with the government's Marine, which is just in their favor. This Enies Marine must be built. If it is not built, it will not work. If it is not built, they will be completely swallowed up by the world government sooner or later and become their pariahs. Not only have to build, they have to help build. Only in this way can the seed of hope sprout and grow up as soon as possible and not be strangled in the cradle by the world government. They can also escape the control of the world government as soon as possible and have new options to choose from. Whether it was for Zephyr's justice or for self-help, at the moment Zephyr's declaration was announced, a large number of people around the world who wanted to join Enies Marine appeared. The current Marine and the government have disappointed them too much. If it is Zephyr, they believe that a real Marine with justice will be established. It may be possible to annihilate pirates and let new life in the future live in a world without pirates. The world government has been trying for 800 years, and they have not been able to do it for 800 years. Now they see new hope, and hope that new hope will allow them to see such a future in their lifetime. Zephyr's words aroused violent repercussions among the people, and at the same time, many Marines had impulses in their hearts, but reality told them that forming a new Marine was not so simple, and the world still needs them to maintain order. Although they yearn for the future, Zephyr said, sometimes people have to face the reality. The reality is that the world still needs to be maintained by Marine. Without Marine, the world will be more chaotic. Although the government is not good, Marine relies on the government to maintain its current operation. They can't leave countless people under threat from pirates because of a possible future. Maybe someday, when teacher Zephyr shows them that the future he talks about is really achievable, they may choose to join it and embrace true justice. But now, they can only do so. Life is not only about poetry and distance, but also facing the difficulties in front of you. The Marines at Naval Headquarters watched Zephyr's speech on a live broadcast, and they were excited, or yearning, But in the end, no one took off the Marine uniform and chose to leave. Holy Land, Marineford, Hall of Power. The face of the five elders was as black as the bottom of a pot. Everything was going in the direction they least wanted to see. They had thought that Zephyr would choose to resurrect his family, so that the old Zephyr would not be the opponent to capture their Marine and CPO at all. However, contrary to their expectations, Zephyr chose a healing potion, which not only restored 500 of his hands, but also enhanced his body and lifespan. Zephyr is pretty much the same as when Whitebeard returned to his prime with a life potion. You must know that Zephyr is in existence in the same era as Garp, Sengoku, Whitebeard, and Roger. Without the physical drag, it is several times harder to take him now than before. What angered the five elders even more was Zephyr's declaration, a provocation by Chigogo, against Marine and the government. Not only that, but it also eliminated the negative impact Zephyr had caused before. If Zephyr really intends to build a new Marine, I am afraid that many people will choose to join. The expansion of Enies Marine means that the government's dominance of the sea will be shaken. This is something they can't just sit back and watch. And now the translation has more time to achieve this purpose. A more terrible enemy than Dorag has appeared. If Zephyr can't be taken down this time, Zephyr may really give them a new Marine in the future. And the more serious consequence of this is that once Enies Marine shows reliable strength, Marine side will inevitably defect, knowing that Marine executives are now all Zephyr's apprentices. Not only that, the new Marine means that a new world government will also appear, and those non-joined and allied countries will approach them for asylum, thus forming a new union. The forces accumulated by the world government for 800 years will soon crack, and the forces will begin to shift to the new government. Their rights will be completely shaken. At that time, they will either defeat the challenger and regain their rights, or be defeated by the challenger, and they will replace the world government and become the rulers of the new world. Thinking of this possible situation, the five elders couldn't sit still. This threat must be nipped in the bud, and in any case, Zephyr cannot escape this time. The five elders told CP0 to catch Zephyr. If he couldn't catch him alive, he would die. Anyway, if you live to see people die or see corpses, you must kill Zephyr. At this time, they didn't believe Marine's side. They thought about who the Marine side sent out. Both Kizaru and Akainu's Admiral were in Marineford, and Marine side was the only one who could send Qingxiong. What kind of virtue is this guy Akiji? They have seen it in the video a few times, they know it well. He's a guy who loses the chain at a critical moment. If it weren't for the fact that Marineford might be in danger, they would have liked to send Kizaru and Akainu there too, but they were afraid of Rog's tactic, and the pile of explosive rocks that disappeared out of thin air still makes them tremble. Compared with Marine, CPO can gain their trust. After all, it is their strongest shield. Zephyr's declaration aroused the excitement of all members of the pirate guerrilla team, and they immediately expressed their willingness to follow Zephyr to join Enies Marine to Zephyr. Smoker has also indicated to join. He had come to Zephyr to take refuge, but Naval Headquarters can't go back for the time being. Now Zephyr is going to set up a new Marine, and he's also yearning for it. If Mr. Zephyr really intends to form a truly just Marine, then he is naturally willing to join in. Moreover, he was too disappointed with the government. Marine had lost his ego under the government, and the government's treatment of teacher Zephyr made him even more disappointed. He faintly felt that the government would recruit Crocodile as Shichibukai in advance, and maybe there was a reason for him. For this reason, he couldn't give up teacher Zephyr. At the same time, he was also a little worried. If teacher Zephyr went astray, he could remind and stop him by his side. He didn't want to see the hero turn into that. Zephyr was delighted that the students had joined, and this was the prototype of Enies Marine, which he would nurture and grow. In the near future, it is hoped that Enies Marine can replace Marine under the control of the government, bring real justice to this sea, and release people from the threat of pirates as soon as possible. Zephyr, recovering and regaining his right arm, is now full of hope. Luo Ke looked at Zephyr's master and apprentice's high-spirited expressions, and the corners of his mouth tickled. It seemed that more interesting things would happen in the future. Zephyr gave up fighting to the death and opted to rebuild Marine instead, which would have given the 5 elders a headache. This is more of a headache for them than the destruction of a new world. And in the current world, the government Marine, for Emperor's Shichibukai, Revolutionary Army, and other forces formed a delicate balance. In this case, adding a new Marine, I am afraid that the world pattern will undergo great changes. Presumably, some people don't just look at it like this. Thinking of this, Luo Ke looked at the audience in front of the screen. Then, the live broadcast of this question answering is over. We will... Please wait a moment, Zephyr suddenly said. Mr. Luo Ke, I have a question to ask. May I ask? Everyone looked at Zephyr curiously, wondering if he had something to ask. Come and listen. I just have some time now, gas. Luo will look at Zephyr and say, I would like to ask, with Mr. Luo Ke's knowledge, can you tell me whether the pirates in this world can be completely eliminated, and how can they be eliminated? Zay stared at Luo Ke and looked forward to Luo Ke's answer. In his opinion, Luo Ke knows the past and knows the future. If the future pirates can be eliminated, Luo Ke should be able to see that scene. In this case, why not ask Rog how to do it? If the day does come, then he wants to know what to do to make that day come in advance. This problem has plagued him for a lifetime. He has dealt with pirates all his life, but to his disappointment, he is now in his old age and has not many years to live, but he still hasn't seen the day when the pirates disappear. Not only did he not see this scene, but in front of him, the world became more dangerous, and the phenomenon of pirates did not decrease at all. After the era of Roger, there was the era of the 4 emperors. It seemed that these pirates would never disappear. A batch of dead pirates would appear again and again, never ending. Pirates come and go, and the pain doesn't stop. When will it end? Everyone paid attention to Zephyr's question. Civilians from all over the world, the kingdom's royal family, Marine, and even pirates were waiting for Luo Ke's answer. Is there really a day when the pirates are wiped out? Can the world really have peace? Luo Ke laughed when he heard it. How'd he know? This question should be asked by the original author to see how he wanted to draw the ending. You are 2 questions. Rog said first, besides, I don't want to answer. Rog's answer made them a little disappointed, but as expected, Rog has always been like this, not even giving the 5 elders face. Zephyr just shook his head in disappointment and didn't say much. After all, Rog's presence had already helped him a lot. He had seen an unfortunate future, and he had also understood the direction of the future. Too much is indeed too much. Zephyr was about to say thank you to Roger and say goodbye. Hearing that, Rog spoke again, but I can give you a question, but there is no reward for this question. Zephyr suddenly looked at Rog, and people all over the world were also attracted by Luo Ke's words, and they listened intently to Luo Ke's questions. Question: Pirates are ordinary people before they become pirates. So why do people become pirates? Before they could answer, Rog left this question and disappeared on the warship. At the same time, the barrier around Marine also began to disappear, and screens around the world also turned black, and then disappeared into the cracks. Although Luo Ke disappeared with the screen, the problems he left behind caused heated discussions among the crowd. Why do people become pirates? There is no single answer to this question. Different people have different answers in their hearts. When Luffy heard this question, what came to his mind was because he wanted to become One Piece, which was his dream. Zoro thinks of going to sea to challenge the strong and becoming the world's largest swordsman. What Robin thinks about is to understand history. Crocodile thought of realizing his ambitions. There is no single answer to this question because different people look at the question and the answer is different. After Zephyr heard Rog's question, he only thought from his own perspective at the beginning. Because he was repeatedly injured by pirates before, so in his opinion, the pirates are a group of villains who go out to sea in order to satisfy their own desires, killing and plundering. But he thought of the Straw Hat Pirates who were fighting with him in the video. It seemed that the pirates were different from the pirates he had seen before. They only wanted to dream and were not interested in killing and plundering. Pirates are also different from pirates. Even at the end of the video, he recognized the group of pirates Luffy. In order to let them leave safely, he did not hesitate to use his life to stay for them. If you didn't see this image, Zephyr couldn't imagine how he would do such a thing, sacrificing himself in order to keep a group of pirates alive. You must know that he hates the pirates so much and wants to kill all the pirates. Zephyr was lost in thought and returned to this question. How do people become pirates? Some people go to sea for freedom and dreams, just like Luffy and them. Some people go to sea for nothing, just like those pirates who plunder their enjoyment. Some people go to sea for ambition, just like Crocodile and Blackbeard. So apart from these people, what are the remaining pirates going to sea for? Maybe the answer is clear by investigating it, and maybe we can solve the problem of pirates from the root. Zephyr thought. Seeing that the enchantment has disappeared, they immediately ordered the ship to leave here. Their location has long been exposed. Coupled with what happened during a live broadcast, they may be chased by Marine and the government. It's not safe to stay here anymore. So the pirate guerrilla, Enies Marine set off immediately. As Zephyr expected, after they left for a while, Marine warships and government ships appeared here. After rushing to the air, he did not give up and continued to hunt down Enies Marine's whereabouts. You chased me like this for 10 days and finally ran into an island in the first half of the Grand Line. At that time, Enies Marine led by Zephyr was resting here, but the Vice Admiral team, led by Aokiji and Garp, who had been chasing after him, caught up. As for CP0, and they act separately, so they are rushing here. After meeting with Zephyr, Aokiji, Garp and Zephyr first persuaded Zephyr to go back with them. They will ensure the safety of the pirate guerrilla team members, and they can continue to be Marines. As for Zephyr, they will think of ways to keep him safe, but in the future, Zephyr can lead Marine out to sea and can only take care of him in the headquarters. This is already the best solution. It can save everyone's life, and there is no need to fight to death. If Zephyr continues to do this, I am afraid that more people will die in the struggle between Marine and Enies Marine in the future. Moreover, in the case of Enies Marine, I am afraid that they will die in the hands of their Marine, just like in the image. Although they are very dissatisfied with the government's approach, there is no alternative. The path Zephyr chose was destined to run counter to the government. They would meet sooner or later, and they would even develop into a war in the future. In order to avoid more casualties, there is no alternative. However, Zephyr refused. The two sides fought, and Zephyr, who had recovered from his heyday, showed his great strength in front of his former students and companions. However, only Zephyr can be called the highest combat power on Enies Marine's side, and the others are simply not enough to deal with such a situation. Marine has sent Garp and Aokiji unfairly, as well as 10 Vice Admiral from the headquarters, and they crushed Zephyr in terms of combat effectiveness. Seeing that the situation is developing in an unfavorable direction for Enies Marine, there is a tendency to develop towards the last stage of the video in the live broadcast of the answer. However, at this moment, a person that everyone unexpectedly arrived with reinforcements. The person who came was Dorag, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. He led Sabo and other Revolutionary Army cadres to the battlefield to support Zephyr. The originally one-sided situation was instantly reversed with the addition of the Revolutionary Army. It turned out that after Dorag found Robin and sent her to the Straw Hat Pirates who were in the first half of the Grand Line, they were about to return to East Blue, but they saw the live broadcast of Zephyr answering questions on the way. After the live broadcast of the quiz, Drago immediately realized that Zephyr had broken with the government and would face the government's pursuit. And Zephyr's newly formed Enies Marine is a worthy ally for the Revolutionary Army. As the saying goes, the enemy of the enemy is a friend, and Zephyr is against the world government, and the Revolutionary Army is also the enemy with the world government. They naturally have the possibility of cooperation. And the goal of Enies Marine is to maintain justice and fight against pirates, while the goal of the Revolutionary Army is to overthrow the world government and give people freedom and peace. There is no conflict between the ideas of the two sides, but there is still room for cooperation and complementarity. If we can cooperate under the pressure of the world government, it will be beneficial to both sides. The Revolutionary Army needs strong allies to overthrow the world government. Enies Marine also needs allies to help it develop and become stronger, so as not to be killed in the bud by the world government. And they have a common goal, which is to create a world where new life can live well. Considering that Zephyr would face the government's pursuit, Dorag asked the Revolutionary Army to inquire about the recent sea storm in the eyes of the Grand Line, but found Zephyr's whereabouts and rushed over. Finally, before the CPO arrived, the fight ended with neither side wanting to continue fighting. Aokiji and Garp wanted to end the battle without causing casualties and capture Zephyr and bring him back. However, the appearance of Dorag disrupted their plans. In this case, if they continued to fight, they would inevitably have to lose both sides, and this matter would not end well. The two sides of this war did not want to fight, and they would settle it peacefully if they could resolve it peacefully. If it could not be resolved peacefully, they would try to resolve it at the least cost. However, now there is Dorag's intervention. Garp throws water on Dorag, Aokiji and the other Marines throw water on Zephyr, and the fight doesn't last. A group of Marines watched Enies Marine and the Revolutionary Army leave with mixed emotions. Afterwards, CP0, who was late, could only report the news of the failure of the capture to the Five Elders. The Five Elders were furious when they learned that Zephyr was gone. However, the person who knew that it was Dorag from the Revolutionary Army, who came to save himself, even changed his face. This time things were even more unexpected. Now, the Revolutionary Army has a relationship with Enies Marine. Originally, the Revolutionary Army was a thorn in the eyes of the world government, who could endure a group of guys who think about overthrowing them all day long. However, these guys have been fascinated and unable to catch them all in one go. And now, there is another Enies Marine who is thinking about taking a job with Marine, and now he is still involved with the Revolutionary Army. It's like a new version of Marine and government combined. One of them wanted to replace world government, the other wanted to replace Marine, and when these two got together, the Five Elders turned green. When they were calculating Zephyr before, they had no idea that things would develop to this point. And according to the original development, it will not develop like this. Zephyr should destroy New World like a madman, and then die in the hands of Kizaru. How did it become like this? Luo Ke's face appeared in the minds of the Five Elders. If it wasn't for Rogstab in the middle and changing Zephyr's mind, things would not have developed as they are now. Now Zephyr Ishin wants to rebuild Marine. Not only is his body back to health, but he has plenty of time to do so. Then I met the helper of the Revolutionary Army. If the two sides continue to unite in this way, the Revolutionary Army, which was not good enough, will soon become an enemy that the world government cannot underestimate, and things will become more and more troublesome. And why can't Aokiji and Garp take down Zephyr with 10 Vice Admiral and a team of CPUs? But after thinking about it, Qingxiong plus Garp, opposite Zephyr plus Dorag, the Five Elders were silent. Their faces were as ugly as eating shit. Just when the Five Elders regretted not letting Kizaru and Akaina follow, on the other side, Dorag and Zephyr had a chance to sit down and chat after escaping from their pursuit. Dorag was not a student of Zephyr. He was about the same age as Akainu. Marine, who joined Akainu at the age of 23, was Zephyr's first student. Due to Garp, Dorag joined Marine very early and followed Garp after graduating from Marine Academy. But the two are not strangers because of Garp. Zephyr didn't expect that Dorag would come to help him at this time. After escaping from the danger, Zephyr asked Dorag why he came to him. Dorag directly threw an olive branch to Zephyr, inviting him to join the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army is now very short of talents, and Zephyr himself, the former Marine Admiral, has now regained its strength. If Zephyr can cultivate as much combat power as Marine for the Revolutionary Army, then within 10 years, the Revolutionary Army will have the strength to confront the government. However, Zephyr directly rejected Dorag's invitation. He only wanted to annihilate the pirates and was not interested in overthrowing the world government. Dorag was not surprised by Zephyr's refusal, so he set his back on Zephyr and wanted to form an alliance with him. It probably means that both the Revolutionary Army and Enies Marine are allies, and the two sides assist each other when the other is in trouble. Dorag is willing to give a position in Enies Marine. If Zephyr has an enemy he wants to destroy, then he will help. Correspondingly, Zephyr will also be named an instructor in the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army will arrange some newcomers to Zephyr to receive training. Zephyr can use them as Marines, which is equivalent to exchange students and accumulate by combating pirates. Practical experience. This is also to enhance the exchanges and cooperation between the two sides. The Revolutionary Army is also willing to provide materials and other resources to the newly established Enies Marine, as well as customers. The client refers to the kingdom that was overthrown by the Revolutionary Army. They have a connection with the Revolutionary Army and can ask Enies Marine to fight the pirates for them. After establishing the position of independence and equality between the two parties, Zephyr also agreed with Dorag's idea. Enies Marine on Zephyr's side has just been established. There is only one of his admiral strengths inside. The rest is even at the vice admiral level. The battle before it happens again may be very troublesome. If it were not for the support of Dorag, I am afraid they have been wiped out. Just seceding from Marine, Enies Marine has nothing, no matter his personnel, resources, etc. The Revolutionary Army can provide personnel and resource assistance, which can be regarded as solving their urgent tasks. And Enies Marine really needs an ally to help them tide over the difficulties. In today's world, only the Revolutionary Army can form an alliance with them. Apart from the Revolutionary Army, only the pirates are the enemies of the world government. The pirates are the enemy they want to eliminate, and it is impossible to cooperate. So after the two sides discussed, the Revolutionary Army and Enies Marine reached an alliance. The Revolutionary Army has an additional instructor, and the newly established Enies Marine has an additional admiral. With the exchange between Zephyr and Dorag, he also learned more about the Revolutionary Army's ideas from Dorag. In the process, it seemed that he had a new insight into Luo Ke's question, and the answer seemed to it has an inseparable connection with world government. After communicating with Dorag for a few days, the two sides parted, and Dorag returned to East Blue. And Zephyr and his Enies Marine began to hunt pirates on the sea, and whenever they went to a town, they recruited locals who were willing to join Enies Marine. Originally, Zephyr thought that because of the future in the image, his reputation among the people would be very bad. However, unexpectedly, the arrival of Enies Marine was warmly welcomed by the local people. Many young people actively wanted to join Enies Marine, and the scale of Enies Marine began to expand. Not only that, but what surprised Zephyr was that many franchised and non-participated kings sent people to contact him and expressed their willingness to support the development of Enies Marine, and expressed willingness to provide resource assistance to Enies Marine, hoping that Enies Marine can provide them with asylum. For these participating countries and non-participating countries, compared with the annual celestial gold paid to the world government, the assistance provided to Enies Marine is less than 1%. This is the advantage of not having a middleman to make a difference. If you can get the asylum of Enies Marine by this, it is equivalent to saving a lot of money. This kind of fee can be afforded even by non-participating countries that cannot afford to join the world government. Enies Marine has gradually become the preferred asylum object for non-members. Realizing this, Zephyr also placed the object of asylum on non-participating countries. Marine, under the control of the world government, does not care about the lives and deaths of people from non-participating countries. If this is the case, Enies Marine will take shelter. This wave is called low prices to seize the market. Relying on its outstanding performance in non-participating countries, Enies Marine has attracted a large number of talents from non-participating countries, and it is thriving. In this case, a strange person came to Zephyr one day, and Zay was surprised when he saw the blind swordsman in front of Fa. However, soon, the blind swordsman brought a meteorite from the sky to the pirate who had attacked the port and was about to escape. This hand blinded both Enies Marine and the onlookers. The battle can still be fought like this? The blind swordsman introduced himself to Zephyr. His name is Ishiao. He is a person who has no fixed place. Because he heard about Zephyr's target during a live broadcast, he came up with the idea of joining Enies Marine. Because he didn't want to see the evil of the world, he blinded himself and yearned for justice. He originally had a good opinion of Marine, but because of the recent live answering questions, he saw the darkness between Marine and the government. Whether it was Akainu's behavior in O'Hara or the government's act of enlisting Weibel as Shichibukai, he was disgusted. After he heard it, he wanted to deaf his ears. It was disgusting. After hearing that Zephyr was about to build a new marine and create a world without pirates, he decided to help Zephyr and also monitor Zephyr. If Zephyr went astray, he could stop it for the first time. The idea of destroying New World is too shocking. Whether it is out of support for Ennio Marine's philosophy or supervision of Zephyr, after answering the live broadcast, he smiled and embarked on the journey of finding Ennio Marine. After hearing that Ennio Marine often haunts some non-participating countries to fight against pirates, he went to a country where Ennio Marine frequently haunts and saw Zephyr. Since then, Ennio Marine has added another Marine Admiral in addition to Dorag, Admiral, and smiled. Because he likes to wear a purple kimono, Zephyr has given him a code name, Fujitora, according to Marine's rules. Since then, Ennio Marine has 3 Admiral-level powerhouses, Zephyr, Ishiao, and Dorag. This incident naturally spread to Marine and the government. Since Zephyr fled, Marine and the government have been paying attention to Ennio Marine's situation. At the same time, Five Elders is also thinking of countermeasures to solve this trouble. However, Zephyr did not antagonize the government and Marine, nor did he do any harm to the world, nor did he think about overthrowing the franchise like the Revolutionary Army did. They chased the pirates every day and did justice. It is naturally difficult to arrange for Marine to destroy Ennio Marine. After all, these are the former students of Zephyr. It is very difficult for them to destroy Ennio Marine, who is fighting the pirates without a valid reason. Just like in a video, if Zephyr hadn't committed the crime of destroying New World, Kizuru and the others would not have killed their own teacher by themselves. Marine's idea is different from the government's idea. Marine's idea is that justice is to fight against pirates, while the government's idea is to maintain the rule and eliminate the existence that threatens the government's rule. The thorn in the eyes of the government is not necessarily the enemy in Marine's eyes. Similarly, the enemy in Marine's eyes is not necessarily the enemy in the eyes of the government. This is the case with Ennio Marine. There is no way Five Elders can only let CP handle this matter. But when Fujitora smiled that the Admiral-class combat power capable of summoning meteorites appeared after Ennio Marine, Five Elders felt bad. This can be said to make the situation worse. Zephyr alone is not easy to deal with, and with the addition of Dorag's Revolutionary Army, it is already difficult to deal with the 4 Emperors group. Here comes another Admiral-level combat power. There are already 3 Admiral, which is a weakened version of Naval Headquarters. Let Ennio Marine continue to develop like this, and a new Marine that can compete with Naval Headquarters will become a reality. What follows is the expansion of the Revolutionary Army, and the status of the world government will be severely challenged in the future. And according to the news from CP, their previous worries really came true. After the establishment of Ennio Marine, the kings of the participating countries began to contact Ennio Marine, intending to change the people who sheltered them. If we continue to develop in this manner, sooner or later, the number of countries joining the world government will become less and less, and Ennio will gather more and more. At that time, the status of the world government will not be guaranteed, and the national policy they have carried out for 800 years will be ruined. Out of concerns about this, Five Elders immediately prepared to arrange CP infiltration into Ennio Marine, try to destroy it from the inside. At the same time, they're also looking for a chance to destroy Ennio Marine. As long as they show a little chance, they will wipe out this group of challengers. And Ennio Marine also worried that the government's attack did not choose a fixed base to build its headquarters, but learned from the Revolutionary Army to fight guerrillas, using warships as temporary bases, and planned to wait for the strength to be sufficient before locating. Five Elders is very worried and vigilant about the growth of Ennio Marine, but Marine is relatively optimistic. Because teacher Zephyr did not go astray after leaving Marine, and is now helping non-participating countries to fight against pirates. The non-participating countries are no longer in the asylum of Marine because they can't pay the heavenly gold. Not only will Marine not shelter non-participating countries, the government will also arrest slaves from non-participating countries. The days of non-joined countries in this situation can be imagined. However, they couldn't do anything, and now it is a good thing that they have Zephyr's Enies Marine to protect these people. Zephyr shines justice for them where they can't. Many within Marine hope that Zephyr will expand Enies Marine's development, so they may have new options. Last time, Ching Xiong and Garp and 10 Vice Admiral from the headquarters went to catch Zephyr, but they didn't get it back, and Sengoku didn't accuse them after knowing it, which was also what he expected. If you can't chase it back, you can't chase it back. He has already done what he should do, and the rest is left to fate. See if fate will favor Zephyr in his final life and make him realize his ideals. After that, Sengoku put his mind on fighting the pirates. No matter what, he is the Marine Marshal, and politics has nothing to do with him. His duty is to fight the pirates. And he recently got a piece of news that Blackbeard Teach isn't dead. It seems that Whitebeard finally relented and didn't kill him. I heard that Teach called a group of buddies out to sea after leaving the Whitebeard pirates. New hatred and old hatred added up. Sengoku was very dissatisfied with this guy who made him humiliated, so he issued a bounty of 800 million Bailey to Blackbeard and included him in the list of Marine's most important pirates. Once found, it cannot be let go. This is a very ambitious guy. Even if he can't eat dark fruit, he must be wary of this guy's weird body. If he doesn't catch him, he may become another enemy of Marine. Another news is that the Drum Kingdom was overthrown by the Straw Hat Pirates and is now renamed the Sakura Flower Kingdom, and the former King Wapple was expelled from the country. Zero, look for flowers. The government didn't care much about changing the king of the Drum Kingdom. If Wapple ruined the country and couldn't pay the heavenly gold, it would make them even more headaches. What they care more about is the situation of the Straw Hat Pirates. The Straw Hat Pirates has grown from 5 to 6, and there is a pet deer on board. They don't care about this deer. What they care more about is that the person added is Nico Robin. As in Luo Ke's prophecy, Nico Robin joined the Straw Hat Pirates, which proved the truth of Luo Ke's prophecy. But the 5 elders don't have the heart to catch Nico Robin now. The value of this woman is far less than before. If there is Pluton, she is quite important, but now that Pluton has fallen into Luo Ke's hands, this woman is no longer valuable. Uranus is in their hands, and Poseidon can only appear on the Fishman Island. This woman has no value except to understand history. They will come here sooner or later, and they will solve it when they come. The current number 1 enemy of the 5 elders is Roger and Enies Marine, and they have no time to deal with these trash fish. 0-0. The 5 elders didn't even bother to take care of the Straw Hat Pirates, and Marine even bothered to take care of them. Due to the prominent performance of Zephyr by the Straw Hat Pirates in the video, they have really gained a lot of goodwill in Marine. In addition, they have done a lot of good things instead of doing bad things. Marine is looking at Garp, didn't go out of his way to oppose them either. And Smoker, who wanted to oppose them, was also brought to Enies Marine by Zephyr to compete with the pirates from non-joined countries, and Luffy and the others had a smoother journey. The whole world has also undergone tremendous changes under this development. Originally, because of the huge kingdom and the treasure hidden in Raftel, it attracted a large number of people to go to sea. Surprisingly, however, the world did not become more chaotic. Marine didn't hurt any vitality, so the power to attack the pirates did not weaken in the slightest. The sudden emergence of Enies Marine has brought a big cleanup to the places that the Marine controlled by the previous government could not hit. In addition, after reaching an alliance with Enies Marine, the Revolutionary Army also incorporated the fight against pirates into its own work, mainly targeting the pirates who have committed the crime of burning, killing, and looting. In addition, after the New World's Yendi Pioanti was exposed, the 4 emperors in Marine fought over 3 endpoints. In the end, Marine controlled one, Red Hair and Whitebeard controlled one, and Big Mom and Kaido also controlled one. The matter was also declared over. This also brought a sigh of relief to the people at New World. They were worried that after this incident was exposed, someone who would take revenge on the world would come to destroy Yindi Point and bring the whole New World into destruction. Now that the 3 endpoints are controlled by Marine and the 4 Emperors, even if Roger is resurrected, if they want to destroy all 3 endpoints, they must be destroyed first. And Rog, who caused these changes, was on the moon looking for the next time to answer the question live. One day, something on the Grand Line caught Luo Ke's attention. He saw a familiar face, Trafalgar Law. This man also hides a very interesting story, and he has a close relationship with another man, Don Quixote da Flamingo. He also seems to have the potential to influence the future of this world. Seems like a good candidate. Right now, on some sea in the first half of my Grand Line, Trafalgar Law just got out of the submarine for a breath. Their pirate ship is a submarine built by the old scientist who took them in. This also provides great convenience for their travel. In the event of a strong enemy or crisis, they only need to dive into the sea to avoid the enemy. Except for the Murlocs, there are not many people who can threaten them. Recently, however, Luo has encountered some troubles. Because the man was looking for him recently, that's right, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Ever since Da Flamingo saw Luo Lai rescue Luffy at Naval Headquarters in a clip of Summit War, he realized that Luo had come to the Grand Line. So they asked the pirates of the Don Quixote family to search for Luo's trace in the first half of the Grand Line. Luo only learned the news from a group of pirates not long ago. Not only the 4 emperors will have many followers of 5-0, but also many like those big pirates. Hanging up the banner of a big pirate, this is a way for those pirates who are not strong enough to be a fox and a tiger to pull the banner. The Don Quixote family is a very popular sign, and 7 Warlords of the Sea is a golden sign. Many pirates from North Blue yearned to join the Don Quixote family, and Da Flamingo released news that anyone who could catch Luo or find clues to Luo would gain the kindness of the Don Quixote family. So for this kindness, many pirates came to Luo for trouble. After defeating these pirates, Luo and his heart pirates hurriedly dived for shelter, and it was not the time to meet the man Da Flamingo, and he was not sure that he could defeat this man. Just as Luo was lying on the submarine breathing fresh air, suddenly his eyes flashed, and he came to an unfamiliar place. But Bebo and the others, who were lying with him and chatting while feeling the blue sky and white clouds, suddenly found that something was missing around them, as incongruous as if they were going out without wearing underwear. Just as they looked around trying to figure out what was wrong, they found that their captain was missing. Bebo looked around with a fiery expression. There was only a sea of Wang Yang. How could such a big captain disappear? And at this moment, in the mid-air in front of them, a black crack appeared quietly, and then came a large pitch-black screen. This picture is happening simultaneously all over the world. Countless people have come to see this phenomenon, but at the moment when this phenomenon appeared, people all gathered in front of the screen in unison. The Q&A live broadcast has been opened again. Who will participate in the Q&A live broadcast this time? What secrets can they hear? Who will be the lucky winner this time? Countless people are looking forward to looking at the screen. Marines such as Naval Headquarters, Sengoku, etc. are all in place. Cake Island, Charlotte's family have arrived. On the island of Oni, Kaido is ready to enjoy the show with a bottle of wine. At the same time, Dressrosa, Da Flamingo, with Erlang's legs crossed, was flipping through a book, and when he saw the screen, he threw the book aside, pulled his cheeks, and looked at the screen with interest, not knowing what it would be this time. The melon is waiting for him to eat. Da Flamingo is happy to see what happened in the previous live broadcast. Although he is both a former Celestial Dragons and Shichibukai, he seems to be wearing the same pants as the world government. But the truth is, he wants to step on the heads of the Mariehua guys more than anyone else. 30 years ago, Da Flamingo killed his father, who was so stupid and naive that he gave up his status as a Celestial Dragon civilian and ended up killing his mother and causing them to suffer countless pains. Returning to Mariehua with his father's head in hand, he wants to rejoin the Celestial Dragons group. However, it was rejected. Doflamingo vowed on the spot to turn the world dominated by celestial dragons upside down, making them regret their actions. At that time, Doflamingo was only 10 years old, and if it was placed in some novels, it would be a protagonist script that should not bully the poor. However, Doflamingo is not the protagonist. The false protagonist, the proud son of heaven, fell into the world, the young father, the family abandoned, swears not to deceive the young and poor, and begins to revenge. The real protagonist is the grandfather of the Marine hero, the father of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the godfather of the 4 emperors, holding the relics of the former One Piece, and the former deputy captain of One Piece as the teacher, in addition to the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. My elder brother, the elder brother of another 4 emperors 2nd Division captain, and all kinds of fairy teammates, push all the way. But 30 years later, Doflamingo has not found any chance to turn the world government upside down. But recently he seemed to see an opportunity. A mysterious man, Luo Ke, appeared in this world. He easily did what he wanted to do, but couldn't do. The world government, 5 elders, and Marine were all played by this man and applauded. The whole world has undergone earth-shaking changes because of this man. This man still has countless crazy treasures in his hands. Seeing Rog, Doflamingo seemed to see a moving treasure trove, and his eyes showed an unconcealable color of greed. If he could obtain Rog's abilities, methods, and treasures, he might not be able to do so. However, no matter how he investigated, he could not find any relevant information about this man. Going through the Devil Fruit Manual, he did not find the relevant fruit ability. For this, he could only think that this was an ability that had never been discovered before. No way. He can only give up the idea of playing Luo Ke. Now that Rog has confronted the world government, he is ready to watch the show. Now that the world government has been defeated again and again under Luo Ke's offensive, sooner or later he will show his forehead, and then he will be able to seize the opportunity to complete his revenge. As for Roger, this guy is too mysterious. It's best not to be an enemy easily. If you have any ideas, you have to wait until you have enough information. It is irrational to suddenly confront him. What we have to do now is to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, watch the contest between them, and gather intelligence while eating melons. As the so-called snipe and clam compete for the fisherman's profit, who doesn't want to be that fisherman? Doflamingo's mouth curled up, and his eyes under the red sunglasses stared at the screen in mid-air zero. People all over the world were attracted by the sudden appearance of the screen, and more people were gathered here. Before long, an image appeared on the dark screen. A familiar room appeared in the picture. Everyone knew at a glance that this was the room where Nico Robin answered the question last time. At the time, they thought it was somewhere in Alabasta. For this reason, Marine and CP in Alabasta have searched for this room everywhere, because it is likely that Luo Ke's body is located. Because no matter from the furnishings of the room and the posture of Luo's vice master, it can be seen that this seems to be his room. After getting a clue from Rog, the government can't let it go. However, they almost searched Alabasta all over, and they didn't find such a place. They even went to the Royal Cemetery of Alabasta, but they didn't. When I saw this room again this time, almost everyone was sure that this was indeed the room where Luo Ke's main body was located, but no one knew where it was. I don't know what method Rog used to pull Nico Robin over. According to Kizaru's interrogation of Crocodile, Nico Robin suddenly disappeared and suddenly appeared. This method gave Luo Ke a layer of mystery. Everyone focused their attention on the contestant who answered the question this time. What they saw was a young man who looked like he was in his 20s, wearing a white Madara hat, wearing a black trench coat, and printed on his clothes with a strange smiling face. It looks like he should be a pirate. Looking at the man's face, many people suddenly had a familiar feeling. However, they quickly remembered seeing him in the Summit War video before. He seemed to be the man who had fled with Luffy, who had lost consciousness before the red hair appeared. They have long wanted to ask, who is this guy, and how can he save Luffy in Summit War? 2.3 ordinary people are not very clear about Luo's identity, but the Marines of Naval Headquarters are not familiar with this face anymore. This guy is the best performer among the pirates who entered the Grand Line this year, and the bounty has risen the fastest, nicknamed Death Surgeon, Trafalgar Law. The horror of its abilities is frightening. Marine who went to capture him has all body limbs, including his head, all misaligned. What's more terrifying is that one person's head is growing on another person's asterisk. This directly left a serious psychological trauma to Marine who went to capture Luo, and it was precisely because of his terrifying ability that his bounty was much higher than the others when it came out. However, there's a more powerful one above him, which broke before entering the Grand Line bounty, so is not so bright. But at this moment, compared to other Marine, Luo's eyes are mostly alert and fearful. Sengoku's eyes watching Luo in a live broadcast are a bit complicated. Just as complicated as Sengoku is Dressrosa's Doflamingo. When he saw Luo appearing in the live answering screen, he immediately sat up straight. His face changed slightly, and he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Why did this guy Luo appear in the live broadcast of the answer? Why would it be him? Doflamingo suddenly thought of the previous answers, and the questions that appeared were all related to the answer, both past and future. Could it be? An ugly look appeared on Doflamingo's face. In an instant, Doflamingo had the feeling of eating melon and eating his own head. At this moment, the dead Colonel Mouse, the hammered Blackbeard Teach, and the Crocodile who is now locked and impelled down. Doflamingo felt that he could feel their feelings all at once. No, thought Doflamingo. At this moment, everyone in the Heart Pirates also discovered their captain in the live broadcast. Deliver. Why is the captain there? Trafalgar Law looked around blankly, and then saw Rog in front of him. His pupils shrank suddenly. Immediately, he realized his current situation. I am afraid he has been pulled into the live broadcast of the answer that has appeared many times before. Luo tried his best to keep himself as calm as possible without showing a panicked look. He knew that his current appearance should be seen by people all over the world. That means people from all over the world, Marine, pirates, and that man Doflamingo, should be watching him too. Luo suppressed the tension in his heart and pretended to be nonchalant. But soon his face changed because after getting used to the environment, he remembered the most important and attractive point of this live broadcast reward. 07, however, what he desires is not those magical potions, but resurrection. After completing the answer, he can get a chance to resurrect someone, and he must seize this opportunity. Luo looked at Luo Ke, his eyes glowing with fiery light. It was the first time that the crew of the Heart Pirates saw such an expression on Luo's calm face. When Luo Ke saw him like this, he immediately understood what he was thinking. Luo Ke's mouth was slightly raised, and he looked at the audience in front of the screen and started his daily opening. Welcome to this live Q&A session. This time, we invited Trafalgar Law, the captain of the Heart Pirates, who is now famous on the Grand Line and is expected to become a supernova in this year's Pirates, to participate in this live quiz. I don't know what interesting and worthy subjects are there in him. If you want to know, please look forward to the next question. Hearing Luo Ke's introduction, everyone's expressions were as expected. This guy is really a pirate. No wonder he rescued Luffy in the Summit War. Supernova, it seems that this guy is unusual. The so-called supernova can only be obtained by the pirates who put a bounty over 100 million in the paradise, which is a proof of strength. Many of them, like 7 warlords of the sea, aren't over 100 million yet, such as Crocodile, Hancock. Being able to become a supernova is enough to prove that its strength and potential are extraordinary. In the future, when New World arrives, there may be many storms. And the last supernova is familiar to everyone. That is Ace, Luffy's brother, Roger's son, and now the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, is already a big name. What kind of story and future will this Luo have? Everyone looked at Luo in a live broadcast with great anticipation. Many people hoped that this guy should not be a guy like Blackbeard. If it is Luffy, they can accept it. For ordinary people, pirates are not a good thing. The fewer such guys, the better. Luo Ke looked at Luo and said, "You should be clear about the rules. Don't you need me to repeat them?" "Yes." Luo nodded. Then the live broadcast of answering questions officially begins. There are 10 questions here. Please listen to the first one now. Question: how did Trafalgar Law's hometown of Fravans be destroyed? Time limit of 1 minute. Start timing. The five elders looked at Luo Ke and didn't remember who this guy was. But when they heard the place name Fravens, their expressions changed drastically. Others do not know this matter. They cannot be ignorant because this kingdom was destroyed precisely because of their orders, and they had done a lot of work to hide this matter. Except for a few who know the truth of the matter, no one else knows. Fravance, or the White Town Incident, has also become one of the many cases that the world government has concealed. However, now that this Luo turned out to be a survivor of the White Town and also appeared in the live broadcast of the answer, the five elders' faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. Oops. World government will be branded a face by Luo again. Thinking of this, they used it subconsciously, and they couldn't remember how many times Rog had torn the face of the world government to pieces. If you really think about it, the five elders suspect that the government's face has been ripped apart. But this matter can't be thought about. The bark of a human face, a human being shameless, can still live, but a tree can die without its bark. The same is true for world government. If the world government loses its face, then those civilians will no longer maintain awe of the world government. In other words, this year's sheep are not easy to herd. This is the reason why they have insisted on maintaining the face of the government. It is worthwhile to do anything for this, even if the cause is caused by them. They originally thought that these things would be suppressed and then disappear into the dust of history as they did in the past. But he didn't expect that a Roger suddenly popped out, exploding all these things that shouldn't be exploded. Five elders breathed a little bit shortly, and something went wrong again. Here comes another man who destroys his hometown. People in front of screens all over the world suddenly popped out this sentence in their hearts. They remember that the last time their hometown was destroyed was Nico Robbins O'Hara. It seems that the hometown was destroyed by the world government buster call, and then the people were massacred by a Kainu. Became the only orphan of O'Hara. So, this one in a live broadcast is also an orphan. Wouldn't it be a good thing done by the world government again? People all over the world twitch their mouths, but to their surprise, they now feel that nothing by the world government will surprise them. In the past, world government and Marine were the incarnations of justice and order in their minds. Celestial dragons also belong to the existence of human beings. They can only be seen from a distance and cannot be approached. Standing in front of them will be considered as polluting the air around them. Otherwise, celestial dragons, I won't wear a fish tank to block the air when I go out. However, after watching so many things that the world government has done, Marine has let them down again and again, and celestial dragons' attitude towards civilians is like a pig. They have discarded all those beautiful fantasies. World government is just a kingdom. Marine is just a group of kings. And celestial dragons are just nobles. They don't have any mystery, just a bunch of guys who put gold on their faces to fool them. The filthy things that the royal family and aristocrats can do, the world government has done nothing less, and there is nothing worse than it. If they guess correctly, Luo's hometown this time is very likely to be another masterpiece of the world government. People looked helplessly and curiously at Luo in the live broadcast, not knowing what was going to pollute their ears this time. Sengoku's face was a bit ugly, and he knew this too well. Seeing Luo on the screen, his eyes were very complicated. It seems that the sins committed by the world government back then have to be repaid today. He has always wanted to manage Marine prosperously and let the glory of justice shine all over the world. But why Marine is now declining step by step. Sengoku's expression is very depressed. In the live broadcast, the excitement in Luo's eyes suddenly disappeared when he heard Rog's words, replaced by anger, hatred, and killing intent. People all over the world saw the uncontrollable hatred on Luo's face and instantly realized that there might be a shocking melon hidden behind it. Luo gritted his teeth and said, "Answer, my hometown, Fravans, was originally a very prosperous country. The ground and trees of the entire country are as white as ice and snow, so it is called a white town. All this is due to the fact that there is a kind of lead mine called uranium lead in the underground of this country. This uranium lead can not only be used to produce tableware, paint, seasoning, cosmetics, but also can be used to make weapons, which is lead. Boom. Lead and uranium have quickly become a major pillar industry of Frevans, with a large number of buyers all over the world, and the entire country has become wealthy. 500. However, what people in Frevans and people all over the world didn't know at the time was that this kind of lead uranium is actually harmful to the human body. Luo's words immediately shocked the hearts of many people who heard them. Lead uranium is harmful to the human body? Is it also made into tableware, paint, seasoning, cosmetics, and other things that come into contact with the human body or even eat into the body? Suddenly, panic arose in the hearts of many people all over the world, because many older people have experienced the era of uranium-lead commodities. There are even people who still have lead tableware as white as snow in their homes. This was a symbol of the wealthy family at that time, and what is still kept in the family is enough to see the family's heritage. Treasures that have not been produced since the demise of the white town of Frevans have begun to have collection value. Many people thought that they used lead uranium tableware for meals yesterday, and their faces suddenly turned black. They used it for so many years, and suddenly someone said that this thing is harmful. Why no one told them before that these things are harmful? Why didn't they know before, and they continued to use it for so many years? Suddenly, they remembered a story about this white town country uranium lead disease. It is said that this is an infectious disease. The body of the affected person goes from hair and skin to whiter and whiter, and even internal organs will turn white. In the end, they can only endure severe pain and die. There is no cure for this disease, and it is terminally ill. It is said that people in Frevans died of this terminally ill. This caused panic around the world at the time, but fortunately, the disease disappeared with the destruction of Frevans. Uranium and lead are harmful. When thinking about molybdenum aluminum disease, many people suddenly have a bold idea. Maybe the real cause of uranium lead disease is these aluminum platinum? This thought immediately horrified many people. If this were the case, wouldn't they also be likely to suffer from this disease? Many people have already begun to panic and even have the sensation of phantom limb pain. They looked at Luo suddenly, wanting to know more about uranium and lead. And yet people don't know, people all over the world don't know, but there's a group of people who do know about it. That's right, the person who knows about this is the world government. Luo's words suddenly made the pupils of people all over the world shrink. As early as 100 years before the uranium lead disease appeared, the world government once sent people to Frevans to investigate the lead button, and they already knew that this kind of thing is poisonous. However, the world government chose to keep the matter under wraps. The people of Frevans didn't know about it and started mining in large quantities to make molybdenum and aluminum into commodities, while others bought them, and they didn't know the truth. The world government, who knew the truth, didn't say anything. Not only did it say nothing, the world government also participated in this business and made a lot of money from it. Shocking scandal. People all over the world were shocked by Luo's words. The world government even knew that uranium and lead were poisonous 100 years ago, and they pretended to have nothing to do with people mining and buying it in order to earn a lot of wealth from it. It is hard for them to imagine that a world government would do such a thing and not take people's lives seriously for the sake of money. Not to mention how many people there are in Frevans. This molybdenum aluminum product is sold all over the world, but countless people will be exposed to this poison. However, the world government did not say anything, not only did not stop it, but instead made a profit from it. This is simply too frustrating. They can't imagine that the world government would actually cause countless people to fall into pain and torture for this benefit. They thought that the behavior of the world government was enough. However, as soon as the Frevans incident broke out, they realized that the bottom line of the world government was too deep, and they could not grasp it at all. Whereas the bottom line, this is completely unlimited. Appalling. Appalling. People all over the world turned pale when they heard it. This is the world government they are in, and this is what the world government did. At this time, not only the commoners were furious, but even the royal family and nobles started to curse without regard for their cultivation. Because uranium and lead products are high-end goods, the poor cannot afford to use these things. The real customers are them, and as a result, they are told that the things they have used over the years are poisonous, the things they eat are poisonous, and the things they use are also poisonous. They feel that world government is really poisonous. Please be yourself. How can this be done by a single person? These royal nobles were as nauseous as eating shit. When they thought of the poison they had used for so many years, they suddenly felt that their head, mouth, and stomach began to ache, and they began to feel uncomfortable. The 5 elders' faces were dark, already very ugly. When this kind of thing is revealed, they don't have to think about how much repercussions it will cause. However, they can't do anything now. They can only watch Luo break the news. Damn it! The face of the government is really lost now. The 5 elders kept their eyes on Luo, knowing that they should have solved this Fraven survivor. The last time Nico, Robin, and O'Hara were not solved, the matter of O'Hara was exposed. Now that Luo has not been solved, the matter of Fravens has also been exposed. Sure enough, weeds must be eradicated, otherwise the harm will be endless. The 5 elders regret very much that they did not completely eliminate these survivors and laid the foundation for today's events. Damn it! Naval Headquarters, a group of Marines also have to change their color. Not everyone has the right to know this kind of thing, and most of the Marines are hearing about it for the first time. This is beyond their imagination. In the previous case of O'Hara, they can understand that the government wants to maintain their rule, and the scholars of O'Hara have indeed broken the law, which is nothing to say. From their standpoint, this is really out of the question. However, the Fravans thing is beyond their bottom line, for money, regardless of people's lives. They don't care about making money, but they can't kill you. Is such a government really worthy of their trust? Can Marine really have justice under such a government? For a time, many Marines had clouds on their faces. Luo's answer in the live broadcast is not over yet. After 100 years of uranium and lead mining, uranium lead disease finally emerged. And that's when people realized the truth of the matter. It turns out that uranium and lead will accumulate in the human body with contact and even be passed on to the next generation. More and more people have symptoms of platinum lead disease, but there is no cure. Under these circumstances, many people wanted to emigrate to other countries to avoid further exposure to uranium and lead images. But the unexpected happened to the Fravens. Because the world government concealed the truth of the uranium lead disease, the uranium lead disease was described as a contagious disease, so the neighboring countries blocked the way for the people of Frevans, and anyone who wanted to leave Frevans would be shot and killed. Not only that, the massacre began. In order to hide the truth, the world government and the Fravans royal family made a decision to kill all the Fravans people. Yes, the royal family of Fravens also knew that uranium and lead were poisonous, but they colluded with the world government for their own interests. After the outbreak of lead uranium disease, they obtained the asylum of the world government and fled Fravans on the ship of the world government before the massacre began. Immediately after that, everyone in Fravens died: my parents, my sister, my friends, my nuns, everyone, all of them. I was the only one who survived across the border by hiding in a corpse, and from that day on, Fravans also perished. Something even more shocking than before came out of Luo's mouth. Who lead is heritable and will lead to a shorter lifespan in the next generation. This makes the face of all people who have used or are still using lead products in the past. No one can accept such a situation. It is the so-called disaster that cannot reach future generations. This is everyone's bottom line. In order to hide the truth, they engaged in another massacre. However, uranium and lead can still cause harm to future generations. No one can calm down. They were lucky that they did not get sick before, but now they are starting to worry about the life and health of future generations. In their eyes, the exquisite molybdenum aluminum products have become deadly poisons, and they can't wait to throw them away immediately. What scares them even more is the government's decision-making. Before slaughtering O'Hara, they endured, after all the scholars violated the rules of the government. However, Many people are afraid in their hearts, afraid that the world government will cause such a tragedy again for some reason. The matter of O'Hara is essentially to maintain the rule of the world government. Since the world government can do one thing in order to maintain its rule, it is inevitable that there will be a second and third time. No one knows what they will do to maintain their rule. They can kill all the archaeologists for the sake of history, hide the truth of Alabasta for the sake of face, and also recruit pirates as Shichibukai for the sake of combat power, and even sacrifice Enies' lobby to destroy the pirates. Now they see something new and something they don't want to see. For the sake of money, the world government slaughtered a country and almost killed countless people and their descendants. If the protagonist who did this kind of thing was not specified, they would even think which pirate did it. But it was the world government, the superior of the righteous marine. Since the government can do this kind of thing for money, they may do something even more bottomless. Deep disappointment and despair arose in everyone's heart. This is the world's ruler, world government, and the practice of world government. Living under such a ruler, how can they have hope for the future? Hurry up and destroy the world government. However, what makes them even more desperate is that the current world government is so huge that there is not even a decent opponent. At this time, many people suddenly remembered Enies Marine, which was established in live Huxia translation before. Perhaps this is their hope. At this moment, the big pirates such as Big Mom, Lees, and Kaido scoffed when they heard that the scandal of the world government was exposed. The world government is not bad for what they did. Especially Kaido. Kaido thought of what he was doing in Wanakuni, and suddenly he felt that he should also set up a world government. He could do it, and he could do it. Many pirates were shocked by the rude operation of the world government. Before, they thought that O'Hara's government was ruthless enough. Now, when they hear Fravans, you are the real boss and admire it. In this respect, they are still just younger brothers. After paying tuition fees, they will follow the world government in the future. Don't ask, they will learn from world government. The scandal of the world government has been exposed all over the world. If it was before, Doflamingo should have laughed while eating melon. But now he can't smile. He really couldn't laugh. Because the person who is answering the question live is Trafalgar Law. The person who has the deepest relationship with this guy in the world is the world government that destroyed his hometown, and that is him. Doflamingo vaguely felt that the problems that followed were most likely related to him. Thinking of this, how could he be able to laugh? His face was already as heavy as Corazon. Like Doflamingo, there are the 5 elders who seem to be in big trouble this time. During the live broadcast, Rog said affirmatively after listening to Luo's answer. The answer is correct. Trafalgar Law, after experiencing the murder of his relatives and the massacre of the entire country, his temperament changed drastically. He originally wanted to be a doctor, but after that, he only had the desire to destroy. Moreover, he suffers from uranium lead disease and only has 3 years and 6 months left. At the age of 10, he wants to take revenge on the world and kill more people in his only remaining life. Question: which faction does Trafalgar Law join? Time limit of 1 minute. Start timing. Here Luo caught up in thoughts of Blacken and the world of revenge after a tragic experience and change. No one felt the slightest strangeness. That's what a 10-year-old would have thought, because at that moment, the whole world had abandoned Fravans, and he had nothing but hatred for the world. Mature ideas like Nico Robbins are rare. Even Zephyr went mad after a huge blow in his life. Not to mention Luo. It's really normal to want revenge on the world after a huge blow. Instead of a trace of blame, people expressed deep sympathy for the teenager's experience. It's really sad to have suffered such a thing at the age of 10. And what's even worse than Robin is that Luo himself suffers from that painful uranium lead disease, and he can't live much longer, which is even more uncomfortable. If they want to kill more people before they die, even if they put themselves in Luo's situation, it is difficult for them not to have such extreme thoughts. This is another evil done by the world government. However, after 500, they were very curious. Luo, who only had 3 years left, has now grown up and has gone out to sea to become a pirate. What accident happened here? How was Luo cured? And is there a cure for this terrible disease like platinum lead disease? Many people who are concerned about the accumulation of lead in their bodies develop a strong desire and curiosity. Meanwhile, on one side of the world, the current marshal of Enies Marine, Zephyr, saw it too. After hearing what happened to Luo, he couldn't help feeling sympathy for the young man. He seemed to see the feeling of himself in Luo. In the past, he wanted to carry out the righteous belief of not killing, but he suffered the worst blow in the best time of his life. The same is true for Luo. At the best age of his life, at the age of 10, he suffered a tragedy of family destruction, which turned a teenager who wanted to be a doctor to treat and save people into a lunatic who wanted to kill and take revenge on the world. How sad it is to go from saving people to killing people. The translation that originally hated pirates had sympathy for Luo. During this time, Zephyr not only came into contact with the Revolutionary Army, but also learned some concepts and ideas of the Revolutionary Army. At the same time, he no longer focused on hunting and killing in the process of fighting pirates, and he personally confirmed some things. As to why people become pirates, Zephyr has some new answers in his heart. Seeing that Luo has now become a pirate Zephyr, I feel a little more in my heart. Maybe some people are because of their bad nature, but more people are because of Oct. This world, it is this world that turns people into devils, and devils make this world hell. And the root cause of all this, Zephyr has an answer in his heart. Looking at Luo in a live broadcast, Zephyr thought to himself, maybe it's right to cooperate with Dorag. The world is sick. Naval headquarters, Marines looked at Luo silently. Which force Luo joined later was undoubtedly a pirate. Only a pirate can satisfy his desire to kill after Blacken. However, this is the saddest thing. A 10-year-old pirate was forced to become a pirate by the world government. This made them think of their teacher Zephyr, a Marine who was almost forced into a madman by the world government. In fact, if it wasn't for the live broadcast of the answering questions, teacher Zephyr would really become a madman as predicted. Instead of re-establishing Enies Marine as it is now, it will provide shelter for the people of non-joined countries. The Marines were wondering, couldn't the 5 elders do what other people do? The pirates haven't done much of this world yet. You almost destroyed the new world and forced the kind-hearted children to become pirates. If Garp takes care of his grandson, Marine can get $2 more Admiral. Then if your government can take care of yourself, then the world will be 1,000 times better, and so many bad things will not happen. Thinking of Marine being held back by the government's nasty old men and the celestial dragons, these Marines can't help but feel a sigh of relief. But there is no way Marine can't manage the government can manage them. People have to bow their heads under the eaves, which makes them also very sad. Sometimes they really want to leave this mess made a mess by the world government to accompany Zephyr the teacher fights. But thinking that there are still so many people in the world waiting for them to protect, and Enies Marine can't replace Marine, they have the ability to swallow their hardships. Sengoku looked at Luo in the picture with complicated eyes. This is the psychologically distorted child that Swain Nandi said. Did he die for this child? Sengoku looked at Luo in a daze. Garp next to him discovered the abnormality of his old friend. It seems that this young pirate has more secrets hidden in him. Following Sengoku's gaze towards Luo in the picture, Garp suddenly remembered the ability of the pirate mentioned in the reward order. 11 years ago, it was the first time that Garp saw the man in front of him cry like that. Is this the survivor or rescued of the incident at that time? Luo took a deep breath, then looked at Luo Jiang and said, "Answer. I joined the Don Quixote family." Speaking of this family, Luo's eyes flashed with anger and hatred, and even his tone contained some disgust. Almost everyone can feel that he seems to hate the family very much. And when they heard this family, the Don Quixote family, many people immediately reacted, "Isn't this the family where 7 warlords of the Sea Doflamingo belong? The teen who joined Doflamingo at the age of 10? Since he joined the Doflamingo family, why is he now the captain of the Heart Pirates? And why are you still alive?" Everyone is very curious, and they can feel that there is a lot involved here. And judging from Luo's hatred for the Don Quixote family, this matter should be inseparable from Doflamingo. What could it be? Everyone thought curiously. Roger said, "The answer is correct. Trafalgar Law tied himself with bombs after escaping from Fravens, found Doflamingo when he was young, and asked to join the Don Quixote family. In the beginning, Doflamingo was very different to this daring boy, and then he saw himself in Luo's eyes. He saw the potential of this boy and realized that he might be able to become his confidant. So he was allowed to join the Don Quixote family on the condition that he finds devil fruit that can cure Luo's physical illness within 3 years. In the process, Luo received the elite education of the Don Quixote family and learned combat skills such as swordsmanship, taijutsu, and artillery. But in the process, he met a man. He was one of the 4 cadres of the Don Quixote family, a man named Corazon, because Corazon threw him out of the house when he met Luo for the first time, which made his mind distorted. Luo was dissatisfied with him and stabbed him with a knife. However, the assassination failed, and Robin thought that Corazon would tell Doflamingo about it, and he would also be expelled from the family or killed, but Corazon did nothing but helped him cover up the assassination. Luo did not understand Corazon's intentions, but continued to assassinate him for 2 years. 2 years later, Luo revealed his real name to family members Baby 5 and Buffalo in a small talk, Trafalgar Law, known by Corazon. After telling him to leave Doflamingo, he should not be in the same boat as the evil monster Doflamingo, and also told him that the D family is the natural enemy of celestial dragons. Don't tell other people's incognito. At this time, Luo discovered that Corazon, who had always been mute, could speak, and even the cadres of Doflamingo and Don Quixote family did not know about it. So ask, what is Corazon's true identity? This is a multiple-choice question. There are 4 options: A. Don Quixote Rosinante, Doflamingo's brother. B. Lieutenant Colonel Marine, codenamed Xiaomigua. Marine entered the undercover of the Don Quixote family. C. Ex-celestial dragons. D. The adopted son of Marine Marshal Sengoku. Time limit of 1 minute. Start timing. People have heard a paragraph about Luo joining the Don Quixote family, and they're a little curious about this Don Quixote family cadre Corazon. Why is the behavior so strange? Seeing Luo throw him out, it looks like he hates Luo. But Luo didn't respond when he assassinated him, which was very strange. What is even more strange is that the cadres of the Don Quixote family actually let Luo leave Doflamingo and said that Doflamingo is an evil monster and don't go with him. This is very outrageous. They all began to wonder if Luo Ke was speaking wrongly. Is this Corazon a member of the Don Quixote family, and he is still a cadre? After hearing that Corazon hides the secret of being unable to speak from both Doflamingo and Don Quixote family, they feel that there must be a big problem in it. When Luo Ke's question came out, everyone was shocked. What kind of a ghost question is this? What an outrageous answer. Doflamingo's younger brother? Is the cadre of the Don Quixote family Lieutenant Colonel Marine or an undercover agent for Marine? Is this guy still the former Celestial Dragons? What's more outrageous is that this guy is the son of Marine Marshal Sengoku. These answers are outrageous one by one, completely unmatched. What is this with? Regarding the fact that Doflamingo is Celestial Dragons, not many people actually know it, and ordinary people certainly don't know it. The world government deeply believes that the Doflamingo father and son who betrayed the Celestial Dragons are ashamed and will not publicize the identity of the former Celestial Dragons of Doflamingo. Since Doflamingo was rejected by the group of Celestial Dragons by Marineford, it is naturally impossible to lick his face with his pride and claim to be Celestial Dragons. Except for some big and powerful figures and related personnel, others are not clear about the identity of Doflamingo Celestial Dragons. Now that this option has been announced, many people in the world are immediately shocked. The former Celestial Dragons actually have the existence of the former Celestial Dragons. Are Celestial Dragons still expelled from Celestial Dragons? In addition to the options of the former Celestial Dragons, the other answers also contain a lot of information. Doflamingo's own brother. If Rosinante is the former Celestial Dragons, then Doflamingo is also the former Celestial Dragons. And what is Doflamingo's current identity? He is not only 7 warlords of the sea, he is also the king of the franchise country Dressrosa. And now almost everyone knows the origin of celestial dragons. They are members of the 19th royal family that moved to Marineford from the 20th royal family that originally formed the world government. Why did a pirate in Doflamingo become the king of the franchise? Why would the world government recognize this? Now that I think about it, the answer is obvious. This guy used to be celestial dragons. Even if he was expelled from the celestial dragons, he still enjoyed some of the celestial dragons' powers, and the kings of 7 warlords of the sea and Dressrosa got it through this. Since this is the case, the celestial dragons before Doflamingo and Rosinante may not have run away, and this can also prove the correctness of the third option and the first option. Then the rest is the second and fourth answers. The second is Lieutenant Colonel Marine, codenamed Migua, and Marine enters the undercover of the Don Quixote family. This option is also very possible because Rosinante's performance in Don Quixote family is too abnormal, and what Luo said almost all prove that he and Doflamingo are not of the same mind. So it seems that the third option is also right. ABC's 3 options are all right, and people can't help but turn their attention to the fourth option, Marine Marshal Sengoku's son. If this is true, then the background is a bit Yamato complicated and outrageous. At this time, people suddenly thought of another guy with an equally outrageous background, Monkey D. Luffy. This guy is the grandson of the Marine hero, the son of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, has a godfather who is the 4 emperors, and 2 big brothers with the same background. They thought that Luffy was already a heaven-defying existence. But now, there's an equally outrageous Rosinante. Thinking about the background of Rosinante's identity, the identity of the former celestial dragons, and the father who is a Marine Marshal, not to mention a Marine Admiral and Marine, it is more than enough to be a general of the headquarters. However, they did not seem to have heard of such a person, and even the name Rosinante was heard for the first time. What on earth is it? Naval headquarters? Many Marines are a bit confused. They really haven't heard of Rosinante in Marine. Only some people who had been with Marine for many years and Marine who was Rosinante's contemporaries remembered the name, but they hadn't heard of him in years, and it was the first time in years. Many generals looked at Sengoku involuntarily, and many of them were aware of this matter. It was no secret at naval headquarters that Sengoku, who is still Marine Vice Admiral, received an adopted son. It's just that Rosinante suddenly disappeared one day, and then they heard that he died in an operation, and Marshal Sengoku was sad for a while, and they were still worried about whether Sengoku would be hit as hard as Zephyr. But still, so soon I threw myself fully into Marine's work. They didn't expect that Rosinante was sent by Sengoku to the Don Quixote family as an undercover agent. Now that they hear that Rosinante is Doflamingo's younger brother, they are very shocked, and everyone can't help but look at Sengoku, whether Rosinante's death has anything to do with Doflamingo. And Sengoku was also recalled at this time, and the operation around the Op fruit worth 5 billion Baileys ended in failure. Op fruit disappeared, the Barreros pirates who owned Op fruit were wiped out, and Doflamingo, who appeared on Mignon Island, didn't seem to get Op fruit either. And there was even more bad news. He volunteered to stop Doflamingo. Rosinante, the adopted son who was undercover with Doflamingo, died and suffered multiple gunshot wounds. Judging from the wounds on his body, it seemed that he was related to the Barreros pirates. The group can't get rid of the relationship. 0. And the only witness Sengoku obtained from Marine's side in this matter was the young Drake, the son of Barreros, the captain of the Barreros pirates, who was later the fallen Marine Rear Admiral Supernova Drake. Sengoku learned from Drake that a man raided their camp and took the Op fruit because he revealed his whereabouts and was caught by them. Then the two sides fought. Although the Op fruit was taken away by the man in the end, the man was seriously injured. While they were chasing the man who stole the fruit, Doflamingo suddenly appeared in the camp, and Birdcage was released and trapped everyone on the island. If he hadn't panicked and escaped without being covered inside, we'll die there. According to Drake's description, Sengoku confirmed that the person who attacked the Barreros pirates was Rosinante, and he finally appeared there without listening to what he said. There. 0-0. Exactly how Rosinante died is unknown to Sengoku, and no one knows, but when Marine arrived, he saw Rosanani's body full of gunshot wounds. It can only be speculated that he died after a serious injury attack while robbing op fruit. However, Sengoku has a vague feeling that this matter is not so simple, because Rosanani came to Mignon Island to steal the op fruit not only against his orders, but also against Doflamingo's orders. If Doflamingo learned from Barreros that Rosanani stole the op fruit, then he would definitely find trouble with Rosanani. However, no one knew what happened at the time, but it was certain that Doflamingo did not find op fruit. Op fruit disappeared, and the boy Rosanani wanted to save was also missing. Rosanani's death eventually became a mystery. After more than 10 years, a pirate with the ability of op fruit appeared in the Grand Line. Sengoku immediately remembered this, but he was not sure whether Luo was the boy Rosanani wanted to save, but he has been paying attention to this pirates. It was not until now, after watching the live broadcast of the answer, that he was finally determined. That is to say, Rosanani ate the op fruit after he worked hard to get the op fruit, and this fruit also successfully saved Luo from death. So what happened after this? What happened after Rosanani gave Rosin the op fruit? Why didn't Luo come back to Don Quixote family? How the hell did Rosanani die? Did he die from serious injury? Was killed by the chasing Barrios pirates, or? Sengoku's eyes flashed with a cold light and murderous intent. In short, he now very much wants to know the answer. At the same time, New World Dressrosa. A chill suddenly appeared behind Doflamingo, but he didn't have the time to think about it. Luo Ke's description evoked his memories. He killed his own brother, the only blood relative in the world. This was really uncomfortable, but he was even more angry and betrayed than this. Rosanani betrayed him, actually betraying his only brother for Marine's ridiculous justice. This is something he cannot forgive. So he killed him himself, and he still does not regret this decision. If his family can't let him go as he pleases, they can only bring harm to him. Such family members don't need to do so. So he killed his father who had suffered and killed his brother who had betrayed him. Even if there is no blood relationship, he still has family members. Compared with them, his family members are more satisfied with him, and there is nothing to regret. However, there was one thing he didn't expect, that Rosanani was actually the son of Sengoku, which was troublesome. Although Sengoku didn't bother him after that incident, he was more inclined to Sengoku and couldn't confirm that Rosanani was killed by him. When he killed Rosanani, no outsiders were present. The only ones who knew 500 were from Don Quixote family. People. And even if he didn't kill Rosanani with his own hands, Rosanani's injuries would die without timely treatment. He just gave him a joy. This is the last love he has for his younger brother as an elder brother. It would be troublesome if Sengoku was sure that he killed it. He still remembers in the previous Summit War video, Garp's grandson was killed by a Kainu, and Garp was furious. At that time, Sengoku suppressed Garp and didn't let him attack a Kainu. I don't know what Sengoku will do when he learns that Rosanani was killed by him. But after thinking about it, he still didn't worry. Sengoku was Marshal Marine, and only Marshal Marine, nothing more. No matter how angry Sengoku is, it can't overwhelm the world government. 5 Elders also has ways to deal with it. Sengoku can't change much. From the beginning to the end, Sengoku has only a status of obedient. Although he hates celestial dragons, his veins are still the most noble blood in the world, and not everyone can be bullied. Doflamingo immediately relaxed. However, his brows were still in love. Doflamingo looked at Luo in the live broadcast. He faintly felt that things would not end here, and that more things would happen. Luo was also a little surprised after hearing the question. Before, he only knew that Corazon was Marine, and he also knew that Corazon was Doflamingo's younger brother. He heard Dover talk about it personally when he was at a family gathering, but he didn't know. He may also be the son of the former celestial dragons and Marine Marshal Sengoku. This was beyond his expectation. Since it is a multiple-choice question, there can be many answers. Recently, he learned more about the source of celestial dragons through live broadcasts, and the current king of Doflamingo was snatched from others, and the country was officially stolen by Virgo in the intelligence. Dressrosa. Even if Shichibukai wants to seize the kingdom, it is very difficult. Crocodile's example is in front. Even if it seizes the franchise, the government's approval is also a problem. If he is the former Celestial Dragons, then Doflamingo can become the throne of the franchise and be recognized by the world government. As for the fourth answer, he is not sure whether this answer is correct, but the first three are definitely correct. At this time, he remembered the conversation between Corazon and a Marine. Corazon's code name was Millet Fruit, and the opposite was Big Senbei. This codename itself was very strange, like the nickname of a very close person. And when he watched the Summit War video before, he felt that Sengoku's voice was very familiar. Looking back now, it seems that the Marine who contacted Corazon was this voice, if that was the case. Roth made a decision for a moment. Answer: A, B, C, D, all four. The answer is correct. Luo Ke said. Luo breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Roger's affirmation, and he answered the three questions correctly, and he has already obtained some rewards. However, this is not enough. Luo's eyes flashed with desire, and the only reward he really wanted was resurrection. When people all over the world heard Rog's words, they couldn't help but become curious about it. What is the situation that allows Razanani to have such a complicated background? And what happened to the former Celestial Dragons? How can there be such an existence as the former Celestial Dragons? In the picture, Rog continued. The father of Don Quixote Doflamingo and Don Quixote Razanani is a different kind of Celestial Dragons, different from other Celestial Dragons who despise civilians, think they are superior, and are arrogant. The father of Razananti and Doflamingo, Hanagu, is a very naive person. As Celestial Dragons, he does not have the self-esteem of Celestial Dragons. He thinks that Celestial Dragons are also ordinary people. So one day he decided to leave Marineford, become an ordinary person, and live an ordinary life, which means that he has to give up all the privileges of Celestial Dragons. The other Celestial Dragons try to persuade him not to do this, but he decided to do it, and naively he didn't realize what it meant. And the young Doflamingo and Razanani and their mothers also didn't realize this. Soon the world government arranged them to live in a non-participating country. Just when Homingu wanted to lead the whole family in an ordinary life, something unexpected happened to them. People nearby heard that Celestial Dragons came here to live, so they gathered a large group of people to get revenge. That's right, revenge. What Homingu didn't know was that the people of non-participating countries had accumulated hatred for world government and Celestial Dragons for hundreds of years. Rog's words surprised many people in the participating countries. What does this mean? They are members of the franchise countries and do not know much about the situation in non-participating countries, and the world government will not promote their evil deeds. Therefore, it seems that many members of the participating countries only have the difference between joining the world government and not joining the world government. Did I ask there anything they don't know about it? In the eyes of the world government, people from non-participating countries cannot be regarded as people at all because they have not paid the heavenly gold, so they will not be protected by the government. Not only that, the government will often arrest them as slaves. In addition, they are still the biggest buyers behind human traffickers in non-participating countries. These traffickers will abduct children and orphans, but sell them to the world government, and the world government will train these children to become CPs. Every CP has been brainwashed and grown up by the government since childhood and is loyal to the world government. If Marine is the right hand of the world government, then CP is the left hand of the world government. Compared to Marine, CP is more trusted by them. Countless people from non-participating countries have lost their lives because of world government and Celestial Dragons. Therefore, the hatred of non-participating countries towards world government and Celestial Dragons has accumulated hatred for hundreds of years. Knowing that there are unprotected Celestial Dragons here, these people who have suffered are naturally unable to suppress their hatred and come for revenge. This truth stunned people who heard it. They didn't expect this to be the case in non-participating countries. Many people just thought that there is a difference between marine asylum and no marine asylum. They did not expect that they would be arrested as slaves if they did not join the world government. This makes many people feel cold. They thought that living under the control of the world government was miserable enough. They did not expect that the situation in non-participating countries would be even more miserable. This truth made them a little desperate. Many people were full of dissatisfaction with world government and Marine after watching the live broadcast of the answering questions and even wanted to leave the world government. Only then did they find that they seemed to have no choice. Either be a pariah under the world government or be a slave in the eyes of the world government. Apart from that, there's no third answer. No, the third answer is pirates. At this time, a question suddenly popped up in many people's minds, which was exactly the question Luo Ke raised before. Question: pirates were ordinary people before they became pirates. Why do people become pirates? Now, they seem to have found a common answer because they can't live anymore. The people in the participating countries can still make ends meet. So what about the people who are not in the 2.3 countries? How can they not even guarantee the basic safety of life? And how can they live well? The pirates seem to be their only way out. Zephyr was also shocked at this moment, with a solemn expression in his eyes. He seems to understand. Why has the pirate never broken for 800 years? Maybe there are pirates like Luffy, Crocodile, Blackbeard who go out to sea because of their ideals, dreams, and ambitions. But this world is more of ordinary people. They have no ideals, dreams, or ambitions. Their only goal is to survive, and it's just to survive. If this is the case, simply attacking the pirates are inexhaustible. Zephyr sighed. If you want to eradicate the pirates, then only let people live better. For this reason, the status quo of the world must be changed. To change the status quo, it cannot be avoided with the world government. Zephyr finally understood why Dorag thought that only by overthrowing the world government and defeating celestial dragons could the world become better. Zephyr took a deep breath, his eyes flashed firm, and he made a decision in his heart. So let's change from a non-participating country first. Luo Ke's words in the live broadcast continued. So the next thing is very simple. Doflamingo's home was burned, and they started to flee in order to avoid people who came for revenge. Doflamingo, who once lived the life of a master, can only pick up food that others don't want a garbage dump, and their mother also fell ill in the process. Doflamingo's father, Huamingu, also realized that he was naive to ask celestial dragons for help, but they were no longer celestial dragons. To celestial dragons, they were traitors. They betrayed celestial dragons, so they rejected him. Ask. When they left Marineford, this ending was doomed. It was clear that the world government could send them to a franchise country that respected the celestial dragons, but sent them to a non-participation country full of hatred for celestial dragons. Undoubtedly, this was the execution of the traitor, but it was only at the hands of non-participants. In the end, Doflamingo's mother died of illness, and the three of them were caught, and they were about to be killed. Finally, Doflamingo awakened Conqueror's Haki at this time, shocked everyone, and escaped the disaster. Then Doflamingo attributed all these sins to his father, shot Huamingu, cut off his head, and returned to Marineford's request to return to the Celestial Dragons group, but was rejected. So angry, Doflamingo left Marineford and returned to North Blue, and met the current cadres and formed the Don Quixote family with them. It was also at this time in 07. Because he witnessed Doflamingo killing his father, Rosinante chose to escape from Doflamingo, and he happened to meet Sengoku, who was still Marine Vice Admiral, and was taken in by Sengoku and became Marine. Later, Sengoku accepted him as adopted son, just like his biological son. Later, after Doflamingo set up a pirate group to go out to sea, Rosinante returned to the Don Quixote family as Marine's undercover in order to prevent his brother, and became Corazon, one of the four major cadres of the Don Quixote family. People have heard of Rosinante's encounter with a very complicated mood. On the one hand, they inevitably feel sympathy because of their encounter. After all, they have done nothing bad, but they are implicated because of the identity of celestial dragons. On the other hand, they're celestial dragons. This identity is difficult to make people feel good, and they also enjoy the rights of celestial dragons, and they can't get rid of the relationship. The fundamental reason for this ending is that celestial dragons is improper. The world government does not treat people from non-participating countries as human beings, which has planted the bane. But what makes them very different is that the world government used the hands of non-partners to get rid of the traitors. It has to be said that the method is really old. If nothing was done, the traitor's family was destroyed so as to alert those latecomers. After hearing Doflamingo's father, Razanani ran away and met Sengoku, and then went undercover in order to prevent Doflamingo. Everyone couldn't help sighing. Doflamingo showed that he was not as hot as an adult at young age. It really deserves to be the heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo later. The two brothers became a pirate, and the other became Marine, and the younger brother who became Marine wanted to stop the pirate's brother, so he had to admire the fate of the arrangement. They are curious, what happened next? Now Doflamingo has become 7 warlords of the sea. What about Brother Razanani? What happened after he went undercover? At this moment, Doflamingo's face was blue, and he was in a bad mood about his past being so public. He has always been showing a rebellious appearance, but let others see his tragic past, making his face very ugly. He does not need the sympathy of others. He only needs awe, fear, and fear. These are enough up. He has no objection to Luo Ke's statement that the world government did it deliberately. In fact, he had long realized that the world government had put them in non-participating countries intentionally, which is why he vowed to turn the world government upside down. He suffered from the 2 root causes of all this, the world government and his father Homingu. He has killed one, and one is left. Sooner or later, he will avenge this grudge. But now he is more worried about the latter. What will Luo raise in the latter question? Because with the end of the 3rd question, the relationship between the question and him is getting closer and closer. He can feel that if he continues, more things will be exposed on his side, which is very unfavorable to him. However, he couldn't do anything. He could only watch everything happen. This kind of powerlessness made him very upset. Doflamingo's face was unhappy. His eyes under the red sunglasses stared at Luo Ke and Luo in the live broadcast, and the atmosphere in the air suddenly became cold. Roger looked at Luo and said, "Then please listen to the 4th question next." Question: how is the identity of Razanani Marine's undercover agent exposed? Time limit of 1 minute. Start timing. Suddenly, there was a burst of exclamation from all over the world, and it was exposed. Razanani's undercover identity was exposed? Does that mean Doflamingo knows that his brother is undercover? At this moment, Naval Headquarters, Sengoku's expression became solemn, and Razanani's identity was exposed. So the question is, does Razanani's death have anything to do with the exposure of his identity? If it doesn't matter, then he may have died in the battle for the Op fruit by the Bearers pirates. And if it matters, then the answer is obvious. He was killed by Doflamingo. With Doflamingo killing him first, Sengoku has no doubt that Doflamingo will kill Razanani himself after knowing that Razanani is undercover. If this is the case, then his Sengoku's anger is gathering in his mind. His hands are clenched, his blue veins are bulging, and his eyes are full of anger, which all means one thing. He wants to kill. At the same time, Doflamingo's face changed greatly. Something happened. How Razanani's identity was exposed is unknown to others, but it is impossible for him to be the righteous master. And once this incident was revealed, his arrangement for more than 10 years would be in vain. He managed to put a position in Naval Headquarters to reach Vice Admiral's own person. How could he be exposed for such a reason? No. Doflamingo stared at the screen with wide eyes. At this moment, Luo seemed to recall the things that made him regret for the rest of his life, with both regret and resentment on his face, not only hating others, but also hating himself and his own stupidity, which led to the exposure of Razanani's identity. Ultimately, Razanani was killed. Luo replied with a sullen face. Answer: after I stayed in the Don Quixote family for 2 years, seeing that I didn't have much time left, Corazon took me out to sea to find a famous doctor for the treatment of uranium lead disease in order to save me. However, every doctor changed color after hearing about the uranium lead disease. They didn't even dare to approach, let alone treat me. No doctor was willing to save me for half a year. Gradually, I also began to give up and began to accept this reality. However, Corazon did not give up. He has been with me for the past 6 months. Every time the doctor did not want to save me, he was the most angry. There is only emotion and gratitude in my heart. Just as I waited for my death to come, an event reversed my fate and that of Corazon. That day, I received a call from Doflamingo in Corazon. Doflamingo told Corazon that Marine was planning to buy op fruit from pirates. Op fruit. After learning about op fruit, Corazon was very happy, because this fruit could cure my uranium lead disease. So Corazon planned to take the risk of offending Doflamingo, Marine, and the world government to grab this fruit. After that, Corazon called another person. I didn't know who he was, only that he was a Marine. Corazon learned about Marine's plan from him, so Corazon took me there. Mignon Island intends to grab the op fruit from the pirates before Marine and Doflamingo. Hearing this, Sengoku had a look of sadness and regret on his face. It would have been better if he hadn't told Razanani this information at that time. Without this information, Razanani would not have appeared on Mignon Island, nor would he have died. Luo Ke's face became very painful, and he continued. Then we successfully reached the island of Mignon 3 days before the transaction, and Corazon went to grab the fruit, but he was seriously injured because of it. After the op fruit was eaten, he was unable to move 500. At this time, Corazon handed me a key document that could save Dressrosa and let me give it to Marine. In order to save Corazon, I put down my hatred for Marine and went to Marine with this information, hoping to find soldiers to save the injured Corazon. Soon, I met a Marine on the road, and, according to Corazon's instructions, I handed him the information and asked him to rescue Corazon. But it was the worst thing I've ever done in my life. If only I hadn't taken that step. If only I had been more hesitant. Luo bit his lip, and blood flowed out from the bitten skin. No one could see Luo's regret at this time. Sengoku looked at Luo with burning eyes, anxious and urgent. What happened? What happened to make Luo so regretful? He clearly found Marine as a rescuer. Why is he showing such an expression again? Sengoku looked at Luo anxiously, and he realized that this was probably closely related to Razananti's death. At this moment, Doflamingo's face was even more pale. He angrily stared at Luo in the live broadcast. He knew that in the next second, his 10-year plan would be in vain, but he could only watch it here. With a thud, the wall was torn apart by Doflamingo's claw. Impotent fury. Doflamingo watched the live broadcast with an ugly face, as if he was being judged. At the same time, the G5 branch of the Grand Line, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Virgo, was watching the live broadcast from the square of the G5 branch. Just as the others were watching the live broadcast intently, Virgo's face changed greatly, and he left the square quickly. Next to Marine, it was strange to see Vice Admiral's sudden departure from Virgo. Someone asked what was going on, and called Virgo Vice Admiral, but there was no response, and in the blink of an eye Virgo disappeared into the square. The next second, the entire G5 branch seemed to be frightened. I saw Luo in the live broadcast continue to say, "When I brought the Marine back, Corazon recognized the identity of this Marine. Someone you know?" Just when Sengoku was curious about Razanani's period, Luo's words made his eyes wide open. This Marine is no one else. It is the previous generation of Don Quixote family Corazon, Virgo. He was sent out by Doflamingo on a secret mission before I joined the Don Quixote family. Even Corazon didn't expect that Virgo would be sent to Marine as an undercover agent. This news made no one think of it. Unexpectedly, not only Marine sent an undercover agent to Don Quixote family, but Doflamingo also sent an undercover agent to Marine. They even thought of the same trick. This makes everyone a little bit different and can't laugh or cry. What made them even more concerned was that this time Razanani was seriously injured and Virgo was in good condition. What Razanani gave to Virgo was the information that Razanani had obtained from Doflamingo. Virgo would definitely realize that Razanani was an undercover agent after seeing it. Then the next thing is probably going to be very serious. And at this time, they can finally understand why Luo felt so regretful and painful when he mentioned it. The rescuer he got turned out to be the enemy, killing his benefactor, and no one can forgive himself. At the same time, there were bursts of exclamations from Naval Headquarters. The name Virgo is a well-known name in this department, because he is the name of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Guizhu Virgo. He is already a man who has climbed to the top of Marine. You must know that above Vice Admiral is the Headquarters Admiral, and above is the Marshal. It is already the apex of the Army and rank of the Army. Moreover, Wilgo is now the head of the G5 branch, leading a branch alone, which is not a small branch like Colonel East Blue Mouse. This is the Marine branch of the Grand Line, guarded by Vice Admiral, under the jurisdiction of tens of thousands of Marines. The person sitting in such an important position turned out to be Doflamingo's undercover agent. The faces of the Marines showed incredible expressions, and Sengoku's face is even more ugly and terrifying. He never expected that the reason for the exposure of Rozanani's identity was that Marine had been out of the ghost, and this inner ghost has not been exposed yet. In the past 10 years, Virgo has climbed to the position of Vice Admiral in Headquarters. He has been deceived for more than 10 years. Sengoku was furious and roared. Immediately notify the G5 branch to capture Virgo. Never let him escape. Let Kizura go to the G5 branch immediately. I want him to bring Virgo to me alive, to get angry. Brandy responded quickly and immediately delivered the order. It is not a secret that Virgo is the headquarters of Vice Admiral. Basically, the promotion of Vice Admiral, the headquarters of the Grand Line branch, will have special reports as an announcement. So when I heard this name, I immediately remembered that this person seemed to be Vice Admiral. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral is the undercover of the pirates, and this kind of shocking scandal spread all over the world. Even though the pirate was 7 warlords of the sea, the fact that Marine was infiltrated to the top by the pirates still caused shock and panic throughout the world. Can this not be scary? The top of Marine is a pirate, which means that the human brain has been invaded by others. If the collusion between Colonel Mouse and the pirate before can only arouse people's anger, then the fact that Vice Admiral Virgo is a pirate has begun to make people scared. Even if they don't like the current Marine anymore, if Marine is controlled by a pirate, it means that their life safety control is in the hands of the pirate. This situation is unimaginable for them. No one wants to live in a world controlled by pirates. No matter how terrifying, disgusting, and hating world government and Marine, the pirates are more disgusting, hating, and fearful than them. So even if they live under the rule of such a world government, they don't want to live under the control of the pirates. At least they can still see order here. And now the group of Marines who choose to stay at Marine also have the same idea. Even if the current government is so bad, if there is no reliable organization or force that can replace him to maintain the world order, they can only choose to stay here. The world with them may not be so beautiful, but the world without them will definitely be worse. So whether it is for civilians or Marines, Zephyr's Enies Marine is their hope, but this hope is too weak now. The fact that Virgo was a pirate had a chain reaction, because when you find a cockroach in the room, there may already be a nest in the room. They even suspected that Marine's senior undercover agent is not only Virgo alone, and even Marine 3 Admiral may be undercover. Among all speculations, Akiji is the most suspicious of Marine 3 Admiral. This guy does not catch every time he meets a pirate, and he also likes to abuse his authority. What's even more outrageous is that this guy joined the Blackbeard pirates afterwards, and they even suspected that this guy was the undercover agent that Blackbeard broke into Marine. Otherwise, they really can't figure out why Akiji, a Marine Admiral, is so outrageous that the pirates don't catch it. Buster Call gives it away, seeing that countless people in New World face death threats and choose to leave it alone. It doesn't seem like what Marine can do. In addition to Akiji, another suspicious character is Kizuru. Needless to say, this guy's performance in Summit War, clearly acting the operation of sending Luffy to Whitebeard's hands, they can't understand it anyway, and they don't know if they want to wash it. How to wash? So some people began to wonder if this guy was the undercover agent of the Whitebeard pirates. Otherwise, Summit War would not be able to soy sauce like this. Someone saw him release water to Luffy in this way, and they began to wonder if he was the undercover agent of the Gu and Ming army. There were different opinions for a while, and the issue of Marine senior management being pirates by other forces became a hot topic for a while, and even the Marine hero Garp could not escape the discussion of which undercover party was. The only thing that was not affected in this discussion was Marine Admiral Akainu. No one even mentioned him, because this guy can't move, his head is too iron, and the word Marine is just as tattooed on his face, clearer than the slipper print on Dorag's face. It is better to say that he is an undercover agent than to say that Kizuru is a revolutionary in Life Army. But no matter what, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Virgo is an undercover thing. New World, Big Mom and Kaido couldn't help but shine when they heard Doflamingo's hand in Marine. They immediately clapped their hands and called to the insider. It turns out that they can still play like this. Own people can't help but regret not playing this trick earlier. Occupying Marine from the inside, this trick is a bit powerful. In another place, at Inyo Marine's mobile headquarters, Zephyr's heart suddenly trembled when he heard the news. Virgo also has the impression that this guy performed very well in the academy, and he can be regarded as the best student of the class at that time. After graduating from Marine in the academy, Virgo was promoted quickly and lived up to expectations. Now, he has become Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be Doflamingo's undercover agent to Marine. This made Zephyr feel so bad that he, the teacher, didn't even notice it. This also made Zephyr's heart tensed, since Doflamingo can go undercover to Marine. Then his newly established Inyo Marine probably has people with ulterior motives to arrange manpower. There are many enemies of Inyo Marine. Pirates are their #1 enemy. All high, Lees, thieves are the targets of their attacks. However, he is most worried and most likely to arrange people to enter Inyo Marine. World Government. The world government has a large number of class and newspaper staff, CP0-9, all over the world. These guys specialize in intelligence work and obliterate the existence of threats to the world government. Before, their job was to deal with the revolution and life forces, but now I am afraid that Inyo Marine has also become their target. This cannot be prevented. If the undercover of the world government is allowed to climb to the top of Inyo Marine, the dove will occupy the magpie's nest. Then his newly established Inyo Marine was established in vain. At that time, all his efforts will be ruined, and he must be wary of this possibility. Zephyr immediately ordered AI Enies to set up a special team to investigate whether there are ghosts inside Inyo Marine. Every recruit who joins Inyo Marine must conduct a background check, and every promoted non-commissioned officer must be verified in place. At the same time, we must also supervise the abnormal signals of the telephone worms and the abnormal behaviors of the soldiers, and we must not let the inner ghost destroy Inyo Marine. However, what Zephyr didn't expect was that after AI Enies started the investigation, she found a lot of people. There are royal families and nobles from franchise countries and non-participating countries who have arranged to come in and want to occupy a place in a newly established Inyo Marine. But these are all good to say. This is also expected. What really annoys Zephyr is that the world government has arranged for the inner ghost to come in, and there are still people who perform well in recruiting. If not unexpected, these people will be promoted to non-commissioned officers, and they will be the first of Inyo Marine. Recruit will definitely be promoted to a high position in the future. The consequences will be disastrous at that time. Because of this incident, Zephyr has strictly censored the undercover agents and started to set up Inyo Marine Spy and Report Agency to deal with the spy and report offensive of the world government. There was another collapse in Dressrosa's castle. The members of the Don Quixote family have some scalp tingling. They also saw the exposed scene of Virgo outside. This is too bad. The young master arranged for Virgo to go to Marine undercover more than 10 years ago, and he has already been undercover to the position of Vice Admiral in the headquarters. As a result, his identity was exposed without showing any effect. This will be angry on anyone. 10 years of hard work has been accomplished. Now I only hope that Virgo can escape in time after revealing his identity. Otherwise, it will be difficult for the young master to get Virgo out. This time the incident was too much on the face of Marine and the government. Tory Pole immediately asked Buffalo to go to the G5 branch to pick up Virgo, and it would be best to bring him back safely. Buffalo is a person with the ability to turn fruits directly incarnate as a plane and fly towards the G5 branch. Doflamingo took a few breaths of relief before calming down. So far, he's been exposed to the miserable childhood experience and lost his face. Now, he has lost the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. However, it is still only the fourth question. There are still 6. What will be the next 6? Doflamingo was in a terrible mood. He stared at Luo and Roger on the live broadcast, and his gaze stayed on Luo Ke's face. Don't go too far. Doflamingo's forehead has blue veins, his face is black, and his murderous intent is enveloped. After Luo revealed Virgo's identity, he suddenly felt a sense of revenge in his heart. Back then, Doflamingo arranged for Virgo to enter Marine. He had already seen in the newspaper that Virgo had now become Vice Admiral. Now he has exposed the matter to the world, and Doflamingo's 10-year-old bureau has been destroyed. If Marine were able to catch Virgo, it would be considered a revenge for Virgo's murder of Corazon. But this is only the beginning. He will kill Doflamingo one day in order to avenge his revenge. Rog listened to Luo's answer and said, "The answer is correct." Then please listen to the next question. Question: Who killed Rosanani? Time limit of 1 minute. Start timing. After the identity of Rosanani was discovered by Virgo, almost everyone knew that Rosanani's next situation might not be too good. But they did not expect that Rosanani would die. No wonder they have never heard of the name of the Marine Rosanani. Knowing that this is the son of Marine Marshal Sengoku, how could it be unknown? Unless the sky is broken. There is no doubt that if Rosanani was killed in this situation, then the person who did it would no longer be someone else. It could only be Doflamingo. Doflamingo killed his own brother, which is a bit shocking. But when they remembered that Doflamingo had even killed his father, it didn't seem strange to kill another brother. Sengoku's face was flushed at this time, his eyes bulged, and bloodshot spread on it. It seemed that the whole person might erupt volcano at any time. The surrounding Marines looked at Sengoku. For Sengoku's mood at this time, they can understand very well. Sengoku has no son. The only thing he has is the adopted son Rosanani. He regards the existence of parent and child. However, he died at a young age. How could he not be angry as a father? What made him even more angry was that the man who killed his son was right in front of him, and he had sat at the same table with Doflamingo while he was still recruiting Shichibukai, and they had discussed things. If he had been sure that Doflamingo had killed Rosanani, let alone eat to death. At this time, Marine suddenly felt that this scene was very familiar, as if he had seen it not long ago. In an instant, they remembered where they had seen it. It was in the live answer not long ago. Teacher Zephyr did the same after hearing about the murder of his own family. And, ridiculously, the one who killed Mr. Zephyr's students became Shichibukai. And the person who killed Marshal Yoshiko Sengoku also became Shichibukai. This situation is so damn similar. It cannot be said that ABCD are exactly the same, only that there is no difference. This made them even more worried. Mr. Zephyr almost went astray because he couldn't accept the result, and now he has quit Marine to set up Enies Marine. Now Marshal Sengoku is in the same situation. In this case, what choice will Marshal Sengoku make? Will you accept this situation, or will it explode? The surrounding Marine looked at Sengoku nervously, wondering what decision he would make. Sengoku was in a very bad mood at the moment, as if a fire was burning in his heart. Although in anger, Sengoku sensed the change in the surrounding atmosphere. After all, he is not a Zephyr. He didn't strike 3 times with sugar like Zephyr, and Rosanani has been dead for more than 10 years. He guessed that Doflamingo did it before, but there is no evidence, and now it's just a confirmed guess. It can be said that there has been psychological preparation, and it is not as unprepared as Zephyr, which eventually leads to collapse. Sengoku suppressed his anger and planned to find trouble with Doflamingo after the live broadcast of the quiz. But before that, Sengoku needs to talk to the five elders. In any case, Doflamingo is now the 7 warlords of the sea, under the protection of the government. This protection will not be shaken by Sengoku's will, so to take action on Doflamingo, the 5 elders must first remove Doflamingo Shichibukai's identity. Then, he could justifiably attack Doflamingo. So the attitude of the 5 elders is very important, but thinking of the 5 elders and the attitude of the 5 elders toward Doflamingo and Doflamingo's identity as the former celestial dragons, Sengoku's face has turned bad again, and this matter may not develop as he thought. Sengoku took control, which temporarily relieved the other Marines, but not completely. Because this is only temporary, it will ultimately depend on how this matter is resolved. They just hope it doesn't go in a direction they don't want. Because Teacher Zephyr had already left them, if something happened to Marshal Sengoku at this time, the changes in Marine would be big. Garp looked at Sengoku with some concern, not expecting them to face such a situation 3 times in a row. At first it was him. Because of the ace thing, he almost got into a fight with Akainu, but it was Sengoku who held him back and didn't turn naval headquarters into a battlefield. Then it was Zephyr. Zephyr defected from Marine and wanted to fight against the world government. It was also Sengoku who came forward to preside over the overall situation and asked him to control Zephyr. Unexpectedly, now, it's Sengoku's turn. This is a good guy, the person who maintained the situation twice before has encountered an accident. What should I do now? Garp frowned, thinking about what he should do, whether to hold Sengoku to prevent him from doing something dangerous, or to put his head on the ground like in Summit War, and let him not be impulsive. Garp's eyes swept across the back of Sengoku's head, as if looking for a place to strike. In the end, Garp thought about it and gave up thinking. Let's talk about it when the time comes. If Sengoku really gets out of control, it's not too late for him to think of a way to stop it. Maybe there's no need to stop it. After all, the resourceful General Sengoku. This wisdom is not only wisdom Tomo, who is also sensible Tomo, was not in his turn to calm Sengoku. At this moment, on the screen, Luo lowered his head when he heard the question. His face was hidden in the shadows, and after a while he looked up at Luo Jiang and said, "Answer, Doflamingo did it."
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.